Everyone, please take your seats. The July 14th, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad? Here. Councilmember Stewart?
Here.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Present.
Mayor Riggins?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Josh, how do you feel about this Pledge of Allegiance?
Great.
All right.
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, maybe check out your kids' class for that. Okay, may we please have a closed session report?
Yes, at 4:30 p.m. the City Council met in open session and then recessed to closed session with items listed on the posted agenda. All 5 council members were present and no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. May we please have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on July 3rd, 2025, with the amended agenda posted on July 11th, 2025.
May I have an
I'll
approval?
make a motion to approve the agenda.
Oh, I have a request for a change.
Go ahead.
Can we take the wetland appeal off the calendar for today and either reschedule it for a special meeting or leave it indefinitely postponed until we figure out the best way to handle it time-wise?
I would agree to that.
I do too.
I mean, the only question I have, I would rather have a date certain, only because it would be nice to get it resolved so the work can be completed and the property can be restored to its proper condition.
Yeah, fine with a date certain. I just don't know how easy it's going to be to agree on one right now.
Okay.
Kelsey,
Can we do that during the agenda?
Can you do what?
Can we figure out a date during approval of the agenda?
Yes, so I don't know, Kelsey, if a date certain or a date uncertain would be preferred by staff.
I'd have to check our availability of the appropriate staff and the space. I don't have any proposed special meeting dates for you at this point. I can tell you if we did need to renotice it, we'd be looking at something at least after the week of August 18th, but I don't know if it's feasible to schedule a special meeting much sooner than that anyway.
Okay.
So staff's recommendation would be at this point to continue to a date uncertain?
It would be simpler for us to coordinate the scheduling that way.
Okay, then my request would just be as soon as possible that the schedule will allow no later than September 30th. Is that feasible?
Is that friendly
Does that
amendment
work
accepted?
for the makers?
Is that friendly amendment accepted?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Just continue to a date uncertain to be no later than September 30th if possible?
Okay with you, Kelsey? Okay, I'm in.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine with me.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Me.
Okay.
And Mayor, was that a second from Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein with his friendly amendment for the motion from Councilmember Euring?
I thought it was my motion, actually.
Yeah, I thought it was his motion.
That was just the motion to continue the item, not to approve the agenda. Understood.
Let me just,
Okay.
if I could just put a comment on my no vote for a second. We've got 9 appeals, I understand, that are on the table. And we got to get these things processed. People have been waiting on both sides of the appeal. And this one postponed, we need, and I believe it's in our package for tonight, trying to come up with having special meetings to handle these. I'm fine with that. But we need to get these processed for everybody's sake. And postponing this one just delays another one. And there was another one before this that was postponed. I mean, we cannot continue to keep putting off these decisions. People need to have an answer. So that's my no vote. Thank you.
I can concur with that while still voting yes.
Yeah, I'm in the exact same place.
Same.
Okay, so lead me back to where I need to be. Are we still approving the agenda or?
Yes, so the motion to continue the item to a date uncertain to be no later than September 30th, if possible, was approved. So you need a motion to approve the rest of the agenda.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the remaining portion of the agenda?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? Okay. Go back to my script here. Okay, consent calendar. We will now consider the consent calendar. Remote participants, please raise your hand in Zoom if you would like to speak on the consent calendar. Do we have any remote speakers?
There's one raised hand.
Okay, let's hold it at that one raised hand. Do we have any in-person speakers? Okay. Darren Graves.
Taking pictures of license plates.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to listen to what I want to discuss, which is item 1B5, the professional services agreement with the Urban Land Institute. The Urban Land Institute is a well-polished lobbying group which is designed to further promote the interests of real estate developers in Southern California and the United States and the globe on a large scale. Just the name Urban Land Institute doesn't really meet with Malibu and the mission of Malibu as I see it, considering Malibu consists of wildlands, rural lands, and suburban lands. My first interaction with the Urban Land Institute was in 2003 when I was a student at USC. One of my professors suggested that burgeoning architects go visit with ULI in order to meet the people who would shape the city of Los Angeles for the next 30 years. Accordingly, as I was, an eager student, I went to several of their meetings, and after 3 of them, I was disgusted to the point of never dealing with them ever again. The ULI was first established in 1936 as a pseudo-governmental think tank to shape the WPA FDR shaping of cities in the Depression era, but it quickly transformed into a real estate lobbying group, considering it was funded in large part by donors who profit off of their findings and reports. ULI donors consist of real estate developers, real estate lawyers, real estate financing professionals, and contractors who profit from ULI reporting, lobbying, and scheming. They have systematically destroyed American urban centers from 1965 onwards, considering they were promoting the agenda of the automotive industry. Take one look at downtown Los Angeles, Phoenix, Houston, San Francisco, and you will see the product of their efforts. Since the spring of 2025, ULI has been pushing to maximize the profit potential of Altadena, the Pacific Palisades, and Malibu through their white paper, which was published in March of 2025, the Blue Ribbon Commission report, which was published on June 20th, 2025, and the rewritten SB 549, which was reissued by State Senator Ben Allen on June 23rd, 2025. I believe several of us here asked you not to support that effort from the Blue Ribbon Commission, and we may have said something like it was a wolf wrapped in sheepskin. ULI is the wolf. Inviting them in to advise you on streamlining the Malibu process is inviting them to put their tentacles into the Malibu LIP specific plan and thus transform Malibu to a point where we will no longer recognize it. Those 3 documents, which I summarized, all right, thank you.
Sorry about that. Appreciate it. And our online speaker?
Mike.
Mike, are you there? Mike?
Mike left the meeting.
Okay. So that will conclude our public comment on the consent calendar. Would any members of the council like to pull items for further discussion? I'm going to pull 1B5, so.
Ditto.
1B7.
1B7? Okay. So do we have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar without 1B5 or 1B7?
I'll move that.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Okay. So we're going to hear a staff report?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I will be presenting you with some remarks associated with the request that staff has put before you regarding the professional services agreement with ULI Los Angeles. Following the Palisades fire, ULI Los Angeles partnered with UCLA and USC, their Centers for Real Estate, to publish a new report entitled Project Recovery: Rebuilding Los Angeles After the January 2025 Wildfires. The comprehensive report identified a number of best practices to help communities rebuild faster and more affordably. Recognizing that the regulations and policies within the city of Los Angeles County, and Malibu would need to be addressed in order to help communities build faster. The status quo in each of these communities makes quick decisions, quick activity quite difficult. And so they outline some ideas that would give the professional development community recommendations, as well as communities affected by, local government agencies affected by the disaster. As has been the case in the recent past, ULI has assisted a number of communities over the years addressing very specific land use policies, ranging from public-private partnership agreements on city-owned properties to surgical ways that codes could be updated to support certain policy priorities of communities. And so in considering this possibility, staff thought it would be quite appropriate to invite in a selected group of ULI Los Angeles members to serve as a technical assistance panel to staff to help us think through how we could improve our permitting and inspection processes here in Malibu. Oops. The graphic here illustrates a 3-month process that would be undertaken to work with ULI. It would include the city of Malibu identifying the local stakeholders that we would want to include. They could include members of the audience today. It could include people with recent permitting experience. We get to control the reins on how this works. We would also identify the desired expertise of the ULI Los Angeles panel. For example, we would hope to include engineers with experience developing in our complex geotechnical landscape, coastal engineering expertise, as well as specialized architectural design for products that are compatible with our scenic coastline. The midpoint of the initiative would be a 2-day on-site panel where we would be essentially workshopping through the different questions that we would be presenting to the ULI panel. And at the conclusion, we would have our own report and presentation that we could make available to the city council and the community. A couple of benefits of the TAP. The staff intention here was to build upon some of the existing outside expertise that we've utilized to assist with modernizing our development system and processes here at the City of Malibu. The ULI TAP panel would be comprised of developers, architects, planners, attorneys, engineers, brokers, lenders. In other words, the same group of experts that we rely upon now to permit and develop the landscape across the City of Malibu. Again, it would build upon the findings of the Baker-Tilly report. And just for your own distinction, that report focused on kind of more macro level issues that the organization should consider, some of which were implemented with the adoption of this current fiscal year's budget, and namely the consolidation of what were 2 separate departments into one new umbrella under the Community Development Department. This TAP will go a little bit deeper and address the focus, will address the areas that were not specifically addressed in the Baker-Tilly report and focus on issues such as specific planning and building standards and procedures that, according to feedback we are receiving from applicants interested in rebuilding, are outdated or cumbersome or confusing. So therefore, it is staff's recommendation to approve an agreement with ULI Los Angeles for a technical assistance panel. I am available for any questions if there are any from the council.
Okay. Any questions from council?
I do. I have some questions. Thank you. So I hear the concerns that were raised, and I wanted to know, this is a staff direction. This is something you guys were requesting to help your process?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you guys find them?
As a longtime ULI Los Angeles and Orange County member, I've had experience working as both a volunteer on technical advisory panels as well as observing how they function as a broader member. Okay. And I've seen the benefits that can be offered in a short amount of time versus, say, a lengthy consultant engagement.
Right, thank you, yes. Some of those concerns were a bit scary to hear, but this is a 90-day contract.
Correct.
And will they be, I know you said that they'll be engaging with stakeholders. Does that mean residents, like the Rebuild Committee, ABE, the ambassador, council? Like, will it be a workshop when you say engagement?
Yeah, we'll have full control over how this process will work. So if we wanted to have an audience comprised of residents, an audience participants comprised of specific members of our development community with specific types of experiences, we could make that happen. The 2-day workshop would be kind of an all-day commitment, but we would hope to schedule the conversations and the deliberations in a way that it would be constructive for people, whether they could be there for just an hour or they could commit for a longer period of time.
Great, thank you. That's it for me for now. Thanks.
Okay. So, I've said before, right now we're kind of two towns. We've got the town that burned and needs to be rebuilt promptly, and we've got the town that wants to pretty much stay the way it is, subject to slow growth. And what I'm hearing is that this is a group that would be able to help with the expedited rebuild, and who we want to keep as far from the rest of town as possible. And we need to make sure that that would happen if we go forward with them. Darren, I appreciate the substance as well as the way of your comments, as well as the way you deliver them. I really appreciate your input. One question I would like to know, Mayor, if we could, I'd like to understand what the Rebuild Ambassador's view is on this. Could we call him up and ask him?
Sure.
So we've, Richard and I have spoken. I think obviously this is aligned with what we were hoping to achieve. Whether ULI is the right forum or not, there are obviously concerns that we have discussed within the task force. In general, we'd like to pursue a mechanism like so to get to the outcome. I think, as Richard notes, the reins are with us. In a large part, we'd be really pushing to get something like this started, but keeping our antennas and our eyes wide open that it doesn't morph into something else.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions before I move on?
I do, if that's okay, Mayor.
Abe?
What is your end date? Because I don't know if that's going to end and then they begin and then you're out and they're in, and I don't know the dates.
It's a good question. I think my appointment was 26th of May, was it? I don't remember exactly. It was 3 months from there, so I think if this is a 3-month process, then clearly my end date will be before this 3-month end, unless we extend that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So my further comments are that unless this is extremely time sensitive, and I know everything about the rebuild, Abe, I think you can sit. Unless this is, I know everything about the rebuild is time sensitive, but unless this is urgent time sensitive, I would like to have a couple weeks to hear from more members of the community, in particular the local architects and others who are familiar with our processes, to see what they think, what they know of this group, what they think of this proposal. That would give Darren an opportunity to give us some greater feedback as well. If we do go forward, it's going to be critical that we control and limit what they're doing to make sure that, as I said, that their tentacles don't get into the balance of the city, that whatever's being done has to be focused exclusively on rebuilding, not building. And also, I would hope that the workshops could be noticed as city council meetings so that we can participate, because otherwise Brown Act prevents us from doing so, at least prevents any more than two of us from doing so. Those are my comments.
Doug?
I'll make a quick comment on this. Darren, I couldn't appreciate it more. As a banker, ULI has been in my life in any of our real estate deals. They're everywhere. At the same time, I do bring a lot of resources to bear. I appreciate Bruce's comments. I think that is probably a good way to go, just to make sure we have buy-in. It's not that I'm against the idea, but I think we need to make sure we have good buy-in on it. And, you know, let's not be adverse to saying that developers are all bad. You know, first person we reached out to, and we actually utilized one of their ideas, is Rick Caruso. There's no greater developer in the city of this whole area than him. And his Steadfast group is what brought us in with what's the software? Architect?
Archistar.
Archistar, yeah. So, you know, just because somebody's a developer doesn't mean that they're the enemy. On the other hand, this is about rebuilds, not development. And I would be ready to approve this tonight, but I think Bruce brings up an excellent point about making sure we have buy-in, and a couple more weeks is not going to hurt us in this. We can always speed up the process if we decide to go forward, and I would encourage us to do so, but let's make sure we have our eyes wide open and everybody is in agreement on this. And Darren, you're absolutely right. I appreciate your comment. ULI comes with two perspectives, and if they're willing to give us assistance and guidance and can bring good resources to bear to help improve the process and get our residents back in their homes, I'm all for it. But if they want to build a shopping center in downtown Malibu, ain't going to happen. All right, that's all I have.
Okay, I'll agree with pretty much what both Doug and Bruce said. I think it is incumbent upon us to try and do everything we can to see what we can do to speed up and improve the rebuild process. And I'm hoping we can get that from these folks. And I agree with Doug and Bruce that, you know, as long as we got a governor that says we got them under control and they can't go into areas where we don't want them, you know, I think you take a shot at it. So.
Okay, so I will tell you that I'm pretty much a no on this. The reason why is I think I went back, I did a review of the Baker-Tilly report, and much of what they're talking about doing is going back and repeating that process. And that was just done 2 years ago where we just got that. We've just consolidated our community development department. If we're focused on the rebuilds, there are many things in our system that we've already implemented to streamline the process. Our local coastal program already exempts that. We have the planning verification. And I think many of the things that happened to slow Woolsey fire rebuilds and things were outside the city's control. We have the process to streamline the planning process. It's really up to the building safety plan check process, which there isn't too much more we can do to reduce that review timeline. And much of that review timeline is actually incumbent upon the experts that the property owners hire. You know, there's some back and forth. There are rules that we put out with regards to the building code, and the applicant team is the one that needs to compile the plans and everything else to come back into the city, and then corrections that are done. I think that this is going to take an enormous amount of staff time to deal with, and that it's going to take them away from the rebuild process. Our lead planners and our lead permit techs and senior staff are going to get distracted from the purpose that they need to be doing, which is focusing on the rebuilds. And I think this is just something that is duplicative of what we have already done, and we need to let that process complete itself. And this just isn't something that we need in our city. So I'm going to be a no on this regardless of when it comes back. So, yes, Bruce.
I'd like to make a motion that we pass this to the next regular scheduled meeting, and that we bring it back not as a consent item, but as a matter of old business, so that we can get greater public comment if they would wish to comment. First of all, do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. I also have one further question, Richard. Has the new community development department had weighed in on this?
We've, this has been driven by the city manager's office as something that could be executed kind of from a strategic direction. We've informed Yolanda, but she has not been extensively involved in the preparation of this request.
Okay, so then I would add a request, if others will join me, that Yolanda's views be taken into account and reported to us at the next meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Is there any more comment?
I second that.
Doug already did.
Oh, great.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm opposed. Motion carries 4-1. Sorry, Kelsey, I did your job, didn't I? Okay, item 1B7. Did you, Steve, you pulled this. Do you want a staff report or?
Just, a couple comments. One, they're going to go out and do a review with the community of what they want. We just did that a little while ago. I thought we had a pretty good idea of what the community was asking for. So, maybe we didn't like that answer and wanted a different one, but I thought we had that done. And the second thing, there was a note in there regarding dealing with the Arts Commission proposal for a community performing arts center at the end of the month. The last time I talked to the Malibu Arts Commission, they were still in the process of deciding what they wanted to do. I don't think they've signed off on that yet. I mean, I think they were looking at, other open buildings in La Paz area. They were looking at something maybe done in City Hall, and they're also looking at the high school. I mean, we're spending $600 million in the high school, and they're looking to see if there's something in that thing, that school, that can also be used to benefit the community. So, I guess my recommendation is maybe we hold off on this until we get a little better definition from the Arts Commission and figure out what we want to do then.
But I think that's part of what this is to continue the services that Phase 1 and Phase 2 has done, and continue that involvement for Phase 3 now that we've identified some potential sites. And, with regards to the high school, I think that's going to be a challenge. There's limited hours available on that site just because of school and everything else. So there's not too much more I think that we can find there. But I think this is to continue to have them available to help us with outreach and communication with our community.
So what are we going to get? So when they're done, what will we get back?
Well, I mean, on October 28th, we identified Heathercliff and Ioki lots for possible baseball, softball, additional field space, and community center. We haven't been able to take any action on that, and it looks like the Ioki lot's going to be used for a different community benefit at this time. Yes, the Arts Commission's been looking at the La Paz or Cross Creek Ranch lot, and I think there's still more outreach and engagement that's going to be needed on all of those things. So,
I'd like, Mayor, is that okay?
Yes, please.
I'd like to get, so is this an extra increase of 50,000, not to exceed 300, is that because this was interrupted by the fires and we utilized their services? And so we took money out of whatever original contract we had with them to help us get through the fires? And so this is now asking for the additional funds to finish the community engagement?
I'm sorry, Deputy City Manager, could you?
Thank you.
I was nodding yes.
Yes, that I wanted to have it on the record, so. Thank you.
So I do believe, like, in some ways, Steve is right, because I like the idea of continuing the conversation, but there's been such a big change in the community now with the Ioki lot, not knowing how long we're storing equipment there. It just seems like we're at a standstill.
Well, I mean, the Heathercliff lot's still there, and the other parcels are still available. It's just
But I
a
feel
matter
like, didn't we complete it? We've done such a thorough job that I see all these surveys about what people seem to want. What would they be suggesting is left? Do you know?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what we're going to get back. What are they going to come back with a plan that says, here's how you build the ball field? Are they going to say you should build a ball field? Are they going to say, let's go take a look at what, I'm just trying to figure out what the heck I'm going to receive.
Yeah, the challenge is that the current agreement, Amendment Number 1 with Trepepi, it expires very soon. And so if we want to continue the relationships that they've built with the community, the rapport to refine some of what have been very high-level concepts about preferences for the different properties that the city has, we would benefit from a continued relationship by, extending the agreement with Trepepi. The budget is very modest, it's $50,000, but it would give staff the resources it needs to continue the conversation, because some of the staff that were involved in those prior conversations are no longer here. The Trepepi team is really the continuity that we're looking to preserve with this extension.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So.
Bruce has got it.
Bruce, yes,
Bruce has a
thank you.
question, and then we'll come back. Okay.
Okay, so I'm very torn on this one also because, we say that notwithstanding the fire, we need to be still doing business as usual. So we're not cutting services in the budget. We're spending additional money and not taking it out on other areas. I have a hard time believing we're going to be moving forward with the vacant lands anytime soon. I think our staff is stretched too thin to be doing that at the same time as conducting overseeing the rebuilds. But I guess we got to give it a try. And I am persuaded to some extent by the need for continuity and the fact that it's a relatively modest request. But I hope that no one's getting the idea that something major is going to happen within the next 6 months to a year, because I can't imagine that's going to be the case. So I'm inclined to support it, but reluctantly.
Doug?
Okay. I too was torn on this, and I debated whether or not to pull it on the consent calendar. Candidly, and I'm going to put my finance hat on, to say that we need to be watching our nickels and dimes until we can get the budget more in balance. Yes, it's not a lot of money, but it's $50,000 here and $50,000 there. I do sympathize with the idea of continuity, and I will say during the fires, Trepepi Smith was very essential for our outreach and the work that we did, and I can understand the continuity. I'm going to be prone to go with this just because of the continuity issue, but I by no means want to set a pattern that we're willing to spend a few dollars here and there. But I think this is probably an investment in work we already have going. We are going to build these places out. There's no question about it. We got to keep the momentum going, and if this is what it takes. Okay.
I would just, again, I'm not going to fight this too hard, but we started building a strategic work plan. I think we should get that done, and then we got a new city manager coming in, and maybe getting those two things in place before we go forward with this might be a good idea. That's what I would suggest.
Well, the community lands project is on that strategic plan, so this isn't adding anything new. No, it was on there last year. That's how we did the work that we did last year with the outreach. So I think this is continuing on what we learned from the community. And honestly, I'm looking at this, while it may seem confusing to people why we're still pursuing these sort of things when we have so many people in our community displaced, I think we need to be looking at making these improvements so residents that are out there making a choice whether or not to move back to Malibu will move back to a community that has community serving amenities, such as a community recreation spot, that has a community theater, that they're coming back to a place that is welcoming them back with everything that a community should have in it. So that's why I'm very much in favor of this. So, Haley?
Yes, I think maybe if I read between the lines, if we started this process and then if and when possibly ever a new city manager came on board, it would be another onboarding sort of education. So would we have to then do this again to fill in gaps? Is, I guess, my question. And then because I understand the continuity and we need to have the history for things like that. And then the strategic work plan, I do believe this folds into it, but I don't know when that meeting will be. So will this maybe, if we do this, will Trepepi come and do a culmination workshop at that meeting or prior to, so that we can actually know what we're discussing in the strategic work plan with regards to like the triangle lot? I don't know if are we getting rent from the triangle lot right now? Like, I believe Caltrans has staged their,
It's by understanding that's our project. That's part of our signal synchronization project, so that's all our equipment being staged on our land.
and do you know by chance if we get rent on the Ioki lot?
For the debris removal group?
Not to catch you off guard, I'm sorry.
I don't believe we do for that
Right
lot.
now, we're just providing that as a public support.
Right.
Oh, I see, gotcha. Because it would be possibly nice to clear the triangle lot and put all those lights and the synchronization maybe on the Ioki lot, so that we have one consolidated space instead of two that are filled with construction equipment. But that would be, I guess, a Trepepi Smith or a strategic work plan question.
So Trepepi Smith is community engagement. They go out, they host meetings, they gather input, and they consolidate it and give us a report as to the information they find. Maybe you can just clarify exactly what their purpose is.
Yeah. So the council has raised some really important questions about the work plan for the coming year. Our assumption was that we did want to continue the conversation with the community about how to refine their, in some ways, rough ideas to something that could be utilized for to more succinctly describe a capital project. Right now, we have an understanding that there's a desire for a performing arts center. How that could be laid out, there's still a lot of different options on how that could be done. We were hoping to use Trepepi to help us work with the community to figure out and come to an agreement of preferences. You know, is it a 50-seat theater versus a 500-seat theater? What is the cost associated with each of those preferences? What is the timeline for construction associated with those preferences? Staff needs the resources of Trepepi to continue that collaborative process. We don't have them internally to run independent of Trepepi. So if there's a desire to suspend future conversations, that's an option. But if we want them to continue, staff would pretty much need the assistance of Trepepi.
Gotcha, thanks.
I'm going to make a motion at this time that we approve this amendment.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have some further discussion. I can see us trying our best to move forward with doing something with Heathercliff right now. I don't know how we're going to do anything with the Chili Cook-Off lot or Ioki or the Triangle lot, as long as these projects are ongoing and the project, at least the project that has the Ioki lot being utilized, I imagine is going to go on into the indefinite future. So it's not like, we thought at one time it would be an easy thing to do to put some ball fields there or other sports facilities, and that's just not happening. I can tell you, I'm not going to be supportive of building an arts center right now, especially at the La Paz lot, which is very challenged. I think the Arts Commission is going to come back to us actually for a different proposal. So I'm just wondering if we can't, to follow up on Doug's, at least trying to save some nickels and dimes, if you couldn't go back to them and get this made a little smaller and drag it out a little and actually not continue much of it until we have a new city manager in place, which I'm hopeful is not going to be that much longer. So those are my thoughts. I mean, I said before I was inclined to support it, but reluctantly. I guess if there's 3 other votes for it, I'm not going to be a dissenting vote, but if I were a swing vote, I'm not sure which direction I'd go at this moment.
I'm going to support it, and I think that it's a good idea to maybe have a discussion with Tripepi, and I'm sure you guys are going to, the city has changed, and we don't need to belabor some sites that aren't going to be possible to build on. I actually looked through this, and I don't see a lot of support for the Arts Center, which is bonkers to me. In the survey that came back, I see open space, grass fields, and community pool on every lot. So it's interesting how we got to where we got and I also think that maybe the appetite for, I believe that Marianne's right. I think that we have to build spaces for when people come back, or recreate spaces or reuse spaces so that when people come back here, there's something to enjoy. But I'm not sure the appetite is there for what Tripepi originally said. So I do believe that it's a discussion that the city staff could be having, and I support that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay. Do we want a roll call or any preference? No? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
You got those no's, Kelsey? Okay. I heard a motion passed. Okay. Okay. All right, so we don't have any ceremonial presentations. Do we have any commission or committee updates? Okay, so we've got, first up, Bill Sampson, followed by Scott Dietrich.
Good evening. I prepared no remarks because the chairperson of the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Commission called me as I was about to go take a shower and then go eat dinner and said, as long as you're going to be down there, why don't you give the council a commission report? So, see, Halen and Trevor came. Ms. Bond, if I can interject, it's so nice of you to come up and introduce yourself to me. I'm basically not much around here, and I saw you come up and talk to all the other citizens. It's very much appreciated. Anyway, we met June 30th, and we elected a chair who's Kevin Shakeman, and out of a field of 1, I was appointed the vice chair, and I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to do. We don't have bylaws yet. The ordinance was adopted, at least it was within my lifetime. I think it was I may have been while I was still in law school, and it probably needs a little work. There are 2 lawyers on the commission. I'm not sure we see eye to eye with the city's lawyer on what some of the language in the ordinance, I'll call it, is, but we will work that out. Right now, we're just trying to get another meeting. And Kelsey, thank you, by the way. Kelsey was there. I didn't recognize her. I apologize again. Your hair was up or something. I don't know. Anyway, and I'm getting old. But anyway, we recognize we are a quasi-judicial body. Had someone chosen to enrobe me 25 or 30 years ago, I would have jumped at the chance. It didn't happen, so here I am. We do hope to move forward. We had a lot of people from the mobile home community come and speak to us. They may not quite understand what our jobs are, and we did talk about that, and there's going to be a lot of different opinions of what our jobs ought to be, I'm sure, and we're supposed to deal with that, so we will. And Kevin's a pretty good lawyer, I think, so I think we'll do well. And I don't know Rob Blackman, and Paul Grisanti's the other member, and we only have 4. I can hardly wait for our first 2-2 vote. I don't know what we're going to do.
I am happy to entertain applications. I haven't appointed anyone, so if there's someone out there that would like to.
I'm
Didn't
not
mean to
available.
cut in on your time, but.
It's really, yeah, am I limited to 3 minutes here? I probably am. If I'm taking too long, forgive me. Anyway, we're proceeding. We're trying to get another meeting going, and we hope to hear from the mobile home community. I presume we'll probably hear from mobile home park owners at some point. So far, we don't have any of the applications provided for in the ordinance. I expect we may get one on one issue that was brought up at the commission, but I should probably not speak to that just at this moment. Anyway, thank you all, and nice meeting you.
Bruce, did you want to make? No? You look like you were itching to push. Okay.
I have one.
Helen,
I have
please.
one, yes. I do, yes.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, no worries, thank you.
Scott.
Yeah, I attended the commission meeting, and I was very happy to see everybody out. I have you scheduled, because I know that there was direction to schedule a meeting in 30 days. Has that happened yet?
It has not, and Kevin called me, I don't know, 4:15, 4:30 something, asking me when my availability. We'd been through that once, and it still hasn't happened. One of the commissioners is going to be out of town starting the 27th. I've got some scheduling problems, but I was pretty open. I've got one medical thing, but I'm ready to go, all right? So Kevin's ready to go. I don't know if Paul is or not. I think Rob has an out-of-town trip scheduled, but it's toward the end of the month. We could get it done. But
Okay, thank you. Is that?
Kelsey will help, I know.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Please do it. I'll go do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Scott?
Thank you. Good evening. I sent you guys a letter last week about the sirens that were dropped. And I totally agreed with you at the time. It didn't seem like it was going to work that well, that we had disagreements on placements. But given the disaster that just occurred in Texas, people had their cell phones off. We never counted on that. We thought, well, you'll get the notification on your cell phone, but some people don't leave them off. I think I would like to ask you guys to revisit having the sirens. And as I thought about it, I thought, always I've conceived of sirens, they're at the beach, because the places that I've been that have sirens are usually for tidal waves and hurricanes, Florida, Hawaii, where I lived for a long time. But they don't need to be. We can have them uphill, because always the worry was they're not going to reach all the way back in the canyon. That may be true, but if we put them up on the hill and different communities work with public works, we can get good placement that will have a better coverage area. We're assuming it's a strong northeast wind, so people downwind will hear better. And so if we are really smart about this, we may be able to prevent a few deaths. There was a fire up Rambla Pacifico a couple years ago. I can't remember. It was an Airbnb that had gone crazy, and unfortunately somebody died in that fire. There was no notification of anything. My dogs start going crazy when the fire engines were going by, so I wake up, see fire engines, I go up there and was taking video. I'm standing next to a sheriff's deputy, and he's really nervous because it's about a 12-knot wind blowing from the northeast, but nobody down below knows about it. And I have a digital wind meter. And we realized and there was a lot of firefighting presence, strike teams, but if it had gotten out of hand, nobody would have known. a siren would have been critical. So I ask you to revisit that. Thank you.
I see your Public Safety Director. Did you want to add anything, or?
Yes. The siren possibility was explored fairly thoroughly. We had a whole feasibility study done, a sound study. And the one thing that was emphasized is that sirens are meant for outdoor warning, not indoor warning. And when we really need it is in the middle of the night when people are asleep. And there's no guarantee that anybody, well, some people, if the siren's right next to your house, you might hear it. But the other thing is it involved installing at least 20 50-foot poles throughout the city, which didn't appeal to a lot of people. And just for the very fact that there's no guarantee that they would be effective.
Sorry, Bruce.
I remember that we were decidedly against the sirens, but I thought there were one or two alternatives that we did vote to pursue. So could you remind us what they were and let us know where we stand on them?
Yes. So then we were tasked with going back to the commission, exploring indoor warning systems, and we even worked with a consultant. And there's not a lot of options. One option that's been out there is called Alert FM, where the alert goes through FM radio stations. And that's when we began the MOU with KBUU to extend KBUU's signal, because it's not going to work if the signal doesn't reach everybody. So that, of course, the antenna is now in place, and KBUU is testing that. So we're still kind of at the point, we don't know exactly right now how well that's working, but it's in progress. And we're also exploring another radio system, perhaps using the LA Regional Interoperable Communication System infrastructure to also do indoor alerting. And we actually have a prototype receiver on order to do some kind of proof of concept testing, but it won't be here for another 4 to 6 weeks.
Do we have a timeline for when this exploration will come to a conclusion?
It partly depends, maybe we could have Hans, he and I spoke just the other day. He's not completely satisfied with how the signal is getting into homes. It seems very effective for getting into people's vehicles on PCH, but it doesn't seem as effective as getting into homes, which is where we need it. So he has some options to solve that. I don't have all the details, but he's exploring those options.
I was just going to say, should we agendize an item to have this brought back to us?
Well, I was going to do this actually in the council comments to get a consent motion to request exactly this, but across the board, ask the Public Safety Commission and the Public Safety Department to evaluate the various options. And just to make a couple quick comments, the Alert FM is not dependent on just KBUU. It's actually any FM radio station that you can receive at your house that's on the system. Now, I know Hans is sitting here in the audience, and I don't mean to speak for him, and please raise your hand if I get off track here. But he and I have had discussions about this, because this goes back to when I was on Public Safety Commission. And the idea of having a 21st century alert system is within our grasp. And I think whether it's the RIC system or Alert FM or whatever we can come up with, let's have the Public Safety Commission and the Public Safety Department do a quick evaluation, come back with what our recommendations are, and get this in place. I will share very quickly with everybody, when the night of the 7th, we were sitting in the Emergency Operations Center, and we were afraid we were going to have to alert the western half of Malibu to evacuate in the middle of the night with no power, no anything. How are we going to do that? And luckily, we didn't have to do it. But had we had something like the RIC system or Alert FM or something similar, we might have been able to do that, and that would have been our salvation. So I'm going to encourage that we task the department and the commission to come back with a recommendation as soon as they possibly can, and let's get this thing moving. We've talked about it long enough, and KBOO and Alert FM have done work. And I understand, Hans, you told me the other day that some of the radio stations in LA are now Alert FM capable. So this is a system that's going in place, and whether this is it or somebody else, let's get it done.
I think that's a great idea. I also would like to direct the Safety Commission to look back into the sirens, maybe as just a pilot, just one, because I spoke to ATI, and they're mobile units. They're used across the country. Beverly Hills has them. We don't have to commit to 50, and putting them on the coastline, when I saw the study, did not make any sense. When I was just in Puerto Rico, they have them, they test them, and everybody knows what to do. So I would really, along with all of those other suggestions, like to know if, because that one, like the pilot program for the sirens could actually come before or after. Just, we need something as soon as possible to be able to communicate with the residents in the event of yet another disaster. I don't feel that anything, we don't have anything still in place, which is very unnerving for me.
Let me just say one thing. We do have the systems in place that we already have. They are dependent upon cell systems and so forth. So we need to find alternatives.
The PSPS.
But I would encourage that everything be put on the table.
Yeah.
The siren system has a very extensive study that we did that we decided to pass on it. But let's bring it back and take another look at it. But let's look at everything and let's get something moving here. Okay? And, honestly, for probably less than $1 million, we could have an alert system for the city quickly, whether it's Alert FM or something else, and let's get it in here. This is where we need to spend our money now and get it done as soon as we can.
I think I remember the sirens was paid for by FEMA, or a portion, 750 of it. 750,000
There had been
of it was.
a grant request, but that grant request has passed.
Right, but I guess what it was happening in 2020, there was the opportunity of it being paid for.
There was, yeah, I think at that time it was, Rob could probably elaborate on that.
Unfortunately, it's closed now, though.
But there's always other grants. We can get, listen, if we wanted to do, and I just pick on Alert FM because it's out there, we can get that done quickly. We can get grants money for it. We can get it done. It's just a matter of us getting the will in the way.
Rob?
So good evening, Council. Yes, the city did receive a hazardous mitigation grant. That was for the sirens. We got direction from council to pause that and go a different direction, and that funding is no longer available.
And I would just add, I was actually in communication with Alert FM on Friday, and I asked them about the other radio stations and about their ability to reach inside homes, because I don't know if any one station, if Hans's station is having that other problem, that problem, other stations may have the same issue. And so I asked them, about, we would probably have to test these other stations. So this is, I guess what I'm saying is it's not simple, because we have to see these other stations and what their reach is as well.
Yeah, I think it definitely needs a study, just like we spent money on the study for the sirens. Whatever we come up with, whether it's Rick's or whatever, and since we're kind of off topic and Hans is moving forward, and see, Madam Mayor, would it be appropriate to ask Hans to maybe make a comment?
Well, I think since this is not on the agenda, I think it would be best if we wrap up this conversation.
Okay.
And let's bring it back as an agenda item. We can have a more thorough, and then staff and other experts can bring forth information about the stuff.
For clarification, we do have it tentatively set for the first meeting in August, but would you prefer that we take it to the commission in August to start that process?
I would like to have it here.
I'd like to have it here. Let's just get started. Wherever you can go first, get here. We're almost in fire season already. And, even if we started this tomorrow, it probably wouldn't be around till next year, but let's don't wait. And let's get the commission to be your partner on this, but at the same time, let's hear what you got.
Okay.
Bruce?
Yeah, I support bringing this back post-haste. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like the Alert FM or something like it is probably the thing that we're going to end up pursuing. And I'm thinking, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. The sirens hardly will reach people inside, but the alert FM, even as things currently stand, will reach a number of people, but not everybody. Let's not move forward just because we can't reach everybody, as long as we can start reaching people, is my thought. So, maybe that could be part of the discussion.
Anyone else? Okay. And I will just say, I think we learn every single year is we all need to be aware. We all need to listen to the weather reports. We all need to be prepared and look out for our neighbors. And I know we lost a number of people in this fire, the Palisades fire, but a number of people were also saved because neighbors and volunteers came together and made sure they were able to find people. So just every day, keep an eye on the weather, keep an eye on where everybody is, and have a plan is the best thing. Okay, so we will move on. City manager update, please.
All right. Good evening, Malibu. Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. I'd like to report that we had a peaceful and celebratory 4th of July last weekend with parades, rainbows, and lots of visitors. On July the 7th, Governor Newsom joined federal, state, and local leaders to recognize the 6-month anniversary of the LA firestorms. Mayor Riggins attended the press conference and was quoted in the governor's press release. He announced the completion of public debris removal as the fastest major disaster cleanup in history. He also signed an executive order focused on streamlining rebuilding efforts for homes impacted by the fires and the suspension of certain building codes, which Director Bundy will expound upon within this report. He also unveiled a blueprint for recovery in partnership with Los Angeles County leaders focused on accelerating reconstruction and supporting affected communities. I had the opportunity to attend the LA Wildfire Partner Recovery Workshop in Pasadena this week and met with interagency leaders from California Office of Emergency Services, FEMA, Health and Human Services, LA County Department of Economic Opportunity, the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, SBA, HUD, Caltrans, and some of California's largest philanthropic leaders, just to name a few. And we are seeking to secure as many outside resources as we can to assist the many homeowners, residents, and businesses here in Malibu. From public safety, I would like to encourage you all to learn how to get a FireWise certification for your neighborhood in advance of fire season. Malibu currently has 13 recognized FireWise communities. We've got a lot more to go, Malibu. Please contact our FireWise liaisons to guide you through the process. And our fire safety liaison's name is Bradley Yoakum at byoakum@malibucity.org. On the same note, our fire liaisons offer free home wildfire assessments to help reduce your home's risk. The city has conducted nearly 550 assessments since the program was launched, but there are many more of us Malibuites that need to do this, so you can book an appointment via email with firesafety@malibucity.org. The city also received a state grant of $87,000 for PCH safety measures from the California Office of Traffic Safety. The public safety staff will oversee the program until the end of September. Community services. I'd like to remind everyone again that it's Parks and Recreation. It's Parks and Recreation Month. Let's all celebrate. We have a great new exhibit, Coastal Reflections, Malibu's Summer Art Exhibition celebrating surf culture at the Malibu City Gallery at City Hall, right here through August 22nd, and it's free and no RSVP is needed. I also want to remind everyone about the great summer camps we have. You can register at malibucity.org/register. Kids swims lessons for kids ages 1 through 10 are available at the Malibu Community Pool Monday through Thursday and Saturdays. The Malibu Bluffs Park Multipurpose Field is closed for maintenance July 7th through August the 15th for the biannual rest and renovation. which is essential in keeping the field safe and playable throughout the year. From our Community Development Department, City of Malibu was proud to receive the 2025 Award of Excellence for Resilience and Sustainability from the American Planning Association's LA section at its annual awards gala, recognizing the Malibu Rebuild Program's innovative and community-focused efforts to support residents. Congratulations, Director Bundy. And I encourage everyone to access the Malibu Rebuild newsletter, where they can access the Homeowners Palisades Fire Relief and Recovery Resource Guide, which is designed to support homeowners impacted by the Palisades fire and provides information on financial assistance and recovery resources to help navigate rebuilding and recovery efforts. It's on the Malibu Rebuild website homepage at maliburebuild.org, and the guide is also available in the back of the chamber if you are interested. Now, I will turn the mic over to Director of Community Development, Yolanda Bundy, to give us the Malibu Rebuild update. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Manager. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update. There's a lot of things that is being done by staff, and so I'm excited to share where we are after 6 months of the fire. With that, just following up the latest Governor Executive Order released last week. This order exempts residents who are rebuilding homes from requirements to install rooftop solar and battery storage system, but it's also requiring them to have a solar ready. So what does it mean to be solar ready as we talk about construction? Solar ready is to make sure that when a home is being designed, that the electrical panel must have the sufficient capacity and also have the reserved space for future solar installation. There is also a requirement for solar zone. A designated area within the roof is required to be sized and accommodate for future solar systems. But this, it will signify a type of financial for our property owners, possibly a save of between $60,000 to $40,000 to $60,000 for this exemption. The next one is the suspended changes to the building code that will go into effect January 1st, 2026. We are coordinating with both building officials from county and also from the City of LA, and also with CALBO, our California Building Official Associations, to have a better grasp of how this is going to be interpreted. So I will be bringing you more information on that. And then really a historical debris removal operations. Thanks to the collaboration of the federal government and the state, CalOES, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, I want to pause and thank both agencies for the tremendous efforts are helping us clean up. And I'm just concentrated on Malibu because this has been one of the nation's fastest residential debris cleanup. So where we are right now, the opt-ins were done and cleaned up by the Army Corps, were 480 residential properties. The opt-outs of single-family residence properties, we have 185. Most of them are completed. We have 8 non-responsive residential properties that are currently under an abatement program that will be delegated to go to the Army Corps to clean those parcels. So what the city is going to have left is 5 commercial properties that do not qualify under the debris removal for the FEMA scope of work, and also our multifamily properties that we have 15. So more information to come on that, but your city staff and our city manager's office, we have been in collaborations with county to make sure that everything gets cleaned up. The next one, so where are we with all of our applications that are coming in? How's our rebuild center doing? We have seen more than 422 property owners come and visit us, but we still have those 250 families that have not been able to come and see us. So what are we doing? Our admin staff is contacting those families to see what's going on, how can we help out. So we're hoping in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks that we'll see a lot more families come in and get information on the Rebuild Center. As far as the approvals for the planning entitlement process, we have 30 applications, 30 homes that have been approved. We also have 51 that are being reviewed. So you will see a total of 81 families moving forward and very close to moving into building and safety. One of the dashboard items that is not shown is how many we have on building plan check. We currently have six homes that have been coming in for review. And out of those 6, we have 3 properties that are very, very close to obtaining building permits to start construction. So I'm hoping within the next 3 weeks, you will be invited to cut the ribbon for the start construction on a beachfront property, a Big Rock property, and a Rock Point Way property. So we have 3 different properties that soon will be obtaining permits, and we're happy to report that. The next thing, we want to continue getting feedback on how we're doing on our services. I think that is very important for all of us, for you, City Council, and for our city management. So the city has launched a Fire Rebuild Center Service Community Survey to gather input from visitors to the Malibu Rebuild Centers. The feedback is on how do we can continue improving our services that we offer to the community. To participate, we need to simply scan the QR code or visit us at the MalibuRebuild.org. This survey is also on our website, and the deadline to submit the information is August 15 of this year. We will be bringing council an update on what we are hearing from our community and how we can do best our job. And then, where are we with technology updates? This has been a topic that most of you have been asking. City staff, make sure that you're looking at streamlining post-disaster reconstruction and how to best use technology and collaboration to move those fire rebuilds. ArcStar is a tool that is being explored, and currently the city staff has joined the efforts with the regional collaboration with county and city of LA to see on how best we all can use the system. I will be bringing you an update very soon. The conversations with at the regional level and ArcStar started about 2 weeks ago. So that is moving forward. They're hoping this can be implemented in the next 3 months. And how much of how this is going to be evolved or the implementation, we will be bringing you an update. And then we haven't forgot about our small business recovery. We have created a recovery resources guide for small businesses to provide information regarding financial assistance program and recovery services. We have flyers at the entrance of our council chambers, and we are also putting this document on the Malibu Times. Is going to be on the edition on July 17th. So I ask those that can get that information is there for you. In addition, we are also creating a homeowners recovery resources guide with information on financial assistance and guidance and recovery tools. So we are finding ways to continue providing information to all of our residents. And just an announcement, we are also going to be starting our monthly workshop meetings for our community. We, with the leadership of our city manager, we are thinking that having the communications with our homeowners one-on-one on how we're doing or what we continue to do best, those meetings are very important for us to hear directly from all of our families. And so that is my report. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to respond. But I'm very optimistic that with the new 3 homes that we're gonna be issuing permits soon, this gives hope for a lot of the families who are coming to see us.
I'm very excited about that, and I think that the City of Malibu's team could teach a master class on recovery. So I'm very proud of you guys, and thank you for all the hard work. Anyone else? Any questions, comments? No? Oh,
Thank you. Thank you. More to come.
City Manager, do you have additional items?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sergeant, would you like to share with us our fun and excitement that has transpired in the last couple weeks?
You got it. Good evening, City Council. I have the crime statistics for June and the first half of 2025. So we'll start with that. For the month of June, there were 28 Part 1 crimes reported, and that brings the total year-to-date for 2025 to 122. And this compares with last year at the same time at the end of June to 209. So that is a 41.6% decrease year over year. Obviously, the fire skewed the number a little bit, but if you look at the 5-year change from 2020 till now, it's a 30% decline. So it's within the same area. So that's a good sign. Crime is decreasing year over year consistently. Couple different items. On July 2nd, I have the sorry duty report that the city had its first fatal traffic collision of the year, and that occurred on Decker Canyon Road, just inside the city limits. A Polaris off-highway vehicle collided into the rear of a sedan on Decker Canyon, lost control and went over the side of the cliff. The 29-year-old driver was ejected and pronounced deceased on scene. So my condolences to the family. It was July 4th weekend, last weekend, and there were no major incidents over the weekend. Our beach team was out in full force on the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I have a couple statistics for you from just that weekend alone. Bear with me here. So just the beach team by itself, we issued 30 citations for alcohol on the beach, 1 for smoking on the beach, 3 for illegal vending. We made 1 misdemeanor arrest for vending food without a county health and business permit. We issued 31 traffic citations, 144 parking citations, and we towed 43 vehicles for illegal and unsafe parking, just that weekend alone. A couple other incidents that happened. On July 8th, so last week, right down the street here at the Santa Monica Community College parking lot, Lost Hills Sheriff's Station received a call of 2 transient-type people who were manipulating and displaying a rifle in the parking lot. The deputies responded quickly, and while they were responding, the informant saw one of the suspects enter a vehicle with the rifle. The deputies located the suspect nearby in a parking lot and detained him, and on the floorboard of the vehicle was this weapon. The deputies recovered it and discovered it was an airsoft replica firearm with the orange tip removed. They arrested him for altering the markings on an imitation firearm and displaying an imitation firearm at a public place, and they also located the other suspect who was in the parking lot who didn't leave the area in the vehicle. So both were arrested for those crimes. finally, I saved the best for last, Parker. So on June 28th, one of our motorcycles deputies was doing traffic enforcement at PCH near Decker Road and observed this orange BMW at 120 miles an hour heading towards Mulholland. And the deputy was able to catch up to him and pull him over and arrested him for reckless driving. And his vehicle was impounded for 30 days. So we are still out there and we're still cracking down on unsafe driving on PCH. And that's all I have. I'm available for any questions.
Well, thank you for the hard work. Any other comments?
Good
from the
job.
staff?
I have two questions.
Yes.
The beach team, what are their hours?
They are there from 9 a.m. till 7 p.m.
Okay. And the Decker Canyon incident, do you know if drugs or alcohol were involved?
That's pending toxicology at this point, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
But the vehicle's not licensed to be operated on.
Correct,
the
it was an
roadway,
off-highway
correct?
vehicle,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thanks. All right, anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that'll take us to written and oral communication from the public. I'm getting the sense I would like to have a bathroom break request. Okay. So before we're going to start public comment, we'll take a break and be back here at 7:25. Don't make me use the gavel.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yes.
They made me do it.
I made you. I didn't feel
I'm such the peer pressure has gotten to me. Okay, so we're going to start with public comment. We're going to start with, are we ready? I'm sorry. Is staff ready for this?
Yes, we are ready, and I think you wanted to check Zoom, where we do have 5 raised hands.
Okay, let's hold it at those 5, please. Our in-person speakers, we're going to start with Josh Spiegel, followed by Bill Sampson, followed by Joe Drummond.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for being here. Good to see you. I wanted to bring something up, and if this isn't news, Councilmember Stewart, you mentioned that fire season is almost here. It is, and it's the work that we do today that's going to prepare us for fire season. We had a PSPS recently, and they're going to become much more frequent. We know that. Edison has outwardly told us we're going to have more and more and more. We still have problems with our traffic lights. So, I mean, even if we can alert people that a fire is coming or whatever, what good is it if we can't get out? If there's an accident and somebody dies on the highway. I'm coming today because my commission and staff does a good job of reminding Caltrans to go check the batteries, make sure that this is working, make sure that is working. And they say they do, but when time to prove it comes, doesn't really happen, right? I'm not trying to point fingers at anybody, but I'm just asking as nicely as I can, let's try and be the squeakiest wheel on the block and get them to come out here and test these things over and over and over, because we can't have 3, 4, 6 hours of no lights. And that's the other thing. So we used to have a process where in the event of a red flag, we might have a PSPS. We used to stage generators at these lights because we knew that the lights aren't going to work. Great. Over this past fire season, what happened was Caltrans said, hey, you guys can't stage them. In the event of a PSPS, we will come out and bring the generators. So it takes them about 6 hours to come out and bring the generators. Can we, or somebody, I don't know who's going to do it, city manager, new city manager, whoever, I don't care, squeaky wheel, let's see if we can get, I believe it was Richard Garvey and his team, stage the generators at the lights so that we can have them in a half hour, right? It's not ideal, but it's better than nothing. So it's really what I came to speak. I actually came to speak on something else, but you guys covered it. I guess my commission will be happy to review everything and anything that you guys want us to review. So thank you very much again for everything that you do. Thank you, staff. I love you. Have a good night. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Bill Sampson, followed by Joe Drummond, followed by Abe Roy.
I guess I have several hats tonight. I happen to be the president of the Malibu Township Council, and those watching at home and anybody else around here, we we have a number of members who actually have expertise in land use planning. I am not one of them, but I'm the president, so I can put you in touch with them. And anybody else who thinks they have expertise in that, we'd like you to join us. Another hat is more of a swim cap, and I may have spoken to you about this before, but I spoke to the Parks and Recreation Commission, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago. I think it was June 17th. Right now, the school district plans to build a 40-meter swimming pool. Well, that's kind of non-standard. Not kind of, it is non-standard. It is dumb. You want to go down to Dodger Stadium, that's 80% of a real pool, which is 50 meters. Go on down to Dodger Stadium and tell them, put in 72-foot base paths and see how many close plays you have at first base. Or better yet, the distance from the pitcher's mound to home plate is 60 feet 6 inches. 80% of that, let's just call it 48 feet. Do you want to see somebody throwing 100 mile, maybe Shohei, he's a pretty big guy, 100-mile-an-hour pitch from 48 feet? You don't even want to see a softball pitch at 45, which is standard, make it 80%. We're not going to go up to that high school and put in 72-foot base paths for the baseball team, are we? We're not going to go up to the high school and put in whatever 80% of 45 is for the softball, or excuse me, 80% of 60 feet for softball. Bring the softball mound in there. I don't know what you can do vis-a-vis the school district on this. It sounds like it's already a done deal. They're just not going to back off of it. A couple of us asked, hey, what happened to us? Steve Hotchkiss, a Jake Karegian citizenship winner, and I spent a lot of time talking to the I don't know what you call them, touchy-feely groups when you meet with the consultants way beforehand. And Steve is a real waterman. Steve is a lifeguard. He's a swimmer, a surfer, a surf skier. I'm just a guy who would be ballast on a boat in anything out in the water. But I know a little bit about math, and doing this just isn't smart. What happened, I don't know. The people doing it, a couple of us have been trying to get them, hey, stop this now while it's still on paper and make it happen right. And so far, we haven't gotten anywhere. Let's see, what is it? Keegan, I think, has invited us, and he's trying to get us invited to that. But so far, it hasn't happened. If you've got any pull, and I know it's the school district, it would be real nice to have a real pool there for us. It'd be nice to have one for us too, but we have other things to do. I think you've got a fire to rebuild from. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Drummond, followed by Abroy.
Good evening, Honorable Council. I completely concur with Bill on the pool. It's ridiculous that it's not 50 meters, and I know that there's some issues, but anyway, we're dealing with it. Abe is going to give an update on the Fire Rebuild Task Force. We had a meeting with the telecoms today. Thank you, Mayor and Doug Stewart, for being on that. It was really rocky at first, but it seemed Rob came in and saved the day, and we're going to meet with them in another month and hopefully get some answers to undergrounding the telecoms along with the SCE. My own rebuild, I'm just giving you the update. Tyler's been very helpful, and I think if there was AI somewhere there, we had a little problem with a setback issue, so if there was AI, they would have caught that, but Tyler solved it, so it's all good. So we're going through, we should be reapproved in planning very soon, and our studies have been completed. They're just writing the reports, so hopefully in a month, we'll submit the reports and it will be approved, and hopefully we can start building by the end of this year, I'm hoping. I do have to say that there is a project next Monday scheduled for Planning Commission, which is an over 12,000 square foot, including the basement, insanely long project. I think it's the Weintraub project along between Corral and Cher's House and Puerco Canyon. That was approved fairly quickly, this CDP, by city geologists, yet they're giving us residents who've sat on our lots for decades such a hard time, and yet they constantly approve these huge developments. And I think this project has multiple pools, like a moat surrounding most of the enormous property, decks, driveways, guest house, gyms, fountains, and it's on a recently sliding area along PCH above Malibu Road. So it has moved several times in the last few years, especially when it rains, and it has broken leaking pipes that Caltrans has not fixed, and it obviously is going to be blocking the scenic views along PCH. Planning is apparently getting 10 applications a week for our fire rebuilds, and hopefully in the next 3 weeks, one of these permits will be issued. But the delays I'm being made aware of are coming from the geotechnical department, and this, I think a serious solution would be to make a flat fee for the geotechnical consultants for any projects under 200 square feet and for rebuilds, because then they're not motivated to complete multiple reviews and corrections. And the simplest of reviews should be required, as our homes have sat in our lots in the same spot for decades. That's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Ed? Followed by Scott Dietrich, who has 4 minutes with Lee Johnson. Thank you.
All right, so the Rebuild Task Force conducted the first info session last week. We are calling it the Own Your Rebuild session, with the idea to empower the homeowner with as many tools necessary to demystify the build process. It was attended very well. We had over 100 people, both in person and online, attend this session. We had a great panel. Richard did a very nice job talking about all of what the city is doing to expedite and accelerate the rebuild process. We got pretty good feedback from those who attended, so we'll continue to conduct these info sessions. Our tentative date for the next one is the 8th of August. We are seeking topics that are of importance that residents would like us to deep dive on and bring in experts to share more details. Things like alternative building materials and a flurry of other questions that keep coming up in the community. So that's one. Second is there was a lot of asks for the slides that were presented at that forum to be made available. So we have it hosted for now on our site, MalibuFireRebuilds.org, but I believe there is some discussion to put that up on the city site as well. It's good information for those looking to rebuild. Highly encourage taking a look there. Lastly, I want to make mention of the zone captains and the zones. That info is also present on MalibuFireRebuilds.org. I believe the city's website is also planning to host that information. And the zone captains are playing a crucial role in connecting their particular pockets. Each zone has a range, maybe from 35 homes all the way to 70 homes. There are a total of about 15 odd zones available. And we are trying to build that up as a very useful conduit to both carry information upstream in terms of what are specific issues that are gating the plan check planning process, so we can have that discussion with city staff. And likewise, getting information to the homeowners as well as we receive updates from the city. I will mention that there are varying levels of engagement within the zones, and we are strongly encouraging people to look up their zone captains and make contact with them. The zone captains are doing their level best, but there is still not 100% compliance. So as we get more and more people to get on board with their zone captains, it'll be an enormous asset in this rebuild process. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott? Followed by Ellie Crum and Ryan Embry. So Scott, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Riggins, Halen mentioned that it was important to have amenities to encourage people to come back. I'm worried people are not going to come back, and I'm going to tell you why. We are failing in our rebuild process. We have 0 permits. The Palisades has over 100 right now. Why? I don't think it's staff. I think the staff has done a fantastic job, but we rely on consultants. The consultants we use, namely Cotton Shire, for geotechnical issues, is used to someone coming into town and building a mansion, and costs are irrelevant. They have plenty of money. This isn't the case for people, many people who have lived here a long time, generational homes. Some didn't even have insurance. Most are underinsured. They can't do nitpicking reviews. I think there's a solution to this. I think that as we have now made Yolanda director, we should also build out building and safety staff. It's going to be expensive, but we're spending so much money on consultants. Not only we as a city, but they in turn charge the applicant. I think we could save a lot of money and speed this process with hiring. If Yolanda can pick her staff, we trust Yolanda. As I said, when we were considering going to a countywide program for rebuilding, we trust our council. You guys participate, staff participates. If we have our own staff, yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time for Yolanda to get them up to speed. We've got 1,000 projects to do, so we have plenty of work for them. They will become experts in our own local topography. That will carry on into the future when things need to be done, but right now, they are going to become experts. They won't get paid on each little review, and that, I think, is one of the problems. Our consultants get paid every little time, so they nitpick. Now, some of the guys that have geotechnical expertise, like Darren or Abe, will tell you about all those little details. I won't. But I really think if we want to move forward and not have people just turning away and selling their lots, which I really am fearful that's going to happen, because they're looking at what we're doing right now. If we want to move forward, because realize we haven't even seen the big rush yet. When you see how many, there's 6 in plan check, we're going to get inundated. Staff is going to get inundated. So let's think out of the box. Let's change something and make it work. Thanks.
Thank you. Ellie, followed by Ryan Embry. Hi.
Hello. Hi. My name is Ellie Crone, and I'm here to talk about something that wasn't given too much. First, I'd like to thank everybody for all these are unprecedented times, and I know you guys are working with things that we would never thought we'd have to deal with. I've been a retailer here in Malibu for about 18 years, here in the Country Mart Mall. I have a small family business. I operate a chocolate store. So I see some familiar faces. I don't live here. I work here, and one of the unique things about Malibu is it's an environment. Let me backtrack. People lose a home. Fortunately, I didn't lose my home, but I would imagine if you ask, and I do ask people that come into my store, it's not so much the home that they lost, it's the things, the art, the paintings, the little nuanced things that they'll never be able to replace. Part of being there in Malibu is our businesses. The havoc, we're the second tier of issues that this fire has caused. Businesses are falling apart. I've never seen anything like this in the 18 years that I've been here. I know there have been some limited grants that have been offered. We're still waiting to hear back from the city on those. Our insurance has given us problems unilaterally. I speak to many merchants. The legal nightmare I won't even go there. 3 minutes is not going to do it. I want to thank you for doing the best you can, but I really, really, really hope that beyond the housing issue is the overall economic issue and the businesses. These people may or may not come back. They're not going to come back to the same town if the businesses don't survive. So I don't have a solution, but I really hope that amongst yourselves, that's taken into consideration for any kind of budgeting or funding we don't want Malibu to be a place that comes back to you can build a beautiful house if you don't have a lawn. It's an ugly house. So we really need to make sure that the lawn is rebuilt too, or maintained. So I'm just here to speak on that and let you know that we're all working. It is unlike anything, and I just don't want to see the the charm of the town disintegrate as well. So I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm glad to be here. Thanks.
Thank you. And I would encourage you to look at our website because there is some information on there for businesses and such. So we are thinking about that.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Ryan?
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I wanted to mention in 2018, I attended a special meeting of mandated by the California Public Utilities Commission at the King Gillette Ranch, and it was a month before Woolsey Fire. And they were proposing this, let's turn off your electricity program. And it was controversial, it was experimental, it was supposed to be temporary. Well, Edison hardened their 3 prongs of their system. They're going to replace the bare wires between poles with insulated conductor. They're going to install fast blow circuit breakers that would isolate the small troublesome fault area and allow the rest of the network to stay operational. And they were going to install a bunch of microclimate weather stations on their poles so that they could sidestep the National Weather Service. They could pick and choose when they want to turn it on or on, keep it all in-house. Well, anyway, that was the plan. At the end of the meeting, I talked to this nice lady, and she gave me her card. She was a spy for the California Public Utilities Commission sent down from Sacramento to monitor this mandatory meeting and see how it went. I have her card in here. I took a picture of it. Well, we're back to what happened on July 3rd. We had Cuthbert Circuit turned off again, and we never got an answer as to why. And I think that was like the 3rd time that happened. I don't know if it hit Candace's house too. I think it did. So that needs to be answered. That shouldn't have happened. It wasn't windy. There was no reason really that you could see. I wanted to comment on a couple other things because time's limited. Thank you very much for applying for and getting the safety grant from the Office of Traffic Safety, and we need to be on speed dial with them. We have their attention right now. That relates to what I spoke before at 20326 PCH. We have a project for $280,000 to design an overhead flashing light and paint a crosswalk straight across PCH to a restaurant that's no longer there. That would be Moon Shadows. And I hate to tell you, Moon Shadows is probably not going to ever be rebuilt because they just don't have enough parking. They were given a parking waiver from the county when they opened, and their parking lot fell into the Pacific. So there's no way they can't afford it. It wouldn't pencil out. So you need to pivot on that 20326 project that the city's funding for some odd reason on PCH, and maybe we can use that money for something else. There's also been multiple false fire alarms coming from the Meadows Court neighborhood. I think we know what that's all about, and we need to track that and probably find them.
Appreciate it. Hans? I'm going to get chastised for people for taking your slip since it was late, so entertain us well. Thank you.
I beg your pardon. First, I'm on the Santa Monica School Board Bond Review Committee, and at every single meeting, we ask them, why are you only doing a 40-foot swimming pool in Malibu High? And the answer is, nobody from Malibu has asked for a 50-meter pool. And nobody has gone to the Facilities Committee, which is a different committee, to make that case. I just told Bill, you need to get in front of that committee. And somebody from the city of Malibu, Parks Department, Community Services, should go to that committee and say, the community needs a 50-meter pool, not just the 40-meter pool. It's a case of the two governments not communicating to each other. Regarding KBU, thank you for your help getting the signal up on the eastern side. When we first came to the City Council in 2017, they asked us what we needed. And we said, well, we think we can do this with a 28-foot pole, but we're not sure. And the City Council at that time said, go for 40. If you need 40, go for 40. And that's, of course, 3 city councils ago. With FM, height is everything. And with the height that we have there, 28 feet, we're getting the problems we anticipated, particularly with those concrete block houses that have just been built at the Chase project to the east of us. And the signal is not what we had hoped. We're going to be working on the antennas. We're going to be trying to getting a different set of antennas in there to try to improve the signal. Right now, I'm not convinced that Alert FM would work with KBUU in eastern Malibu because of our signal problems. That's the bad news. The good news is that Alert FM is already using other radio stations that do come in eastern Malibu. Some LA area radio stations, including 2 radio stations in the South Bay. So Alert FM badly would need us to carry a signal into western Malibu, Malibu Park, that area, Point Dume. But between the 2 different areas of service, I think we would cover pretty much all of Malibu. That's me thinking. I'm not an engineer. What we need to do is hire an engineer to do reception tests for KBUU and for the LA radio stations, KDAY and others, KLOS, that are carrying Alert FM, measure the actual signals and see if the devices will activate. If the answer is yes, as I suspect, we could have that system up in a few weeks. I mean, we technically could. Obviously, it's going to take a lot more than that to do the testing and make sure everything works. But after Texas and seeing what happened there, it's incumbent on me as a broadcaster to say we need to do whatever we can. And if we cover 85% of the city, that's more than 0. And we're willing. It doesn't advantage KBUU at all. It doesn't put our signal into anybody's house. It's just a way to reach people and wake them up in the middle of the night, which you guys all want to do. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your help.
Okay, that you passed. You could make sure you get your slip in next time on time. That concludes our in-person. Do we still have our 5 online?
Yes. Thomas?
Thomas, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
It's good to see Joe Drummond's complaints against everyone are still coming in strong, even though Bill Sampson's now in charge of the MTC. Just don't pay too much attention to what Joe wants for herself during the rebuild. We'll keep an eye on that. Also, does the name Alex Stein ring a bell? I think it probably does to some people. I know Bruce, Steve, and probably Joe too, were giddy every time he called in to beat up on certain council members. It's on YouTube, so it's there for review, I guess, as well as for posterity. But I think it's curious that Bruce wants to change the rules for public comment. He wants to take it. He wants to take place, in such an awkward part of the agenda, so that the public can't speak first, but it also can't speak last. And if they do speak last, it's usually late in the night, which is bad for people who are elderly or people with kids. The idea that any of these changes that Bruce wants to make would be hailed as good government moves are slim to none.
So we do have a particular item addressing that. Would you like to log back in at that time and speak to those?
I would love to, but may I continue?
Do you have other items not on the agenda, or is it all relating to the item on the agenda?
I do.
Okay.
I do. Thank you. I also don't understand why Bruce, who is an attorney, is so sure that the lawsuit by Adrian is meritless. I want to know why these cases against the city won't bankrupt us, and I'm hoping someone not named Bruce on the council could comment. Also, I guess finally, earlier tonight, Bruce said the staff is stretched too thin. I think he's right. I think what he's confused about is why the staff is stretched so thin. He is an attorney, so he should know that when you abuse staff, they're going to leave. And they're going to tell people to not work there, especially when they're chased out by more abusive behavior from people like Steve Uring and the Malibu Township Council. So congrats to Bill Sampson on his presidency. I hope he treats city staff better than his predecessor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Andy Lyon.
Hey, Andy. Andy, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, yeah, it's Andy Lyon. Thomas, you should probably have to say your last name. I was calling in tonight. I sort of off that, the beach team thing was what I was going to go about, and all those citations. Not one of those has come from Surfrider Beach down by the pier, and that's why I'm calling in tonight. We've got a situation down there. This is like the center of Malibu, and we don't have any kind of police presence down there, sheriffs, what have you. You know, he's talked about 4th of July and all these citations up there. He failed to mention the guy that, you know, the meth head that was running through the parking lot and up and down the beach, threatening everybody to shoot them. And finally, somebody came and the sheriffs were called. You know, we've got people that are ODing on fentanyl in the parking lot. We've got people that are threatening the lifeguards down there. I want to know why the beach team is only at Zuma and not coming down to Malibu anymore. You know, it's an unsafe situation. We have so many visitors down there. And something needs to happen. It's, you know, there's alcohol, dogs, it's lawless down there, and it's a mess. And on top of that, maybe, you know, pressuring beaches and harbors. We don't even have a bathroom that's open down at Malibu. People come from all over the world to come to Malibu, Surfrider Beach, down by the pier, and are forced to go into porta potties for like 3 years now. Beaches and Harbors treats Malibu like the, you know, redheaded stepchild of the beaches in Malibu. It's disgusting the way that this place is treated. And I really hope that maybe you guys could get, you know, onto beaches and harbors and the county and everything to really take care of Malibu. I mean, this is where it all started. If something could be done about that with the beach team, with beaches and harbors, what have you. Another thing, I see it's really a big push right now for that dam removal is coming up. And, you know, that Tapia treated water should not be flushed down the creek. One drop, it should all be going back into some kind of holding tanks over the hill to be used with helicopters to fight fires. That shouldn't be a dam coming down from some, you know, project that's going to be like $200 million just to let water go out to the sea like everywhere else in California. And finally, with Joe Drummond talking about Weintraub's lot, the one on Puerco, look into that side berm, because he added about 5 feet of dirt onto that last year, and that is like needs to be
Thank you,
looked at.
Andy. Appreciate your comments. Next.
Ranger Tim.
Ranger Tim, we miss you in person. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and respectable City Council members. Good to see everybody. I'd like to give the Coastal MRC Ranger Report. In the last 2 months, a total of 224 citations were issued involving parking and park violations. Currently, all of the MRCA coastal area parks are now open to the public. A major brush clearance project has been completed at the Sarah Juan Trailhead in Corral Canyon Park and at the Malibu Bluffs Park. A large homeless encampment at the Malibu Bluffs Park has been cleaned and cleared by our maintenance crews and fire and ranger divisions as well. Daily ranger patrols and maintenance crews monitor the old site for possible new encampment developments and fire mitigation. Increased ranger and public officer patrols have been implemented at Escondido Canyon Park and Lechuza Beach for enhanced public safety. Continuous coastal maintenance occurs in all of our parks. A total of 1,462 pounds of trash was picked up between June 28th to July 4th. During the 4th of July deployment, all MRCA fire crews and ranger division staff were deployed. Extended patrols were implemented for possible illegal fireworks and any other public safety concerns or issues. Fortunately, no incidents occurred during the 4th of July deployment. And this concludes the MRCA Ranger Report. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ranger Tim, before you hang up, let me just check with council. Does anybody have any questions? No. Thank you. We appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Those were all the raised hands.
Great. Okay, that concludes public comments. We're up here to the council. Who would like to go first?
Sure. Couple things. Traffic lights. And is Josh still here? No. Over the course of the last week, I've been working with the city manager and Rob DeBoe for exactly the issue we talked about. When the lights, the lights go out or the electricity goes out, the traffic lights don't work. Well, he has now made an arrangement with Caltrans. They've recently gone out and tested all the batteries, put new batteries in all the backup lights. Additionally, he's going to have weekly meetings with Caltrans, and one of the weekly meeting commitments we're trying to get is that on a regular basis, Caltrans is going to go back out and check those batteries to make sure that those lights are working. Now, and we've heard this before. I think Rob is on top of this one, so we're going to see if we can't keep those things going, because you're right. I mean, when the lights go out, it becomes dangerous for everybody. And to deal with the backup and PSPSs, and I think we're going to have some kind of cooperation between Southern California Edison and Caltrans. You know, when Southern California Edison is planning a PSPS, they should contact Caltrans. Let them know ahead of time so Caltrans can be prepared to come out and put the generators in and keep them running. So I think there's just got to be a little bit more coordination, and we just got to keep pushing to make sure we can get that done for the upcoming year. I want to go back to what Yolanda's presentation on the fire rebuild centers. Now, I have not been in there in a while. I was there, but everybody I talked to who has gone in there is very happy with the response they're getting. So the people in there are very good. They're very accommodating, and they're giving the residents good information. So thank you very much. You guys are doing a good job in there. Fire rebuild centers. This weekend, that's some good news. I mean, over the weekend, I think this last weekend, we had more traffic in Malibu than I've seen in a considerable amount of time. I think PCH was loaded most of the day. I every now and then drive down toward the parking lot at Malibu Village, and that was full. And that's a good sign. So it sort of suggests that people are coming back, and hopefully over time, they'll start helping out some of our businesses. Got some information in the course of the last couple of weeks. There is a team out of El Segundo that is buying some of the properties on Carbon Beach. They have recently purchased five properties, 4 of which were off market for about $5 million a piece. And then this week they went back out and brought a triple lot, which is next to one of the properties they had already purchased for about $15 million. So they've stuck about $40 million into this process already. And the reason I bring that up, I just think we got to keep our eyes on what's going on out there. And I think Scott was right. A lot of people are underinsured, don't have the money. It may be easier to sort of take some quick cash as opposed to going through the rebuilding process. And I think my point is going to be that we got to understand what's going on, because we may have to make some changes or make some decisions in terms of the city, what we don't want to see the city be if that process continues. For example, right now, there is no TDSF on beach properties. They can be as big as they want. And I don't think that's what we want to see happen. So that may be a couple other things. I'm not suggesting we change it right now, but keep your ears open. If we see more of that stuff going on, we may have to try and put some of those rules in place. Sewer. We have not had a sewer update meeting in a while. It sort of got pushed aside because we had other things going on. But I have been talking to Rob. They are making progress. They have not, at this point in time, not hit any speed bumps in putting a sewer in. And we've got another meeting coming up, I think, on the 17th, someplace in there, where we'll get a more formal presentation and more formal information. And after that meeting, we'll try and get some information out to the public so you know where we are and where we're going with this thing. But at the moment, it looks like it's a viable project. And then, finally, I got a call from the folks at Malibu Country Estates. And what they're trying to do is put a guard gate up on John Tyler Drive going up into their area. And apparently they have cleared that with Pepperdine. So Pepperdine is on board with them doing that. And I think they've contacted the city But if somebody from the city could maybe get back, let them know what they have to do next. I mean, they're ready to go. They've got lawyers in place. They've got land use attorneys in place. I mean, they've done a lot of work on their side. They feel they've had a lot of burglary, that word too, problems up on their area. So I think them doing something to protect themselves is the right thing to do. They just need some guidance from the city of the best way to move forward. So with that, Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Doug? Doug?
Okay.
Flip a coin.
I just want to follow up with Steve's comment about Malibu Country Estates. I think all the council members were contacted about this. They've got a strong program that they're putting together. They're looking for the city to vacate those streets and anything we can do to support them on it. And honestly, if you think about it, if they take over the street maintenance and this, so forth, it's just a boon, extra money for the city. So let's help them get what they want. It's unfortunate they seem to have statistics that support more crime than we're watching elsewhere. I know the Sheriff's Department's very proud and justifiably so of the decreasing in crime, but they're not seeing that. And part of it's because of their proximity apparently to easy access in and out. So I think they've got a good program there, and anything we can do to support them, all in favor of that. Homeless count. I'm looking over at Susan, and I don't mean to ambush you on this, but apparently this afternoon, LASHA, Los Angeles homeless, came out with their official count. I know we had 33 in our raw numbers. Do we happen to know what our new numbers are from the homeless?
We don't have those numbers yet. We do anticipate receiving those probably in the next couple weeks. Right.
A few days before the end of the week.
Okay, before the end of the week, I misspoke.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm anxious to see how they are, and Malibu needs to be proud of the results. If you go back 4 or 5 years ago, we would show 250 or so homeless people in a guaranteed count. Today, we're talking about 50 or less. And this is not where we shuffle these off to Chicago or somewhere like that. You guys, and I'm looking over at Lewis especially, the Sheriff's Department, the outreach people from People Concerned, and the work that you do and the COG cities, they have worked diligently to make sure that our homeless people are taken care of in a humane way. Malibu should be proud of what they do, and thank you guys very much for that.
Thank you.
Let's see, stoplights, I want to mention that the ideal arrangement is for those batteries to last 4 or 5 hours until you can get the generators out. And it seems like every year they don't work until they go out and replace them. I have no idea where they buy these batteries, but wherever they get them, they should get them a better place than they seem to be buying them. And I appreciate what Rob is doing on this, and the Public Safety Commission has been active on it as well. 40-meter pool. I used to be a lifeguard in an Olympic pool. You need 50 meters. 40 meters is like you can't do the dive and get started on your long swim before you have to turn around. And Norm is down there. He was a swimmer too, so he knows. All right, ambassadors and zone captains. If we don't say it often enough, I'll say it now. Thank you for all you're doing. You all are volunteers. You're helping your neighbors out. It's exactly what I talk about, Malibu being a city of volunteers. Couldn't be a more shining example than you guys. Thank you very much, and I'll keep saying it over and over again. And Abe, thank you especially for what you're doing. I know when people say, who do we go to for this? You notice already tonight, ask Abe. So, Abe, thanks for being there. On the beachfront properties, I agree we need to be careful about this. What we don't want to do is have a Hotel Malibu on these places with somebody consolidating the lots. So I think we do need to look at either TDSF or side setbacks. And side setbacks in 2 lots or so. There's ways around it. That's fine. I appreciate that. That's creative. But at the same time, we can't have a continuous house, 12 lots long. Let's see. On Alert FM, I want to talk about that for just a moment because we keep using this, and I have been a supporter of this for the last 5 years. And it's finally coming time to maybe get it done here. Let me tell you how it works. Spend 1 minute with me. If those of you who had car radios about 10 or 15 years ago, you used to have a little signal at the bottom that said the music that was playing, Fleetwood Mac, Dreams, or whatever. That's the way the carrier sends a signal to the alert FM radio that would be in your house, or you could take it with you. And if you go back long enough, those of us that remember tone and voice pagers, one-way pagers that would have a conversation, you could leave a message on them. That's what this is. It's a way for the Emergency Operations Center to leave you a message and talk to you. And it also works for earthquakes. As an example, now your cell phone beeps, this would beep the same way. This is an instantaneous communication device, and the city actually would have the ability to geofence an area. So like in this area we are right now in Malibu City Hall, the Emergency Operations Center could put a fence around that and a signal to just the units inside that zone and say, you need to evacuate now, turn right at PCH, we will contact you with updates. That's what Alert FM is. It works silently. It's like a smoke detector in your house. You can unplug it and take it with you. It is amazing what it does. It costs about $100 a piece. We have about 7,000 homes in Malibu. We could give one to every home in Malibu for $700,000. So this is what I want to push. I think it's the answer to our emergency alert system. It's in use in Alabama. It's in use in counties here in California. And we need to be an early adopter of that. So I'm pushing it hard. Watch for me promoting it over and over again. And it's not just FM on KBOO. It's the other radio stations. All commercial radio stations could do it. And in fact, in Alabama, they use the nonprofit educational radio stations like KCRW and so forth. That's how they do it in Alabama. Lastly, I sat in on a telecom meeting that Big Rock had. I was more than disappointed in the telecom's response. What we're finding is that there's two worlds out there. The SCE world makes money by undergrounding because they charge a profit on all their expenses. The telecoms like Verizon, and pardon me, not Verizon, Frontier and Spectrum, they have to pay for it out of their ratepayers' money. So if it's a cost expense to them, not something that they add onto the budget and get their money back. We're all going to pay for SCE undergrounding. They're going to add it to our bill. The people at Spectrum can't do that. So they're hesitant to get it done. Some of the comments today about SCE charging more to jump in their existing trench than it would cost Spectrum to do it alone is disturbing. Now, I'm going to ask Joe Drummond to give me a briefing because I had to jump off at 3 o'clock so I could come here, and I wasn't happy. And I want to make sure we don't have this problem as we go to the rest of the city. There was an excuse that they couldn't do undergrounding at Big Rock because SCE got there so quickly. They'd been pre-prepared, but that doesn't hold water as we move through the rest of the city, and we need to make sure that A, the rest of the city gets undergrounding at the same time SCE does, and secondly, we go back and make sure Big Rock is covered. So that's my comments, and thank you all very much.
Helen?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I just wanted to cover some things. I would love to go to one of these school facility meetings because I've just learned about the pool. Sorry, everybody. If somebody could invite me, I would love to go to talk about the 40-meter swimming pool. And for Andy Lyon, I did speak to county with Richard. We were on a call together about the Surfrider bathrooms because they are appalling, and I agree with you. It's an issue of septic, and unfortunately, environmental issues shouldn't be an excuse, but I believe that it is what they're going with. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. And, you know, I did go down to Surfrider, and it's like Mad Max down there. It is really scary. I have a lot of friends whose kids surf there, and I would love more of a police presence, if possible, just especially on weekends. It gets really, really crazy. The zone captains, great idea. I did have a question. Do these zone captains sit in on the meetings with Abe? Okay, thank you, yes. And how would a resident find the zone captain? I'll repeat it. I don't know. Does he have to get up? Is it okay if I ask him the question?
I believe you said MalibuFireRebuilds.org?
Perfect. Thank you. So on the website. I would like to also understand, to Scott's point, how many consultants we have versus full-time employees. I know that there's a report out there somewhere. I think I saw it recently. City Manager,
I've
Adam?
requested the same since I got here. I haven't received it yet, but it's coming.
That's exciting. I'd like to know that answer as well.
Right.
Thank you. Let's see here. I believe, to Ryan's point, a squirrel was the issue at the Cuthbert out, the electric, the PSPS, because I asked, they said it was a critter. I'm going to say it's a squirrel. And is the city funding the Moonshadows Crosswalk? I thought that was part of the feasibility, the PCH feasibility. Does that come out of our budget?
Is someone from Public Works still here?
Oh, that's okay.
I prefer that it come from Rob DeBoe if he's still in the building, or someone from Public Works.
Well,
We'll get back to you on that.
okay, thank you. Oh, this is an interesting one. So when I went back to October 14th, 2024's meeting on YouTube, and this was interesting. Steve McClary mentioned 2 properties that were offered possibly to Malibu, and there was a direction by Bruce, Paul, and Marianne to come back with, so there was consensus to come back, and it was 3542 Coastview Drive, which is 7 acres near Bell Lot, and 6551 Port's Head. I was wondering if it ever came back to council. I would love to know more.
Trevor?
I don't
Do you
think it
have an
has
update?
come back to council, so it may be something somebody in the city manager's office looking at, but that can be looked into by staff.
Do I ask for?
I think the discussion was that the prices were more than we wanted to be, we were able to pay.
I don't remember ever hearing a price. So,
Can we-
I mean, I think I would be interested in hearing what the status of those are, and I don't recall hearing anything.
Do I ask for council consensus or something?
Sure, you can ask the manager for an update.
May I have an update at your convenience, please?
Absolutely.
And I can send you the addresses.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. At that same meeting, Chief Drew Smith gave a presentation, and this was before Palisades, Broadfire, and Franklin, on various projects that they were working on, like goats, prescribed fires, money that, and Brad Yoakum and Jerry were there, made a presentation. I wonder if, because that was before the fires, and now we're going into another fire season, if we can get an update on, I know that Susan gave me kind of the projects, which was really extensive, but there was something called the EOP document, Emergency of Procedures, I believe, and I would love to see that, and I don't know where to find it.
Okay, I'm not sure what that document was, but I can tell you with the projects that are being slated for brush clearance, we just received a list on Friday of the proposed areas, and we've been asked, the fire liaisons and myself, to look at those and prioritize them, so that's something we're working on this week. It's due Friday.
Oh, that's great. So then maybe can we have a report or in a future, but not too future meeting on?
Yeah, I mean, I
that?
may have something that I can give to Candace to do as
Great.
part of city manager updates in August.
Oh, that would be terrific. Thank you. At that same meeting, there was something called a Malibu Disaster Council. What was that?
The Disaster Council, established by ordinance, is required by the, it's a state law. I forget the exact name. Anyways, it meets annually, and right now we anticipate that meeting would occur probably later in the fall, after we've updated our evacuation plan, which is moving forward right now. And so the idea is they are required by law to review emergency plans and make recommendations to the city council on their adoption.
And who is they? Is it?
It's a broad array of key stakeholders, sheriff, fire, CHP, but it also includes the current mayor on the city council is also a member of that team. There's about probably 15 people, school district, utilities.
So it's like local, it's local factions like CERT maybe and Arson Watch
CERT team,
and VOP.
not Arson Watch, but CERT team leader is on there. And it's a public meeting. It's a notice meeting.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. I was wondering if, do you, in these types of meetings, do you guys involve like Dr. Katz or local doctors? And do they get to have, if there's evacuation or, because we don't have a hospital here.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't sure if we're utilizing any of the doctors that we have in town.
We don't have any doctors on the disaster council. Okay. It's mostly response agencies and utilities.
Okay,
key
great.
partners, key governmental partners, and a few community partners.
Thank you. And while you're here, may I ask, so I've been looking at hydrants because you have the blue dot reflector program. Is that on private property, like private streets, or is it on all city? Because I don't see any, and I've been like,
right, okay,
desperate
so
to find one.
They should be on all streets, but we know they come off over time, right? So it's easier for us to put it on the public streets. So our fire liaisons, when they can, they go out and do it. And but recently we pushed it out to private property areas, that we don't have access to because we have to get permission from the HOAs or whatever. And so we're encouraging them to contact us. And if they want us to put the blue dots, we'll go out and put the blue dots there.
Perfect. And I was also wondering, the beacon boxes, are they supposed to be red at night or only in fires? Do you illuminate them? Because there's a little light on the top of them.
There is a light. I don't know offhand if all the lights are working right now. Over time, we've had issues with those lights, sometimes working, sometimes not working.
Because I know, the one by me is not working. So
Okay.
I wasn't sure if they were just like conserving energy or if they're solar or if it's not getting
But,
enough
I'll
light.
have the fire liaisons do an assessment of that, just kind of see where they're at. Because I think because of the weather, they keep having issues.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, two more things. Sorry, everybody. I would love to learn more about the new CEQA laws and what they mean for Malibu. I think that would be really helpful for us to understand. So would that be something that you prepare?
Yeah, I'm already have an update coming up.
Thank you. And is there any chance that we can think about or get consensus for moving the equipment off of the Triangle lot onto the Aoki lot so that we can free up at least one of our city lots and have a free and clear piece of land that we can imagine when we do this Trepepi Smith and or start thinking about the future of our lands?
I think that I would also request to the city manager that you work with the Public Works Department and see if there isn't a way that we can consolidate or when that equipment is supposed to come off of there. I think, if we can have it for parking or something else.
Yeah, we don't have an item agenda, so we can't give direction to staff to do anything on that lot, but you could get a report from the city manager about the situation on there. Or you could agenda something to discuss
Can we
in the
direct
future.
that the council would like that to stop being used as a staging area and to be used as something
You can't
else?
give direct, you can put an agenda on the agenda.
Okay.
You can ask a question or ask for a report.
Okay, so I would
Good luck.
second. I would like to see that come back also.
Okay, we're talking about the triangle parcel?
Yes.
Okay, because they're using that for the PCH signal synchronization project, so you want to,
Well, do we know when that's going to wrap up, or if that equipment can be consolidated onto the Aoki lot
okay.
to free it up?
We'll put that together for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks, Bruce.
And actually, I'm going to follow up on that in a few moments. I'll be relatively short. So first of all, I want to thank the public speakers as well as those who submitted written comments. Always appreciated. I also met with people from Malibu Country Estates. I want to make clear They and we understand the Brown Act. They've been instructed to, and they do not tell any of us what they've discussed with the others, but they have been discussing things with each of us. And I also would like to see the city doing whatever it can to facilitate their objectives, and if that needs to come back to the city council for us to have a formal discussion of it, that would be something that would be appropriate in my view. I participate weekly with CalStrat meetings, we have a video conference once a week, the mayor's involved, city manager. Can't get into what we discuss, but they've been fruitful meetings of the last few weeks. And of course, we've all been participating in special meetings that have been noticed and that you've seen. We were in a meeting almost all day last Thursday, and then a number of hours on Friday as well, so we've been pretty busy. Just some brief responses to some comments. On Josh's comments about the staging the generators. I would like to see Caltrans place generators there beginning in late October, mid to late October, and just leave them there till end of January or February. There's no reason that they need to even come stage them in advance of a red flag warning, because we live in a red flag warning for multiple months, and it's ugly, but it's necessary. By the same token, we've witnessed large generators being placed all along PCH in the burn areas as well as in the hills. You would think that SCE might be able to put something in place akin to that through the PSPS season. Again, ugly, but it would alleviate a lot of the inconvenience that people are living with, as well as the lack of safety. So I would like us to explore what they can do to help us when they decide to shut our power off. Maybe they can provide some alternative power, even if it's not as robust as the normal power that they're shutting off. I concur that the pool doesn't sound like it makes a lot of sense. Scott, I think, raises a great point about perhaps it's time for us to have an in-house geotech person. It may not have been economically feasible in the past when they were kind of one-off projects, but now they're not one-off, they're going to be constant. And there was a suggestion, although he didn't say it explicitly, that cotton showers, because they're paid by the visit, might have a reason to want to do more visits. I don't view that to be the case, and I often hear that about lawyers too. And the good lawyers, the good consultants, I think they really are trying their best to get to the right result, and they're not considering trying to make business up, especially since they have more business usually than they need. But notwithstanding that, I still think an in-house geotech person would make a lot of sense for Malibu. There'd be more institutional knowledge. They could be here down the line. And like I said already, I think that makes sense, and that's something I would hope we could explore. Andy's comments, and that they intertwine a little with Aoki. First of all, I too have wondered about the berm on the property along PCH that I understand is going to be coming to the Planning Commission. I have a recollection, and I could be wrong, but during the 2020 election season, I remember a lot of us put signs up on that property, perhaps wrongfully, but put signs there. And I remember going there and either putting up signs or taking down signs. And I don't recall having to climb up a 4 or 5 foot berm. I could be wrong about that. Maybe my memory is just bad, and I did climb it, but I don't recall it. And I would like to understand whether that topography has been altered in anticipation of the project that is being sought to be approved. By the same token, I think it's time for us to get a better understanding of what is going on at the corner of PCH and Malibu Canyon Road. Same property owner, I understand. It defies a lot. I cannot understand why they're doing what they're doing there, how they got permission to start. But I'd like to hear a report at some point in the not too distant future about what's going on there, why it needs to be continuing, and how that property is going to be restored to its pre-fire condition, which I understand is a condition that was placed on its disruption, just as that was a condition that was placed on the disruption of the Bell Lot, which 5 years later is still covered in concrete. And that takes me to Aoki. What's going on there? I mean, why is that still being used as a staging lot? Does it need to be? As much as I didn't like seeing the Bell Lot being used by the National Guard, not that they needed somewhere, so that worked out, but it's still sitting there covered in concrete. So I wonder whether the whatever's happening on Aoki couldn't be moved over there. Nothing should have been there in the first place. It should never have been destroyed in the first place, but it is what it is. So while it's still destroyed, why not take advantage of it and let the one lot that's not yet completely destroyed have some life and give us the ability to utilize it again. So I just think we need to be looking at all of these things. And it was a disaster. People made a lot of quick decisions that whether they were good decisions or bad decisions, they had to be made. But now we have a little more breathing room, and I think it's time to reassess what's going on and start putting things back into order. On the rebuilds, it's really comforting to hear that some people are pleased with what's going on with the city. It's good to hear people up here that are proud of what's going on. I'm of the view that results will speak louder than anything else, and I think we should avoid the self-congratulations until we actually see the results. So I know everybody's working hard, but it remains to be seen what's going to come of it. And I just think we shouldn't be involved in self-congratulations. Lastly, Thomas, I guess I'll take the high road. Just say, keep coming back, Thomas. Maybe if you actually came here and spoke to us in person and took an interest in what's really going on in the city, we could have a productive conversation.
Okay, so we had a lot of topics. I'm going to talk about the pool first. So it's not going to be a 40-meter pool for somebody to swim lengthwise that way. It will be 40 by 25 meters. So it will allow the configuration of a water polo use by the school, and that the lanes that they would compete in would either be laid out in a 25-meter or a 25-yard, depending on the use needed by either CIF or what other swimming agency. The 40 meters will allow for a shallow area that could be used either for lap swim, or it could be used for teaching or other things like that. So yes, we will not have a 50-meter length, but they will have a 25-meter length or a 25-yard length for the laps of the swim. So the difference between that and a 50-meter pool is that they will have an additional flip turn that they will have to do when doing their swimming. The reason for the 40-meter is there is a huge, and the reason I know this is because I did attend all the FDAC meetings with the school district. The cost difference between a 40-meter pool versus a 50-meter pool is at least $1 million to $1.5 million for the initial installation, and then the ongoing costs are almost double in the difference between the 40-meter size and the 50-meter size. Additionally, where the pool is proposed to be located, any larger could impact some of the other facilities, such as the outdoor basketball courts and some of the other activities that go on in the educational space up there. So that's why it was decided that it would be a 40-meter pool, but they will still have a 25-meter or 25-yard lap that they can partake in. So that's the reason for that. If people are still unhappy with that, then maybe something can be done, but I think it's pretty much set in stone at this time. I know that myself, and I would guess others, or I've also been talking with Supervisor Horvath's office regarding the issues with Beaches and Harbor and the terrible conditions of the restrooms and the public facilities that they manage. And I know she's taken great interest to make improvements and to make sure that Beaches and Harbor is accountable and is making improvements. Unfortunately, it's slow going, and I would guess it's also budgetary given everything that's going on with the county right now. So we'll just have to keep working with them and let them know that improvements to the beach are important. The consultants, maybe it is time for us to have a geology staff member instead of just hiring by consultants. I know that it's going to be more than one person that's going to have to be hired because of the workload. So by having a consultant firm, they can bring on additional people. And I think when we finally see the fee, now I've completely forgotten what it is. The fee, help me out, staff. Fee study, and yeah, and with this, that most of the homes and the cost for doing those types of review are done on a flat fee. And once things are exceeded, then it goes into an hourly. But there is a flat fee for most reviews that are done. So we'll get that addressed, but we can certainly look into whether or not it's time to add that type of a staff member on. I was happy, along with Councilmember Conrad, to participate in the 4th of July parade on Point Dume. It was a great fun by everyone, and I want to thank the Community Service District for Point Dume and all the volunteers. They did an absolutely great job. CERT was out there to help. The fire department came. Sergeant Soderlin was out there with the volunteers on patrol, and it was a great time for the neighborhood to have some fun. The TDSF and the merging of lots, I think that's something that we should be bringing back to adjust in our code. I think that the fact that we don't have a cap on the amount of TDSF beachfront lots can have is dangerous going. We do already have side yard setbacks set in there, that there's a percentage of the lot that has to be done depending on what size your lot is, and I don't think that's enough. So I think that is something that we should tackle sooner rather than later, so that we can put some parameters and some controls over that. And I would just hope that everybody that is out there considering selling your property, if you've got friends, neighbors, anything else, ask them to just wait. They always tell you after a tragedy, don't make sudden decisions, don't make critical changes to your life. And I would encourage people that have properties out there. I know it's difficult. I know it seems daunting to do this, but just take a little bit more time and give the city an opportunity to show you that there is a pathway back, and that let's not completely change our community that quickly, and let's try and find a way to help you get back into your homes. And I think that's all the basic notes I have. Thank you again to staff for all the hard work you're doing, and Bruce has his finger on the thing.
Well, I just wonder, based on the comments that we've made, and yours most recently, if we shouldn't see if we have a consensus to bring back an item to send to Zeracis an inquiry on what to do about the beachfront.
I would certainly support that. I don't know.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Nealon?
I support that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in.
So we can't decide to do that now, but we can bring back the item to decide to do it.
Yeah, I think there's additional items related to that I would recommend the staff recommend be included with that related to beachfront.
Great. I know, as soon as possible that you guys can add it to the thing. We appreciate it. Okay, if that's it, we're good to go. Ready for item 5A? All right. Okay. So we have item 5A, which is an amendment to the Malibu Municipal Code modifying standards and procedures to stimulate economic recovery for local businesses as a result of the impacts from the 2025 Palisades fire, including modifications to the provisions related to temporary use permits and sign permits. Do we have a staff report?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. As mentioned, this next item is for a proposed zoning text amendment to modify some language in our temporary use permit ordinance, and also allow some extra allowances for signs. Just some background on this project. So the businesses, as we know, as we've discussed tonight, have been heavily impacted by the Palisades fire, and that was not only a result of the fire itself, but of the temporary road closures that lasted until Memorial Day weekend. On May 21st, 2025, this council initiated the zoning text amendment and directed the Planning Commission to hear an item on the matter. And then on June 2nd, 2025, the Planning Commission made a recommendation to the City Council, which is in your packet for tonight. There are three sections of the code that are proposed to be amended. One is, and we'll go through everything, but one is an amendment to section 1702.060, which is general definitions for Title 17. amendment to section 1768010, which is the temporary use permit ordinance and the purpose section, and then adding section 17.68.090, which is the new requirements that are proposed for relief from the 2025 Palisades fire. First, there's a code cleanup that we're proposing tonight, and this is for all of Title 17, so not just related to temporary use permits. We are now a community development department, and we have a community development director. And so any reference of director in the code is proposed to not reference the planning director, but the community development director as the authority. Getting into the use permit proposal. So the way we designed this one, and with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, was based on the number of expected guests. And so currently the special event permit ordinance, which regulates events on residential properties, you do not need per se an event if it's 99 people or less and you're the property owner. There's some other things, so don't go just holding events without talking to the city first, but this is kind of modeled after that for commercial property. So for 99 people or less, excluding the workers that would be working these events, no TUP would be required, but a planning clearance would still be required, so still have to get an approval with the city. There's no noticing requirements, and this application should be submitted at least 2 days before the event. There are no proposed limits to these permits, but the city holds the right to either deny or revoke a permit if a property owner violates the terms of approval. And these events will show up on the event report that is published on the city's website every week. The next tier of events is the 100 to 250, which again excludes workers. In this category, a TUP would be required, and an application must be submitted within 7 days of the event. If you know anything about our current TUP ordinance, you right now need to submit your application 35 days in advance, so this is a big difference from that. There will still be noticing required for the neighbors within the 500 feet, and that will be done 5 days before the event. And the proposal is to allow up to 20 of these events per parcel per year, and these events will also show up on the event report that is published on the city's website. Lastly, the proposal, if you have 251 guests or above, the current TUP requirements within Chapter 17.6.8 will apply. Only 6 of those are allowed per year in the current ordinance. So here's just a snapshot of the 3 types, and just summarizing what I just went through. We can come back and reference this for the council if you'd like. One thing to note, if I didn't already, is either the 99 persons or less or the 100 to 250 persons or less, the decision is proposed to be not appealable just due to time constraints. Anything with 251 or above would still be appealable as is normal. Lastly, there's some proposed language changed in the TUP ordinance, but specifically related to signs. So the Planning Commission decided that to allow 6 signs per shopping center or 2 signs per parcel on a temporary basis, that those signs would be no greater than 16 square feet in size. And the signs must be temporary in nature, so no permanent footings, no permanent foundations, and not allowed to be illuminated. Just some additional items for the council's consideration. The proposal in front of you tonight is proposed to sunset on January 31st, 2026. A report will be brought back to you in January with the results of the ordinance, and there's some discussion about code enforcement staff, and the plan with the community development director is to have code enforcement staff available on the weekends when these events take place. So our recommendation is to approve the zoning text amendment for urgency ordinance number 526U and the follow-up ordinance number 526 to amend Title 17, modifying the TUP standards. We're available for any questions.
Sorry about that. Okay, do we have any clarifying questions?
I have one question.
Yes.
I got a couple.
Okay, Bruce, go first.
I just want to confirm, the sunset provision, that applies to everything that we're being proposed to adopt here?
Except for the amendment in the definition section? Yes.
For the director?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, Tyler, there were, in your presentation you just gave us, you said that residents within 500-foot radius will be noticed. But that's not what it says in the thing. That to be noticed, they have to send a letter in. Is that right?
No, they should, was worded to be, like they will receive the typical notice that a resident receives for a TUP in today's time.
And the staff report says a notice shall be mailed postage prepaid to any organization or homeowners association that requests such notice in writing.
That's in addition to, so I apologize if the staff report wasn't clear on that. In addition to the people within 500 feet, any interested party would also get a notice.
500 feet go out automatically.
Right.
Explain to me what's going to happen with the enforcement. How's that going to work? That's a biggie. It's a biggie.
Yeah. We're going to work directly with our code enforcement group, and the goal is, just like we do for the Trancas events, is to just have a presence available and make sure that we have enough staff, either through our full-time staff or contract staff, to make sure they're patrolling when there are events over the weekends.
So we will have staff in place in Malibu over the weekend when those events are taking place.
Yes, thank you. And this is what we did this past holiday weekend for the 4th of July. We had actually 2 code enforcement officers on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we are contemplating that could be a good solution for us to keep enforcement with the many events that we might have on the weekend.
Okay, I mean, we're going from a regulated environment to a free-for-all, so having code enforcement is probably a good idea. Okay. You identify these permits per parcel versus per shopping center. Why is that? I mean, just to give you an idea, like Nobu, it's 3 parcels. They could have 60 events.
No.
Yeah?
That's 1 parcel.
That's 3 parcels.
So per parcel, so let's say that portions of their event were on each parcel. Each parcel would be deemed for an event. Let me give you an example. Malibu Village, for example, is 2 parcels. And so let's say they had an event that spanned both parcels. Each parcel would be deemed for one event. Now let's say that the Chipotle had its own event, which is on 1 parcel. That would only be deemed for that 1 parcel.
So the Malibu Village, in effect, could have 40 events, depending on how they're structured.
Depending how it's structured, but it still needs to meet all the parameters. So, for example, if they couldn't meet the parking requirements on that 1 parcel and it bled over to the other lot, they would be deemed for an event on that other parcel.
So you don't think you want to do it by just shopping center versus parcels?
We can. It's totally up to the council tonight.
It becomes, I mean, again, you got
the language was
Aviator Nation gets 40 events, right? 2 parcels.
The language was just mimicked from the current existing ordinance, so we just carried it over.
All I'm trying to do, look, again, we're going from a structured environment where we notify the residents, they know what's going on, to sort of where this is now not quite a free-for-all, but pretty close, all right?
I think we're moving into discussion now.
Yeah, I was going to say, why don't we hold the rest of this until we have more formal discussion? Just clarifying questions right now. Anyone else? Okay. Do we have any public comment online?
Yeah, there's 1 raised hand.
Okay, let's hold that 1 raised hand. We've got some public in person. So I have Beth Gordy, followed by Brian Gordon, followed by Rafi. And Ryan, you were late, so you got to get these in here. You'll be our last in person. Hi, Beth, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Riggins and council members. I'm Beth Gordy with Paul Hastings on behalf of our client, Cross Creek Ranch. We appreciate the city's ongoing efforts to support Malibu businesses following the Franklin and Palisades fire. We submitted a letter this afternoon with 4 requested modifications to the zoning text amendment. I'm going to address 2 of those, and then Brian will address the others. We request that the council remove the proposed limitation that only one event under section 1768090 be allowed at one time. Cross Creek Ranch has 40 tenant spaces, plus abundant community open space and plazas. There are circumstances under which simultaneous events will benefit local businesses and the community without detriment to the properties in the vicinity. For example, during the critical holiday season, the center may apply for a cookie decorating event in the plaza. At the same time, a retail tenant may seek to offer its customers eggnog and hot chocolate to enjoy while shopping at their store. The director's review of such events, including the ability to impose conditions, will ensure that these events that are held concurrently will be in accord with the code. To ensure that the director has sufficient time to review more than one event at a time, the language could be modified to require simultaneous events to be submitted 7 calendar days before. As to eligibility for permits, we request that the council adopt the version of section 1768090 recommended by the Planning Commission, which gave the city discretion as opposed to mandate the denial of applications for events under certain circumstances. Such discretion is not necessary, such discretion is necessary to not lead to unintended consequences that could harm local businesses in the shopping center. And just a recent example, the Malibu arts community has reached out to Cross Creek Ranch to hold an art walk and a healing, hope, love, kindness event. And one of the things they want to do is have a DJ at that event. And Brian and his team would love to be able to host that event for the community. But if there happens to be an unintentional violation of the noise ordinance, that would impact our ability to have any event for up to another year because of that one unintended consequence. So listen, we want to be able to support the community, the arts community, our tenants, anybody else looking to hold things to benefit the community. So again, we ask that you make that modification, and thank you for your consideration this evening.
Thank you. Brian?
Good evening, Mayor Riggins, members of the City Council. Brian Gordon, owner-developer of Cross Creek Ranch. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council. This zone text amendment for TUPs is critical to assist businesses recover from the devastating effects of the Palisades fire and for these businesses' continued viability. Many of our tenants were significantly delayed from the impacts of the fires, especially due to the closure of PCH and the resulting travel delays. Nonetheless, they remain committed to opening and investing in Malibu. We submitted a letter this afternoon with 4 requested modifications to the zoning text amendment. I'm going to address the 2 that Beth did not. As to the sunset provision, I certainly understand that it's appropriate for the Council to evaluate the effects of the ordinance and to make any necessary adjustments as needed. I agree it's also important to have clear milestones as to when to make that evaluation. The concern, however, is that although January 2026 may be a good time to take an evaluation, having the ordinance sunset at the same time may lead to the unintentional result in leaving a gap between when the revised ordinance is in place and when the ordinance sunsets. Continuity is essential. Certainty is essential. We have several tenants opening up in the fall and summer of next year, and planning for their opening events is of paramount importance. Accordingly, we would propose that the sunset date rather be Labor Day next year, but with a mandatory evaluation in January in order to make any adjustments if needed. As to the number of events in the 100 to 250 person range, We propose that this be capped at 40 events per shopping centre, not per parcel, not 20 events per parcel. As Councilmember Euring mentioned, it becomes very difficult to figure out which events are going to affect which parcels, etc. It's much clearer and much simpler to just simply have 40 events per shopping centre as defined in the code. I just, if I've got a few seconds to clarify something else that Beth mentioned in her presentation. What were your points again?
Little jack lag there.
The eligibility. If there is a code violation, clearly the shopping centre should not be allowed to have an event.
Thank you.
I can't do that. Okay, next time. Thank you very much.
Rafi.
Good evening, City Council member, manager of the city, and the mayor and the staff members. And I want to thank you for pursuing with what I originally asked. And I want to just, actually, the 2 points that Brian just expressed are very, very important. First of all is the sunset clause, because here is one thing that you need to understand. If something, for example, and I'm not a shopping center, but if somebody wants, for example, to have a bar mitzvah or wedding or anything of that I can somehow bring money into the business, they don't do it next month. They might do it and they will call me now about 6 months from now or something like that. So if you can evaluate, as he said, and see what works or not working in January, but allow 2026 to run, because it will take a long time for all the small businesses to really be back on our feet. I'm telling you, I'm struggling, and I'm even waiting for 6 months to see who's going to give a grant here, and that's for another thing. The other thing is parcels are very different from each other. We have different parcels in our property, and if you can combine them so it doesn't matter on which side of the property it will happen, because it happened to be that one of the parcels that we have is a gas station, a old gas station that is right now used as a parking lot. But if you could combine it together, will help us to have the amount that we want between the 100 to 250 people. And that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rafi. Brian?
I'm going to say mostly what I told the Planning Commission, which I guess they weren't listening, so I'm sorry. None of it got incorporated, but they thought they could have a system, and then they'd look at it and see whether they liked it. If they didn't like it, they'd start the process over again. And that's not the way you amend the municipal code. It would be like next year before all that would take effect again. You have to republish it and delay time and all this other stuff. So the main thing is that you have two different subject matters here that should not really be tied together. They just happen to be correlated. And this is an economic recovery program. This has nothing really to do with the Palisades fire. It's kind of a symptom of, kind of like the pandemic. So I want to speak specifically to the signs, but as far as the TUPs, that's a totally different animal. They really need to be separate. On the signage, be specific. A lot of these words I plucked out of your own sign code. There'd be no scintillating, moving, reflective, flashing, electrified, no fluorescent colors, no vibrant colors. It's not see who can get the most obnoxious sign out there. I was disappointed with the legal interpretation presented to the Planning Commission was that there's no content regulation for the signs. They could say whatever they want. So it really should be related to what the business is, wouldn't you think? Should not be directional, should not have arrows, and it should not mimic an official traffic control device of any kind or a regulatory sign. But they also be weighted so that they don't blow into Pacific Coast Highway, because this is going to be citywide. It's hard to regulate tasteful, so you really only have one chance to get this right. And I'll leave it at that. I think you can do a good job. Thanks.
Thanks, Ryan. And our online speaker?
Anne?
Hi, Anne.
Hello. Hi. So I'm on support of whatever's going to help people do what they needed to do. And if it all follows the Newport Beach color palette, I'm fine with it. By chance, can you have the sergeant come outside and meet me at his patrol car? Thank you.
She wants a sergeant.
Okay, that'll conclude our speakers. We're back up here at the council. Who wants to go first?
A couple more clarifications.
You want to keep going, Steve, or do you want to go here?
A couple. There's, again, when you did your presentation, you said the signs were not going to be illuminated, okay? Again, staff report, signs shall not be illuminated unless authorized by the community development director. It's different, right? I'm just trying to make, look, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the heck is going to go on, that's all.
It's on page 4 of 5 in the staff report.
that was the way it's written, correct. Because there was a couple of contests from the members of the public that perhaps a sign may want to be illuminated for whatever reason, but it'd be at the discretion of the community development director who would weigh neighborhood circumstances.
Why don't we just, look, we're Dark Sky City, why don't we have no illumination? Isn't that?
And these are temporary signs too. I mean,
Yeah, we could.
I think that we all, I can't speak for,
Yeah.
but I would agree with you that temporary signs should not be illuminated.
Over on page 3 of 5 of the staff report, it talks about, you know, can you deny a permit for somebody? And it says the city may deny. They don't have to. So if they don't meet the qualifications below that, they got citations out against them. Apparently, they can still get a permit, right?
It just gives us the authority to deny, yes, if they meet the criteria for.
Okay, and my concern there is, again, you're going to get to the problem that we've had with the Planning Commission for a very long time, where you get to treat people differently. If somebody comes in and they got a violation and they know somebody, or they make the right pitch, you'll give them a permit. Where somebody else in the same situation who doesn't have that relationship can probably get denied. And I don't think you want to do that. I mean, I think the game is we should be treating everybody equally. That's one man's opinion. Okay, I'm going to let, and just, you know, the only other thing, I look at this and I sent you the email, you sent me a response, the number of events that can take place in all of these locations. Like I said, Nobu gets 60, Aviator Nation gets 40, Village Shopping Center gets 40, Trancas gets 40 or 60, depending upon how many lots they got down there. I mean, I'm just, look, and I am all in favor of trying to help the businesses out, right? What I'm concerned about is turning Malibu into Disneyland. So I'll bring back more later on, but it's a concern, you know, this could be, and there are no rules, right? I mean, there's nothing in the staff report that says you can't have loud music, you can't have lights, you know, we don't want to have light shows. Look, and my point is, money makes people do unnatural acts. It always has, and it always will. We're doing this to help these businesses make money. And I'd like to sit back and say I can trust every one of them to understand what the rural nature of Malibu is and how we're trying to protect that. And I can trust them that they will make decisions that are totally consistent with that, but I can't do that. We've learned that that's not the case. So I'll let somebody else go. Marianne.
Councilmember Euring, I think while the staff report says the city may deny an application for such an event for reasons including but not limited to this following, I think the actual ordinance says shall deny. I think that's the request that they were making here, is to change the shall to a may.
Well, we got different stuff depending which one you're reading.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I think it's page 3 of the resolution.
On the planning clearances?
So
3 of 6.
Yeah.
So it shall be denied?
Yes.
Okay. I take it back then.
Yeah, staff report sometimes has different clarification, but the actual text does say shall.
Okay, go ahead, I'm off.
Okay, who would like to go next?
Doug, you want to go?
Nobody? Anybody?
Go ahead.
Doug?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I do hear the concern, being an old restaurant bar owner myself, the sunset clause, while I do believe we should revisit it and look at how it's going, it is hard to, if we scrap the whole idea, if people are planning ahead, that costs people money and time. So I don't know how to balance how to not suspend this while we're looking into it, to allow the events that have already been planned, if I'm what I'm understanding. So we can go back and review, but without suspension. I'm going to let you guys think about that, because that is an issue if you're having events. So let's see here. I do believe that establishments have already put up signs, like at Canaan with arrows. Canaan has become a billboard with realtor, different homes for sale now. I don't know how we want to handle that. There's been a lot of, I want to support the Sunset and the Pier and all of the restaurants, obviously. They already seem to have chosen their signage and their placement for it. They're not illuminated. They are temporary. That being said, I always had an issue with political signs. Being a campaigner personally, they would blow around. I would be picking up everybody else's signs. They're on other people's property. I personally don't like political signs. But we know that that is an issue with them being blown around. So there should be some sort of mechanism that's, I already see a yoga studio, which will be unnamed. They're all over the place now.
Well, may I? Go ahead. Okay. I was just going to say that it's my understanding that signs off-site of the establishment are not legal. Mm-hmm. And they're not authorized to be there, and they can't get a sign permit to be there. Ooh. So perhaps we've been...
lax in enforcement?
A little bit... Forgiving, given the circumstances, but maybe it's time that, as we are seeing a return to the business, perhaps code enforcement can go out there and take care of the signage as it's required by code to do. Do you want to add more to that, or just Halen have more?
Well, I just wanted to I was going to ask that question, just confirmation. This ordinance, if adopted, does not authorize the signs, for example, that are at the base of Canaan on PCH, right?
No, I'm just making sure that language got in here. Hold on. If you want to be more clear, we could add that these signs shall only be permitted on the subject parcel.
Well, I think we need to have a discussion of whether they ought to be permitted elsewhere or not, but this as written doesn't permit the ones that are currently at Canaan, right?
I haven't looked at the ones currently at Canaan, so I can't say for sure, but...
They're on a public right-of-way.
If they're in the right-of-way, then no, yes.
Okay.
They would need authorization from the city. There's also the second provision allowing the planning director to impose conditions to protect against the sign creating a nuisance or to increase safety. So I think it's anticipated that conditions would be applied to make sure they don't blow away and that they're situated and they don't create a nuisance.
And then before I get too deep into this, I do believe Ryan's right as well, that these are two different items. Maybe we parcel them out so that we don't go all over the place. We do the TUP and then the signage, or we can just have at it. Mayor, Madam, how do you like?
I don't know. I mean, we brought this forward
together.
Yeah, I think they were kind of thought of hand in hand because these temporary signs were going to go along with the temporary use permits and not necessarily. So it was more to allow people to be able to find these events.
Correct.
Or this particular unit that was having this.
Correct, and also the sunset clause, and also to make sure that they're captured together.
And the sunset clause is both for signs and for events. And so I'm understanding we come back at a certain date, midway through what we propose as the end date, to say how's it going? Oh, we have had too many complaints, and we want to stop. Just so no.
No, so we have to amend the ordinance for that, but we could bring you updates periodically. The Planning Commission stated, January sometime prior to the ordinance maturing, but
Okay.
if you want more frequent, we definitely can do that.
Okay, I think it depends on what time we vote on stopping it to then depend on the updates. As long as the updates aren't like we're ending this now, meaning prematurely. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, right now it's set to expire
January 31st. Yeah.
31st of 2026.
2026.
But the council could make a recommendation that we don't want to have it end at any particular date and leave it open-ended, but then request reports back?
Not only recommendation, you guys are the approving body tonight, so you would be approving the final date.
So somebody could put forward a motion to remove the sunset?
Or you could extend the sunset date to a farther time in the future.
Okay.
I'd be concerned about the study that was done for this because it was temporary in nature was the purpose. And so it was permanent. We may need additional environmental study of the impact.
I don't think I would do a permanent. I would just say if we extended it past January 2026, because we ended up going late, past July 4th, now let's just move everything over with updates, but not permanent.
Whoever makes the motion can certainly include that in their motion.
Oh.
Not there Perhaps we could have some more discussion before we start figuring out what changes we want to make.
Agreed.
Is there also a decibel level of, I mean, listen, there is, right?
Well, I wanted to address Councilmember Euring's comment.
Yeah.
So we do have some language in here that gives us the authority to issue conditions of approval that we would normally do on any event. And so we do limit noise, lighting, all sorts of nuisances that could be created. And if those nuisances, or if someone created a public nuisance or violated those conditions of approval, that is grounds for revocation and also a denial of the next time they try to submit.
Well, let's touch base on that. Over 4th of July, the person who did a laser light show, okay? Can somebody who's running one of these events run one of those?
It depends on the parameters, but no, the person with that light show did not approach the city, and so we did not review their application. And so it was technically not a permitted event if it took place.
Oh, yeah.
But there was.
Well, I understand that it didn't exactly take place. Go ahead. I know that the lights happened, but the event window that they wanted, they didn't do. They did it at like one random night. They tested it another. That's what I heard.
3 or 4 nights.
And what if there's nobody showing up, there's no invitation to the public, do they have to still get a TUP? Because I see a lot of quantity, like do they still have to get a permit if there's no body showing up?
Like if it's not necessarily an event, but maybe a temporary structure or something that's kind of being placed?
No, I don't know. An art, yeah, I mean, if there's no music, no food, no beverages, no parking.
Nobody's going to show.
And nobody's showing up, but it does affect the city, do they need an event permit?
Anything outside of your normal business operations?
No money was exchanged either.
Well, I think we should maybe handle that particular item, another conversation, and concentrate on what's before us for the actual businesses that are brick and mortar.
So let me get an answer to my light show question. Can people have a light show?
It would be very hard to get a permit for a light show.
There's an answer. So yes, they can.
Anyone can apply for anything, Councilmember. I can't deny an application until it's in front of me or the community development director, but it'd be very hard based on our dark sky ordinance to get a permit for that, yes.
I know it's very hard.
Would we need to include the prohibition of lights if we wanted to make sure that that is not something that somebody can apply for?
You very well could.
I think there's already consensus about removing the elimination for the signs.
Well, more than signs is what I'm hearing.
For the event?
It's for events,
okay.
Are we talking about like those moving lights that are like those that, okay. Because I know that you could get an FAA permission for things, but the city of Malibu, I'm not sure.
The dark sky ordinance would apply to the lights. We shouldn't get too sidetracked on it because the dark sky ordinance is very strict about those.
Gotcha.
And this would not be a way to get around the compliance with the dark sky ordinance.
Any other? Okay, Doug or Bruce?
Who's next?
Okay. So I don't think that was a light show so much, it was a light exhibit, but that was a great example of the lack of teeth in our laws, because there's really no penalty. They just decided to do what they knew they weren't allowed to do, because why not? Nobody's going to do anything about it. So that's something that we had proposed now going on 2 or 3 years ago, that we amend our code to put some teeth into the penalties, and still waiting to see what we're going to do about that. By the way, I really liked the box when the slide was up there and Tyler was in a little corner. I don't remember ever seeing that before. Maybe I've just missed it, but that was a good addition if that's something new. I'm going to be a little over the place on here because I just took random notes. So some comments and some questions and some proposals. So on the signs, I actually think it would be good if the restaurants only, and I don't know if that's permissible, could continue to have signs at the base of PCH, at the base of Canaan on PCH. I think that that's a valuable tool for people that come from out of town. It has not bothered me. As long as it's purely pursuant to this temporary ordinance, I wouldn't mind seeing some language that would permit that. I don't know if there's an appetite for that on City Council or not. I just throw that out there. This is being proposed as an urgency ordinance. I'm concerned about adopting it as an urgency ordinance. I understand that, this should have been done 3 months ago, but we obviously didn't have the bandwidth to do it 3 months ago. And it's urgent, it gets more and more urgent as time goes by, but to me, this is an urgency of our own creation at this point. The urgency that wasn't of our own creation was in January and February. And I'm concerned about the legality of adopting an urgency ordinance at a time when the urgency has dissipated but for our laxness in moving. So I throw that out as a consideration. Maybe if Trevor wants to tell us, no, that's not an issue, then I won't stand on it, but that concerns me as a matter of precedent.
We do have an emergency ordinance, so.
Well, aren't we doing an urgency ordinance and a regular ordinance?
It's both. There is always risk, and as Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem points out, it could be challenged or invalidated based on the urgency findings. You do need to make those findings, but this is also being adopted as a regular ordinance too. So the effect of the urgency ordinance is that it comes into effect immediately rather than 30 days from the second reading.
Well, I throw that out there as a concern that I have. There's been some discussion of the appropriateness or wisdom of allowing things to be discretionary on the part of the director. And I have historically objected anytime we gave discretion to the planning director. And that was because historically I had concerns with our historical planning director's judgments. I don't have a concern with our community development director. And this is a very limited window, so I don't have to be concerned that it's going to be some other community development director. So there won't be someone in the future that I don't currently know who I may or may not trust. So I have no problem to the extent that there's some discretion built into this ordinance that will only last for a few months, giving that discretion to Yolanda. I think she knows what Malibu wants and what Malibu doesn't want, and I trust her judgment. The sunset provision, which a lot of us have talked about already, maybe it's too short. I wouldn't have a problem with extending it maybe another 2 months into the spring, but with a mandatory visitation of it by us no later than January 31st, at which time we make a decision as to whether it will end at the end of the spring or whether to adopt a further extension. So I would be fine with a 2-month further period on that, with a mandatory review of it on the 31st, by January 31st, at which time we would decide whether it can go forward or not. Question whether we can and whether we should limit the new permissions to non-formula retail or restaurants, as opposed to chains that are of which there are some in our city. We've been making distinctions between formula and non-formula for various other reasons over the past year. We're going to be making, I suspect we'll be making, well, we're going to talk later about whether to make that distinction for grants. We've made that distinction. Have we yet approved the fee schedule, or it's only a proposal at this point from the A&F? Okay, A&F is proposing that there be different fees for certain things between formula and non-formula, and I think that that's, as long as it would be permissible, I'd like to hear from Trevor on that, I would propose that we actually make that distinction. I think we want to help our businesses, but most importantly, we want to help our local businesses. I'm much less interested in helping the national businesses. So would that be lawful if we wanted to have that discussion?
I would want to think about it a little bit, but I think you could make findings that, you know, the local businesses are more strongly impacted. I think there's evidence to support that if you wanted to go down that route, and as a result, you're tailoring this to affect the type of businesses most strongly impacted.
That makes sense to me. Okay. On the only one event permitted under this section is allowed at a time. First of all, I think that's ambiguous because that could be read to mean one event in the entire city. So we need something to clean up that language to make clear that that's not what it means. But it also could mean per storefront in a multi-storefront location. And that's a problem in the other direction. So I think we need to work on this, and this may take a lot of work actually tonight if we're going to get this done. I do have concerns about a shopping center having 5 or 6 or 7 different events going on at the same time, as contrasted with one in the center. I'm not sure where I come out on that. The other thing there is, and I hadn't even thought about this until someone made a comment, and maybe it was Rafi made a comment about bar mitzvahs, weddings, etc. Until he said that, I hadn't thought about the fact that this ordinance might be used to rent to basically make money by facilitating a function. I have always thought of these TUPs as being appropriate for having a event that brings in business. You have some music for the customers to bring more customers in, or a food truck or what have you. I hadn't thought that what we were going to be approving here could be used so that if a clothing store wanted to make a couple $1,000s, they could rent out their facility for a bar mitzvah. To me, that would be crazy for us to be authorizing that. But I suspect this can be read that way now that it's been suggested. Am I right about that? Could it be read that way?
Yeah, I mean, it's also been used that way. There's businesses historically have used the temporary use permit ordinance to do things that are not in their normal business allowances. So weddings is the typical kind of event that we see for places that wouldn't normally authorize weddings.
Okay, so historically, there have been serious one-offs with respect to businesses doing that kind of thing, and they've been much more regulated. I would like us to add some language that makes clear that this is not going to permit businesses to start basically having a side business of renting out their facility or using their facility for a private event and making a lot of money, which actually helps the business, but that's not the kind of help for the business that I thought we were intending by this ordinance. So that's just my thought. I'd like to hear what others have to say about that. So the lawyer for Cross Creek Ranch, Ms. Gordy, one thing she suggested was removing the limit for events at a time at a facility, if I understood that. Like so the shopping center could have multiple events, make that clear. As I think about it, what makes sense to me is not focus on the number of events at a shopping center, but focus on the number of people who would be attending the aggregate events, at a shopping center, so that you could have 10 or 15 people at one location, another 10 or 15, 20 people at a different location, but you'd still be subject to the aggregate limit of 100 for certain parts of the statute and 250 for others. It's, again, something I throw out to talk about. I don't know where I come down ultimately or where others do. I don't agree with changing the eligibility from mandatory, notwithstanding what I said about Yolanda on that one. I think the proposal was right. The sunset provision I talked about already. Just question, Rafi, I think also had mentioned that there were 2 parcels at Norm's location. I thought they were combined already. Didn't we adopt an ordinance combining those as one parcel? Norm, I'm not asking Norm. Does anyone know the answer?
If I may.
Actually, you would know. That's right.
Yeah, so the CDP was approved, but I don't believe that the lot merger has been completed, because you have to do, you have to complete that process with the city's public works department and get the lot recorded ultimately for that to take place.
So those are still 2 parcels?
Correct.
So could Norm have a function in that gas station area if he wanted to under this ordinance?
Potentially.
Okay. And lastly, on the signs, if you can regulate the content, and we're not talking, I don't think, about First Amendment issues here, I think they ought to be limited to the name of the business and if they want to, an indication of an event that's going to occur. But they clearly shouldn't be able to use signs to promote anything they wish to, which maybe the language right now is broad enough to allow. So I think Ryan makes a good point that they need to be limited, but not necessarily to the name of the business. I think if they're going to have a special event, they ought to be able to plaster on the sign what the event's going to be. Those are my thoughts. I don't know if anyone wants to tackle any of them, throw them away, or what have you. So I'll stop at that point.
Doug?
Okay. There was a comment made about a year ago that I always remember. It says there's nothing more permanent than something temporary government. And, you know, I think we need to keep in mind that this is meant to be temporary, and as such, we need to condition all of our thoughts about temporary, but realize that we may be letting the lion loose in the city. Couple of quick comments on this. Let me take some of the things that have been said so you know where I'm standing on this. I do think that having this expire in January is not enough time to let anybody really benefit from it. And what I would suggest, and I agree with the comment that was made by the public, that we go maybe to Labor Day, but with a review in January. And the only reason why I say that is the whole idea here is to get our businesses back on their feet. And I will tell you 100% from my point of view, I will not vote in favor of letting the majority of what we have here continue on. This is meant to be a temporary help event, not to permanently change the way we do business here in Malibu. You know, we're not going to have a circus operation here, and I think Steve made the comment, didn't want to make this like Las Vegas, and I agree with you. So I would propose that maybe we do a January review, and whether it's a May 31st or Labor Day expiration, and that is the hard stop. And the midpoint correction is to fix anything that we might have come back and bit us in the rear end. The other thing is, you know, this is meant to be an emergency ordinance and quick. If we try and write war and peace out of this and take every consideration, we're never going to get it passed. And time is of the essence for this. Just even bringing it back for another meeting in August sets people back in being able to do business. So the sooner we can get this done tonight, I think the better off we're going to be. And we can always fix some of these things later, and especially if they're abusive. But I think we've got the core document here. Let's see if we can't make this work with some minor changes. So I mentioned the review time and expiration. I do think that we need to let the development director have more flexibility for approvals. I understand the concern, and I was leaning the other way on violations, but I think the violations are clear enough that if you blow it, you're done. So I think that's good enough there. But I would like to say we need to let the development director have the option to do things like have more than one event at the facility or whatever. I think that's within their authority and understanding of the special event. Once again, we're not trying to satisfy every circumstance. Let's let the development director have the ability to be the judge. It's only for 14 months at most, so let's don't get too carried away here. Along that line, I can't figure out how many events people are going to have. Shopping centers, I know a shopping center, they look like shopping centers. Whole Foods, Cross Creek, these are all shopping centers. Is Malibu a shopping center? Probably not. So when we say parcels, I think we're confusing things. And I don't know how to handle the Nobus. I know how to say Whole Food Shopping Center. I mean, that's a shopping center. And all the stores that are in it are in that shopping center. So I'd almost be inclined to say we have a cap for the number of events in the 100 to 251. And maybe it's double what we'd have for a non-shopping center. As what constitutes a non-shopping center, I'm looking over at staff going, any ideas you got for a non-shopping center?
Well, we have a definition of shopping center in the code, so if you want, I can bring that up and make sure that's
so if you're a shopping
sufficient.
center, we could say 40 events, and if you're not a shopping center, we could say 20 events, as opposed to trying to do parcels. Because I look at, and not to pick on Norm, but I don't think we want to have somebody with 10 parcels suddenly get 200 events. So I think we need to define shopping centers and non-shopping centers for the cap on the 100 to 250. Let's see, what else did I have here? Oh, this 5-day notice bothers me because as I look at the mechanics of this, you come in on Monday to have an event on Saturday. By the time we get the postcards and everything processed, it's not going to go in the mail until Tuesday or Wednesday. So I get it at my house on Friday or Thursday, and I'm supposed to object to this event that's already going to take place on Saturday. I just don't see the 5-day notice working. I see the benefit of having a notice, but I can't see how to make this work effectively. I don't know how.
Well, they're supposed to submit 7 days in advance for the application. So they wouldn't be able to submit on Monday for an event on Saturday. They would have already missed their window, so they would have had to apply by Friday.
The week before, so it's 7 days, not 5 days. All right. I can live with that, I guess. And then how much does each one of these permits cost? If I'm a small business and I'm trying to do 99 people or under, to use Mr. Gordon's comment about the eggnog, which we'll go there. I love eggnog. But anyhow, if you want to do that every week or every couple of days, how much is it going to cost you to do that?
So we're basing it based on the existing fee schedule, and so the planning clearance, which is 99 or less, is $396.
Wow.
A temporary use permit, which would be for anything more than 100, and those two other tiers, is $821 for a regular business and $342 for a nonprofit.
We're not going to see very many of these at those prices.
Maybe I could ask the city attorney if the council can direct us to charge a lesser fee, perhaps the $342 or a different fee for all TUPs?
We would need to bring something back if you want to address the fees. That wasn't noticed. Nobody would show up here to weigh in on that.
Yeah. I can tell you if I was a small business and I was trying to promote something for 199 people just to get people there, right off the bat, I'm having to pay a lot of money, and that's before I even throw the event. So I don't think we're going to see much activity out of this. And let's see, we talked about the may deny versus shall deny. We already got that covered. And that's all the comments I had. I would encourage us to do something tonight so we get this in place. And if we have to make changes to what can't be put in stone tonight, we bring it back on August the 11th. But I think the businesses need to have the certainty of having this in place. So that's all my comments.
Okay. So for me, I was thinking about the quantity and the planning clearance level 1, which is the 99 and less. If you have multiple businesses in the same center, I think that would kick them into the next tier of the TUPs. So instead of the individual businesses getting the planning clearance at 99 or less, then it would kick up to the lower level TUP for 100 to 250 people, and probably then the property manager or property owner would become responsible for processing that TUP or whatever arrangements. Because I do think we need to worry about the cumulative total of people. If every single business in a shopping center got a planning clearance, you've got thousands of people that have the potential of being there. So I think that's how we regulate it, that we limit it to one planning clearance per parcel or shopping center, whichever we're going to designate it as. And then if you've got a second business that's proposing to come in on that same date, then those would require to get up to the next level of the TUP.
I like that.
Everybody else like that? Okay.
Can you summarize that?
Pardon?
Can you summarize that?
That it's one planning clearance of 99 or less per day. And if there were going to be 2 of those proposed, they would actually move up to the whatever applicable TUP level, either the minor or the major.
Could I suggest something else to think about in that direction?
Sure.
Which is that, again, we do know what a shopping center is, and as Tyler pointed out, it's defined in another one of our codes. Why not just make the shopping center itself eligible only for whatever the number of clearances are with these numbers? And it's completely up to the owner of the shopping center to delegate, to parcel that out among the stores within the center. That they chose to do their business that way. They own a parcel that they've rented out to multiple businesses. Just have these numbers apply across the board to each shopping center, and then it's up to them to figure out how to handle it.
How would that work?
Yeah.
For example.
So the shopping center would have to be the applicant for all of them, and so they would control.
Let's say 2, I think the way I hear it, Councilor Mayor Pro Tem, is let's say 2 businesses wanted an event on the same day. It's up to the shopping center to submit one application that couples all the people. That would be their event.
That's correct.
Which would bring them into that next tier.
They'd identify the locations on their property where the event is going to occur, and they would be limited by the number.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So it could be name different things in different corners, but the idea is you're having an event at the shopping center. It could have multiple locations on it. Okay.
Right.
I think if it was applied for that way, we would process it that way. But if they applied for it as 2 separate events at 2 separate times, it may not get processed that way. So I think it's a good notion for the shopping centers to be the project manager.
It's one permit per day all that would be allowed, and then the number of people coming would determine the type of permit needed. Is that
exactly
right?
And if we want, we could allow a greater aggregate number in a shopping center than in a non-shopping center, because they're kind of being short shrifted that way, but that administratively that seems to make sense to me. So let's say that hypothetically shopping centers would get double the amount maximum of a non-shopping center, but again, as many things as are going to go on in that location, they make one application, they identify all the things that are going to go on, and that determines what kind of permit they're asking for.
Is there consensus for that?
I agree with it.
I agree with that. I think I want to clarify the amount of people, because the way this is set up, if you have up to 250, then you get 20 of those permits. If you go over that if you go to 251 and above, then it drops down to 6
right. So for
applications.
So you could still leave it at that, or you could say a shopping center could have 12 over 250.
Do you want to just double the amount for the make it by shopping center, and then they get double if it's a shopping center of what the limited amounts are?
Or we could just double the smaller ones and leave the larger one alone, because that's a greater imposition on the community.
The planning clearance, it's unlimited amounts. It's only when you get into 100 and above that we start regulating how many of those permits they can apply for.
So I would say give them double the amount of the mid-level application, but leave the larger one alone.
Let me just suggest, I went down to the Civic Center this Saturday. Malibu Village parking lot was full. There's no place else to park. And the same thing happened over in Costa's place on the other side. So I think we just got to be careful. We're going to need some traffic management going on to this thing. And I think the process that says, the shopping center manager may want to make sure that he's limiting the number of people that are showing up so that he can accommodate in terms of parking and all the other facilities he's got to have. I just think this, otherwise, for example, Village Shopping Center could have 200 people show up, and there's no place to park.
Part of the permit is the application for the parking plan, right?
That is correct, yeah, we review parking.
That's going to be an issue. You guys got to be real careful with that one because there are, like I said, now that the people are coming back in, Village was packed and Cost Places was packed, and that is good, but it's going to present a problem.
But given that, it's possible that they don't necessarily need to do this to drive people because it naturally has occurred, but we may see in the fall or winter that that's not the case, and they do need to be making these things.
I don't know how they're going to play with this, right?
But what you're describing should mean that they don't really need to do this because the people have returned.
Let's find out. I can't.
Hi, Trevor.
Okay.
I think you want to say something.
I just want to get consensus so that we can, if we want to be able to adopt this tonight, I want to be able to put the language in.
Okay.
So I think there's consensus that the number of events be determined by shopping center, not by parcel. Is that?
I'm into that.
Okay.
Yes.
And then for the number of events, do you want to change it for the shopping centers versus individual businesses that are not in a shopping center?
I think if you make it 40 shopping center, or maybe a higher, maybe 50, because you're talking about potentially, it depends on how long we're going to have this. We're going to have it till Labor Day of next year. 20 is not going to be enough. That's 60 weeks. But if you said, say 50, you'd have the ability to have an event a week. I'm not seeing anybody's nodding their head.
I'm doing the math. So we've got 52 weeks would get us to mid of July next year, and then another 8 weeks. So 60 would take us to Labor Day of 2026.
Maybe we could express these as a number per month as opposed to an absolute number.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to do it.
Okay. What numbers would you want for a shopping center and then for an individual business if it's not a shopping center?
I think it's just for the shopping center idea of, say, 4 a month.
Yeah. That's what I had in mind.
Yeah, 4 a month. And then parcels are limited to 20, or you want to do 4 a month.
So that's 4 one-day events a month, or
Yeah.
4?
Yeah, one-day events.
These are temporary use permits.
No, but they've been used in the past to get up to 14 days.
Well,
and people have divided them into different things.
The regular ordinance that's going to be 251 and above, with a limit of 6 total, could get up to 14 days. Still, we're not changing that ordinance at all.
Right, and now that question's been raised, I would like to see this temporary ordinance have the events limited to one-day events, not multi-day events. Can we add that in?
I thought
Is there consensus for that?
I agree with that entirely, yes.
Okay. And so it's 4 one-day events per month for a shopping center, and that's for the 100 to 250?
Yes.
And 2 for an ordinary parcel?
Yeah, 2 for an ordinary.
And 2 for larger than that? Okay.
Real consensus on that as a straw vote?
I said yes.
Yeah. I'm there.
All right,
And then for the non-shopping
Marianne's
center?
still thinking through, it looks like.
Marianne's doing math. Hold on.
And then,
For the non-shopping center, what limit did you want for that?
2.
2.
2 of the 100 to 250 and 1 of the bigger than 250? Is that correct?
But if you're more than 250, you got to fall under the 6 events a
The
year.
existing.
Right.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Got it.
14 months times 4 is 56, so
I think
we're almost ending up with the same amount.
we haven't reached a conclusion on how long it's going to last yet. That's why I'm suggesting it be per month rather than for the prolonged period of time.
Let me ask a clarifying question. We've talked about 100 people, 150 people, whatever it is. Is that for the entire event, or is that at any one time?
How are you going to regulate that?
It's the entire event.
Right, because if it's for all day, I mean, if you have a shopping center, I don't know how you count that. People will be coming in and out. Or is it?
Exactly right. You can't count it.
So, okay, this is, again, a code enforcement issue. I don't disagree with any of you guys. Probably need more code enforcement staff to do the amount of enforcement we want to do in this city, to be quite honest with you. But they put down an application what they are thinking that are going to be there. And then if we get a complaint, sometimes we do a head count. And if they are above what they said they were going to be in terms of amount of guests, then they're in violation of their permit.
But that's at any one point in time, as opposed to all day long.
For the duration of the event.
Yeah. Well, so how do you handle, like, I mean, I understand if you're going to have a invitation event, you know what number you're inviting, but let's say you're having like a Renaissance fair on your lawn at the shopping center. How do you know how many people are going to show up that wouldn't have gone there but for that?
Exactly. So you're hoping that the shopping centers are being in good faith, and sometimes when we get calls and we have to go and inspect, sometimes it is the case that they are over, in which case, again, they're in violation of their permit, and then they won't be able to get a permit the next go around.
When I had my bar in New York, we had a certificate of occupancy. We would have events. Generally, we would go over that amount of that number, and somebody would call the fire department. Or we were responsible and learned from that mistake, and we had clickers, and then we shut the door on them. So,
But here we're not talking about the number of people at any given moment. We're talking about throughout the day coming in and out.
it does fluctuate. So so then are we saying, like, at the height, how much the capacity is?
Oh, it's almost as like there's a gate where you count the people coming in.
But that's not really a problem. If over the course.
Mayor, your microphone.
Thank you. I mean, and I was saying that that's not really a problem if we have it throughout the day. It's at one moment in time where we have an issue. That's where the parking issues are going to come from. That's when space is going to be at a premium. That's when noise has a tendency to increase and everything else. So
that's just when it's at its worst. It's going to be a problem all day, especially if 3 or 4 places within 500 to 1,000 feet of each other are holding events.
I thought we were going to give the property manager the ability to control that, which I thought was a really good idea, because what happens with silos and small businesses, nobody communicates, and then it's up to our planning staff. But if it's up to the manager of the property, they would be able to say, well, this one's got 50 people coming, that one's got 100 people coming, we're at our max.
I mean, I would suggest thinking about enforcement here. I mean, 2 ways that I see you how to do it is, one, you require tickets, to be issued. Then, if you have they only issue so many tickets, that's one way you could do it. Or otherwise, you go with the standard of how many people are there at one time. I mean, that's the only, how else are you going to measure it? You're not going to be able to count people throughout the day.
yeah, because I mean, people might show up at 10 when they open, and then they move on to another store. They go someplace else in the country, someplace else in the Civic Center. And then new people come in, but you're never getting over that amount.
So, it's sounding to me like, so, I mean, Allo had the movie thing, and they know how many people are coming in, because there are tickets. That's easy. I would think perhaps then if it's an open to the public event where people are just wandering in and out, maybe you just need to consider anything like that a 250 plus event, full stop. And it's subject to the regular TUP requirement.
Then we're not doing anything whatsoever to help our.
Look at the village shopping center. There's going to be, if the parking lot's packed before you start the event, there's 250 people there before you even get going. I don't know how the hell you're going to count this stuff.
Does somebody have, I mean, I think we're just going to go round and round in circles on this. Is there?
I would suggest that we say at any one time, and just let it go at that. Just the count is any one time. And
Yeah.
I realize, you've got capacity issues and so forth. Look, the whole idea of this is to get business in for the next few months and see what's working and what isn't working. And let's don't try to overthink it. Let's just get some customers in here and get things going. With the realization this is not forever. And anybody that wants to make it forever isn't going to have my vote.
Okay. Does somebody want to put forth any changes to the ordinance that?
What do we have so far, Trevor?
What I got so far is change 1768090 C1C to delete unless authorized by the planning director. That's the illumination issue. Section 5, change the expiration date. I don't have the date you want to change it to.
I have a question about that.
And then, is Labor Day the consensus?
Well, I have a question about that. Doug, is the contemplation that we now say Labor Day of 2026, but subject to pulling the plug in January if we think it's out of control, or is it lasts till Labor Day and we're going to decide in January or February whether it should continue beyond Labor Day?
No, I think it's, we reserve the right to modify it in January. And just because Trevor's already given me
it's very hard to change your municipal code. It takes so long. You have to have 2 readings. It'll be difficult to terminate earlier.
I don't want to right now authorize something to go through 2 summers when we don't know how the first summer is going to go.
Okay, then let's carry it to May.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
That would give you time. If you could report in January, you could still bring back a quick amendment. It will be easy just to extend it and make changes. You just need.
Okay. Let's do that. That way people have some certainty that they've got an extended period of time to get things done, but at the same time, we're not making this forever.
Was that, what date, May what?
Yeah, is that May Memorial Day?
May 31st.
May 31st?
May 31st, okay.
Okay, I like that.
And then.
With the January review.
I have to go through and make the technical changes, but the permits are issued by the shopping center. And a shopping center gets 4 of the events per month. If you're not a shopping center, you get 2 of them per month. And then, was there consensus that the measurement is how many people are there at the same time?
That was for the 100 to 250 tier.
That's for the 100 to 250, yep.
And the shopping center manager was the one applying for the permit?
Yes.
Right?
Are we going to distinguish between formula retail and non, or is that a?
I think that's just too hard. In a regular shopping center, you got a mixture.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
And the one thing on the temporary signage,
Yeah.
C1C,
Yeah.
we've got signs shall not be illuminated unless authorized by the planning director. I think we should strike that off.
I already read that, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
What about the signs that are at the base of Canaan?
I don't like that.
So we're going to make the people all pull them out?
Yeah, I mean,
That's a code enforcement issue we'll handle separately.
It's a shame.
Can we do it with political signs too?
No.
When election season comes?
They're regulated under different.
So horrible.
Okay, does staff need
Wait, we're
a
not
few
done.
minutes to, we're
done.
not? Okay, what
No,
else we got?
we need to clean up the one at a time language, because it can be read either to mean you can have only one in the city, or it could be read to mean every single place can have one. Or maybe we're solving that with the shopping center.
yeah, just.
I'm sorry. I also have one more, I think, from Councilmember Euring, that events shall not include lights that do not comply with the dark sky ordinance.
cool. Problem with that? No? Okay.
That's good.
All right, what about the issue of, a clothing store decides they want to rent out their facility for a wedding? I mean, is that what we're allowing here?
I think we've always allowed that.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think
I can get
this is what happens.
So now we're going to be inviting, Wedding
I don't-
Central?
I don't, hasn't this been, I know houses do it, because I've got a neighbor that
Under
does it all
100
the time.
people, you can do
Is that something that
dozens
commercial
throughout the city every day.
properties have been doing?
I mean, I think that falls under the property manager is going to have, he or she is going to be reviewing what their tenant is requesting. And
they're going to be incentivized to let their tenants request whatever the maximum is that they can let them request to make money.
I don't really believe that these shopping center owners and managers want to turn their tenant spaces into
But the lumberyard,
party venues.
lumberyard would be happy to
They
do it
want
as
the
vacant.
rent. They want, if it's a matter of,
Oh, but that does bring up one thing, that these can only be held in occupied tenant spaces.
Ooh.
Right? We don't want to have vacant tenant spaces suddenly become those. So I think that kind of covers
that's a good
that.
one, yeah, I agree with that.
Hold on.
I think that, yeah, I think the opens,
Yeah, you could, common area.
Councilmember, your microphone.
Common area or occupied space.
right, so that they could have a communal event in the common area, but any tenant spaces that don't have a lease are not allowed to be permitted.
Well,
for
I have a problem with this concept. I mean, I thought what we were trying to do was allow businesses to do things out of the ordinary to get people to come in and patronize the business.
Out of the ordinary?
No, but, to have a wine tasting subject to liquor issues, have music, have dancing, but you're there to patronize the establishment, not change the type of business you're conducting in order to bring money in to pay the rent.
Wine tasting, music, dancing, that sounds like a wedding to me.
No, because a wedding, you're inviting 100 people. You're not open to the general public who are going to come in and shop at your store or dine at your restaurant. You're not increasing your patronage. You're simply renting out your building. And that's not what I had in mind when this was proposed, and I'm not going to vote to support that. I think that I encourage people to have special events to bring in business and get people that are going to come back again and patronize the business, not 100 one-offs where you're going to make a couple $1,000 renting your sub-renting, basically, your facility to pay the rent or to even make a profit beyond your rent. That's not what this is for.
Okay, so how about we put something in there that the primary use of the promotional event is to highlight the goods and services that the business provides.
Well, actually, the more I think about it,
I'm chopping that up, but.
Everyone's got their up to 6 where they can charge people, they can sub-rent their place. I think that we're talking here is non-ticketed events that are open to the general public. And if we add that kind of language, I like it. Because that's what I thought we were doing in the first place. Non-ticketed and open to the general public.
I mean, what we want is for them to be able to encourage people to come into their stores and shop in their stores, right?
How do you put that in writing in an ordinance?
That's what I'm saying, is the primary use.
Are businesses right now, commercial spaces, allowed to have a small wedding with a permit?
Yes.
6 times a year.
6 times a year?
You're in the restaurant business. If you got a restaurant, you can do it.
That's what I mean.
So you still need a temporary use permit unless it's in your conditional
You're
use
still
permit.
subject to 6 times a year.
Private event. They only need the use permit if they're not doing a use that's allowed under the conditional use permit. So you could rent out a restaurant as long as they're just serving food. It could be a bar mitzvah dinner. That doesn't even need
But that's 6 times a year.
But you could do that any day. If you're allowed to rent out a restaurant as long as it's a restaurant use. It doesn't have, it's not conditioned that you have to.
That's where I think my point is.
Okay, but you couldn't do that with a clothing store or a grocery store.
No, because you're not allowed to serve food, you're not allowed to serve alcohol, you're not allowed to. A lot of these events also use like parking lot, other space that's not, outdoor space, it's not.
But as this is currently written, that would become permissible up to 20 or 40 times, right?
What would become permissible?
A clothing store could get a TUP to have a bar mitzvah or a wedding or a sweet 16 or whatever have you.
It would be allow a use that would not otherwise be allowed, yes.
See, I'm not in favor of expanding that beyond the 6. Because I don't think that's helping the business create business. That's just giving the owner money.
Let's just go back to the idea of a non-ticketed event. That's
Say it again?
a non-ticketed event.
I mean,
Is a wedding a non-ticketed event?
Got to have an invitation.
Okay.
Well, open to the general public.
Open to the general
I
public.
mean, how does other shopping malls have Santa where you sit on his lap and there's a line up around the corner and there's.
They
you
have
know.
to get a TUP for that.
Right, and that's the kind of thing you should be able to have multiple of.
Right.
You might want to make it, just has to be open to the public. I think it's private events that are causing the issue, because you may want to charge people, for an event to come in, but if anyone can go, they're not, if it's your wedding, you're not going to want the general public to be able to come into that, right?
Yeah, you could even charge an extra amount for whatever special thing you're offering, but it's got to be anyone can come take advantage of it.
It's not the ticketing, it's the events, these events must be open to anyone in the public.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that consensus on that?
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
I think that.
no, wait. I want to hear more about this. Sorry, everybody. What? Yeah. I don't know.
The condition would be that the events have to be open to anyone in the public. You could charge them, they may have to pay to attend it, but you can't limit who would be able to come. Like, is that what you're looking for?
Yes, that's what I'm looking for.
I can agree to that.
You could hire a band and charge $5 extra for coming in, but you got to let it open to everybody.
Yeah, so Joe Schmo can attend the event as long as Joe Schmo's paying.
To the maximum capacity though, right? So, up to 250, let's say, in that
Yes.
case.
The numbers still stay the same.
And the clarification was that is number of people present at one time. So someone has to be monitoring the door or the entrance to it or whatever to make sure that you keep a cap on it, correct?
Oh, God. I'm so sorry, you guys. This is getting so convoluted. So if I had a bar, a establishment, and I wanted to have a private party, and I wanted to send out invitations to certain people to just come to my private party.
That wouldn't be allowed here if you're going to exclude people that don't have that pass or.
Well, no, you would have to get the full-fledged temporary use permit, which there's a limit of 6.
Yeah, you can always do that.
But Trevor also explained that if you are a restaurant and you want to close the doors to the general public and serve food, that's something you're allowed to do anyway.
Yeah.
You don't need a permit.
Your bar could still operate as a private bar as long as you keep it within, the number of people that would otherwise be allowed at your bar that night. You can choose who those people are. This is talking about special events that are different from the regular use of the restaurant. In that case, the proposal is that those types of events have to be open to the public.
I don't know.
It's my understanding that you require a temporary use permit when you're not just doing open general business.
Yeah.
And unless your CUP is already including those types of activities.
Yeah, which is if you're having a restaurant and somebody wants to rent out the whole restaurant and serve dinner to everybody, they could do that without having to get a TUP. It's the use. The use that's authorized is restaurant use. People buying food and paying for it.
We may be trying to put a cannon to kill some mice. I mean, this is.
Look, we're making it so complex, nobody's going to be able to benefit from it. Let's don't get too carried away.
I'm really trying to avoid the fact that on a given Saturday, we might have 50 private events at a whole bunch of shopping centers and other places in town. It could happen. And that's not really promoting or encouraging business to get their customers back. That's simply making their spaces available for people all over the state to come here and enjoy Malibu in a building or in a courtyard. And that's not what this was intended to do.
Let's go
Can we
back.
see if we got enough votes to move this along? Because here's my concern tonight. We've got some things that have to be done. We've got
The resource officer needs to be done, so otherwise you will run out of time to get that in place for the year. And I think Kelsey has a prioritized list after that. But this is also a priority if you do want to get it in place.
Let's just do a straw vote. We either have the votes
Let's
to
see
do
if we
that
got
or
it or not. We've talked this thing through. Let's see what we got.
Yes for me.
This is about whether it has to be open to the public?
Yeah.
Yes.
Open to the public, yes.
Definitely open to the public. It's a matter of, open to the public.
Must be open to the public to qualify for one of these special temporary
Must be
permits.
open to the public.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Okay, the last thing I had was,
Wait.
are we gonna?
I might not be into that, but you don't need me. You guys all went on with it. So I'm a no.
The last one was, do we want to limit the signs to naming the business and/or identifying an event that's going to occur, or are we not putting any limitations on what words can be used?
How much leeway do we have with that under the sign?
Just going to tell you, regulating content is very fraught. If you want to, it's how to be objective. You want to say business name only. You know, maybe it would pass muster. It's difficult. All the case law that has come out recently has been extremely constraining about your ability to regulate the content of the sign, and we will be doing that because you're talking about the words that go on the sign.
It's very difficult to think about a sign that says gift shop 50% off this sale, every Thursday. I mean, you're getting into a death spiral here.
We're going to just keep convoluting everything. And I believe that these people are adults and they know what they're doing for their businesses. And I am not going to control, they're not going to put obscenities on their signs, hopefully, and they're just going to drum up business.
Plus, the shopping center's got sign restrictions too.
Right. So what's next? And then do we have to also get this back to the staff and then back here for another one of these?
I'm looking to try to make the changes tonight.
Great.
So we may need to put this on second call.
Okay, because it'll be Labor Day by the time. I just don't want.
So
Well, I have no other proposals. Does anybody else?
no. How much time does staff need? Do we need to do another item?
Yeah, I would go on to the next item because
Okay.
I want to go through this.
Kelsey, do you have a particular item you would like us to?
The school resource officer is the next most urgent item. If that's something you're interested in, we'll need that direction tonight to have time to implement for the school year.
Okay, so is there any special language I need to be using, or we're just pausing 5A and we're going to move on to 6A?
Yes, we'll come back to 5A for adoption. We'll plan to do that after 6A, but you can open 6A now.
Okay, so we're going to open item 6A. Do we have a staff report?
Can I go?
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll try and make this quick. As you recall, at the April 28th City Council meeting, staff provided a report on how school resource officer could be provided to the school by reassigning one of our special assignment deputies. At that time, the council was a little concerned about reassigning a deputy and asked us to work with the school, sheriffs, look at other options, possibly private security, etc. So we met with representatives from the school district and the sheriff's department, in June. And on the private security side, the superintendent, Antonio Shelton, was very concerned about that because they're very supportive of an SRO because of the training that deputies have with de-escalation and juvenile investigation tactics, et cetera. And then it also, one of the issues the school has is with just response time. And it was brought to our attention by the sheriff's department that one of the reasons why private security may not address that fully is that an SRO, a deputy, is better trained to evaluate a situation and communicate that to dispatch in a way that speeds up response. So if it's someone else, it could increase response time as opposed to a deputy assessing the situation and communicating it. We also talked about sort of the cost benefit of reassigning a deputy. And there are two things that came out. One is that the special assignment deputy cars that we're looking at, it's a two-person car. So if we took one out, we still have a resource as that car. So that car can still respond to things as a special assignment deputy. It would just be a one-person car instead of a two-person car. The other thing that we were reminded of is that two of the special assignment deputies that we currently have were actually added to our contract at a time when we were dealing with the proliferation of RVs and other vehicles on the highway, and it was to address that doing nighttime oversized vehicle ordinance. Since that time, we now have parking enforcement that has very effectively addressed that issue. So essentially, the reason why we added the two special assignment deputies in 2021 and 2022 was to address something that doesn't exist anymore. So that's where we're thinking, well, maybe it wouldn't be, it would probably maybe a good use of resources to go ahead and try it for school year, assigning one of the deputies to be a school resource officer. Because in a way, we still have that resource, the car's still available, and we can try this out in the school for the next year. And I want to point out, I'm open for questions, and also we have Isaac Burgess, Carrie Upton, and Superintendent Antonio Shelton are available on Zoom if you have questions for them as well.
I think we also had Christine Wood also.
Yes, and Christine Wood, thank you.
Okay. So do we have any clarifying questions?
I do. I thought we voted on this.
We did for the remainder of the school year. Now we're talking about the next school year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this is the same thing we previously approved, but just different time frame?
Correct. We didn't have anything in place in time for this school year, so now we're looking at the next school year starting in August.
Okay, but in substance, what we're being asked to approve is what we previously said we wanted to do. Is that correct?
Right. Well, at the time, you didn't approve reassigning a deputy at the time, so now you asked us to explore like private security or other options. And so now, having explored that, the recommendation is to consider reassigning one deputy for the next school year.
Okay, I thought we had asked to reassign a deputy, but my recollection must just be wrong.
No, it was my understanding that for the remainder of the school year, we had this in what, April or May, that we did reassign one deputy.
Right, and that wasn't, we weren't able to get that in place as quickly because we need to get an agreement with the school district that the individual needs to have the training. And so there is training available this summer, so if approved, they do have time to get the training before the school year.
Okay.
One real quick, they got two deputies in the car now. If we take one out, the sheriff's okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have any online speakers?
There's 4 raised hands.
Okay, if you can cap those 4 for me. Our in-person, we have Jake Lingo and Joe Drummond. We're not taking any more in-person speaker slips. Sorry, you didn't make the cutoff. So Jake and then Joe. Hey, Jake.
Thank you, Mayor Riggins, council members. Obviously, my name is Jake Lingo, father of 2 children at MES, and the chair of the AMP Security Council. I'm obviously here supporting staff's recommendation to reassigning one of the special assignment deputies to serve as an SRO for the 25-26 school year. As you all know, myself, along with many other concerned parents, have been pushing the city and the district to do more to protect our most precious and valuable resources, which are our children. I commend community leaders such as Kevin Keegan, Sergeant Bellick, Principal Hertz, and many others in the community, and most of all the City Council for hearing our voices. We were a bunch of concerned parents. We came out here and you guys brought this conversation to the forefront. I really appreciate it. It's taken 3 years, but we're here. And so I just want to say thank you. I do want to add one comment, and it's just a thought for consideration. It's to continue to explore private security options. I know that we don't know if this is a long-term solution. Why? I believe that from a cost perspective, we may be able to have security on every campus in Malibu, more efficiently protecting all of our students at a similar cost. That's going to cost one SRO. I know that SMM USD does not support this position, but again, I think it's that they fail to understand how difficult or how different Malibu is than Santa Monica. Malibu sheriff response times are not the same as Santa Monica. They're a seaside urban center. We're a rural community of 27 miles. We talk about this all the time. So I don't want that to overshadow how appreciative I am of what the council has done. I just think that I think the potential of having this roaming SRO in Malibu, I'm so grateful for it. We have come to this point, but a group like Covered 6, who protects Pepperdine, they help the Lost Virginia School District. There's many campuses all throughout this region that are utilizing this service, is at least something that we should continue to explore as a long-term solution. It's just, this is great right now. Let's see if there's something else that we can explore with the district. Without being assumptive, I just want to say thank you to the council for your leadership. Thank you for listening to your community and to the parents, and for making your community safer. Really appreciate it. Please vote to support this recommendation, staff's recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jake. Joe?
Yes, I hope that you'll support this. I'm just mentioning that I've seen many police officers on the highway and Covered 6, and the police are responding very quickly. I saw someone on my property and I called the number, and within 5 minutes, the sheriff was there before Covered 6. So the sheriff being available to at least Malibu High and the middle school would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude in person. Online?
Kevin Keegan.
Kevin, want to go ahead?
Yes, I am Kevin Keegan. I believe an SRO pilot program is important for Malibu schools' safety and security plans, and Commander Jennifer C2 agrees with me. Commander C2 sent an email message to me and others on the eve of her last day as captain of the Lost Hills Sheriff's Department, in which she highlighted her support for school resource officers, or SROs. Commander C2 wrote, quote, "Over the past 3 years, the Lost Virginia Unified School District has worked closely with our Lost Hills station to make significant strides enhancing school safety, including initiatives such as camera integration and the incorporation of private security, or an SRO," end quote. Lost Virginia is a local public high school with an SRO program. Other local schools with SROs include Agora Hills, Westlake, Camarillo, and Santa Monica. I thank Sergeant William Bellick and the Lost Hills Sheriff's team who have helped lead the effort to give us this SRO pilot test opportunity. The National Association of SROs recommends that an SRO should be, quote, "carefully selected, specifically trained, and properly equipped," end quote. If the pilot program is approved tonight, my belief is Sergeant Bellick will be able to coordinate the necessary SRO training for the reassigned Lost Hills Special Assignment Deputy before the start of the school year. This SRO pilot program is being led by the Malibu community. Malibu parents and families are supportive. Our 2 Malibu elementary school site councils voted to endorse SROs. Malibu principals and teachers in general want to test having an SRO. The city council is taking action. The Malibu Public Safety Director delivered tonight's agenda report. Malibu City staff have made extra effort to help support this community goal. Because this SRO pilot program is led by Malibu, we have an opportunity to ask questions and gather feedback. For example, shortly after this school year's winter break, we could request a feedback report from teachers, students, parents, etc., and if necessary, make changes to Malibu SRO pilot program based on that report. If approved, my understanding is this SRO will be assigned primarily to the Malibu High School. If supported by Sergeant Bellick and Lost Hills Sheriffs, I request that the SRO have direction to be able to support Malibu Middle School and Malibu Elementary School on occasion and as circumstances warrant through this assignment. For the community's awareness, Webster Elementary School, with help from the Malibu School Safety Committee, is seeking a mutual aid agreement with the Santa Monica College Safety Resource Officers. If approved, this agreement would offer liability protection for the SMC security resources to respond to Webster in the event of an incident. We have Webster in mind. City Council members, thank you for prioritizing school safety. City staff, thank you for making it possible to have this vote tonight. I hope you will agree with Commander
Thank you,
C2.
Kevin. Next.
Ann.
Ann, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. So I'm speaking to you from outside City Hall, next to the Sergeant's Sheriff Patrol vehicle here. So if you want to come out and say hi, it'd be nice. So I thought we were trying to split from the Santa Monica School District and give them the finger. Why are we working anyway, other than trying to separate Santa Monica from Malibu? That should be the priority and only focus, and give the big middle finger to Santa Monica Unified School District. And so we stay here in Malibu. That should be the focus. Covered 6 is not a solution. They spend more time here than they do out there in the field. And I have the pictures today because I've been out here taking pictures of them. So there you have it. In terms of the Sheriff's Department, we had a little discussion this afternoon, Monterey Park, their command, their public information officer, and the sergeant there probably is aware of the communication. So it's been a rough day. But definitely tell Carrie to go back to Santa Monica and leave Malibu alone. Thank you. Oh, my PRAs, please. Carrie, can I get my PRAs filled? Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Josh Spiegel.
Hey, Josh.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
You could speak up a little louder.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. There's not much I can say that Kevin and Jake haven't covered. I just wanted to say thank you very much to everyone who's been working on this for so long. And I want to thank Susan and her staff and all of you, City Council and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District staff who are online and who care about this and who are supporting this. And I look forward to all of you supporting this agenda item. And Jake, thank you very much for showing up as always. You're a stud. I'll see you later, man. Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Our final speaker?
Johnny.
Johnny, are you there? Johnny?
Johnny, you've been asked to unmute.
Johnny? Okay, thank you. That'll conclude our online public speakers. Sorry, I'm tired. Public comment is closed. So we're back up here at the council. Doug?
I just have one quick question, more toward the Sheriff's Department. I'm definitely in favor of this. These specialized deputies are a higher standard. They're the cream of the Sheriff's Department deputies, and we're going to take one out of a car that leaves one by themselves. Are they really going to be functional? Because every time they run into somebody, they're going to have backup. I don't know. Sergeant, is this practical for this one senior deputy to be solo?
So we discussed that at length, and you have 2 cars out there with 2 deputies in each car. You'll still have the same amount of cars out there. You'll just have one car with 1 deputy. And the regular patrol deputies are 1-man cars. So this the special assignment deputy that will be solo is the cream of the crop, right? So he'll be able to do his job just fine. So
okay, all right. I'd like to make a motion to approve then.
I'll second. Oops, Bruce.
That's okay.
Great.
You second it? I have a friendly amendment to propose, which was Jake's suggestion that we, in addition to approving the staff's recommendation, add that they continue to investigate private security options for the future.
And I second that. Thank you.
I'm in agreement with that.
Okay.
Right.
Anyone else want to speak? Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. What happens to the other deputy? So the SRO will have a car though, right? Okay. Because we want to make sure, Jake's suggestion, I mean, this all kind of started because they wanted to do the pilot program with the elementary schools. So I don't want to ask a question where we're giving away protection processes, but it's not, this is going to be a roaming vehicle or a roaming office deputy, or is it just going to be assigned to Malibu High and only going to be responding if there's some type of an incident at the other schools?
So their main assignment will be at Malibu High School because statistics show that most of the incidents occur at high schools. So Their main office will be at the high school. However, they will have a car, and their collateral will be the other schools within Malibu. And so they'll be able to respond if incidents occur at those locations.
Okay, the original intent was the elementary school, so I just want to make sure that, that we're taking that into account. I believe your statistics are accurate, so, yes, Bruce?
Yeah, I recall we had all this discussion the last time around, and I was satisfied from the answers. And there was another deputy here, I forget his name, who was more expert in this particular subject, and he was recommending that we do this, right?
Yeah, that's Sergeant William Bell. He's our juvenile team sergeant.
Okay. I remember he persuaded me that this was going to make things better and not detract from our current situation.
Yeah, and you know, what our public speaker said, you know, yes, I agree. I know I certainly will keep, you know, highlighting it. I've had conversations with the county and, you know, just being as part of the school ad hoc, working with Santa Monica. You said the superintendent was online?
Yes, he is.
Perhaps he can be unmuted so that we can.
Antonio Shelton.
Okay.
And there, Carrie, maybe try Carrie.
Carrie Upton?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Carrie?
This is Carrie Upton.
Hi, Carrie. I'm sorry. I just wanted to.
Isaac is on also.
I'm sorry?
I think Isaac is on also.
Okay. Well, the question I'm going to ask is, I know we've been looking at private security, and I just, if I could get some feedback from the district on the position of private security versus a sheriff's deputy, and whether you or Isaac is the appropriate person to answer that.
I can, but if Isaac can be unmuted, he'd be a better responder.
Okay.
We don't see anyone under the name Isaac on the meeting. It looks like we do have an iPhone, or if he's participating under another name, that would be helpful to know.
Could he raise his hand? If Isaac's on, could you raise a hand? Are they allowed to do that?
They have that functionality. Parker, who are the raised hands right now?
Thomas Spencer and Anthony Jernigan.
Carrie, I think you're it.
I'm it. Okay, great. Santa Monica Malibu School. This is Carrie Upton, Chief Operations Officer. The Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District is very supportive of the sheriff placing a school resource officer at the schools, primarily in Malibu High School. And we would be happy to work with the sheriff, as we have. We work with Sergeant Velick and the J team already to support the schools there. The district at this point is not interested in private security. We find very many concerns around that idea, and there might be a longer conversation about it, but so far as we talk to our staff, our faculty, and many of our parents, there is not an interest in going there, and we do have some significant concerns about that.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, I think we have a motion and a second, so do you need a roll call or just a, okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? None being opposed, item carries.
I'd like to move that we pass 6B for this meeting and reschedule it for the next meeting.
Okay. Is that, is staff ready with 5A?
Yeah, if you want to finish there's a motion to continue 6B to the next.
I'll
meeting.
make a second to continue 6B.
What's 6B? The process.
The format and rules of procedure and decorum.
Yeah, okay. We need a vote on this first.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor of rescheduling item 6B to a future meeting?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? Okay.
I would
Okay, we're going to take a bathroom break.
just be clear, nobody speak to the council members as, about the ordinance that's being
5
considered.
minutes?
The public hearing has been closed on that one. The public hearing is closed on the ordinance, so no one speak to the members of the council about the ordinance.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Turn your mic off.
All right, the city council is now back in session. We're going to return to item 5A. Staff has language for us.
Yes. So staff's recommendation is that the council moves the recommended action with the following changes to ordinance number 526U and ordinance number 526. And the changes to both of these would be to 17.68.090 C1C. This is dealing with the temporary signs. It deletes the phrase unless authorized by the planning director. That was about illumination. Section 5 of the ordinance would change the expiration date from February 1st, 2026 to May 31st, 2026, and also make the same change to the preamble of 1768.090 to be revised to read, let me pull that up, from July 14th through May 31st, from July 14th, 2025 through May 31st, 2026, instead of from June 23rd, 2025 through January 31st, 2026. The next change is to 17.68.090A, and this will now read events with 99 persons or less in attendance at one time, parentheses, excluding workers, close parentheses. Similarly to 17.68.090B, it will now read events with 100 to 250 persons in attendance at one time, parentheses, excluding workers, close parentheses. And then 17.68.090B2, replace this with these events shall be limited to 4 one-day events per month per shopping center, comma, and 2 one-day events per business per month, that is not located in a shopping center, comma, per calendar year. Wait, we need the per calendar year. Sorry, delete per calendar year.
But could you repeat that again?
Yes. B2, replace it with these events shall be limited to 4 one-day events per month per shopping center and 2 one-day events per business per month that is not located in a shopping center. 17.68.090B1A, add a sentence at the end that says, applications for events held at a shopping center must be applied for by the owner of the shopping center. And then finally, 17.68.090B1, we're going to add 3 subsections. The first subsection is F, and that shall read, events shall not include illumination unless it complies with Chapter 17.41, parentheses, Malibu dark sky, close parentheses. And then add subsection G, events may occur in a common area but cannot occur in vacant locations, comma, i.e. those not occupied by a currently operating business. And then add subsection H, events must be open to the public, comma, but a fee may be charged for entrance. That would be the staff's recommendation, is to move the staff recommendation with those changes to both the urgency ordinance 526U and to the regular ordinance 526.
Can you read H one more time, please?
Events must be open to the public, comma, but a fee may be charged for entrance.
Okay.
Do we have to say anything about reviewing this in January?
That's already part of it. It's not changing the date of the January review.
It's in there? Okay, cool.
So does this mean, because I'm not a lawyer, it must be open to the public, that negates private parties?
If you're trying to get a permit under this section, under this temporary section, yes.
But an establishment can have a private party.
So you can have a private party 2 ways that aren't affected by this. One, you could get one of your 6 time per year events.
Okay.
Or you could keep it, if you're not changing the use and you're just having it private for your restaurant, and you're not over the capacity, then that would just be allowed. A normal use doesn't need any type of permit.
Okay.
But these types of events permitted by Section B would not be allowed to be private events.
These extra
Yes.
events, but you have the ability to have the private events under the other
Yes, you get 6 per year.
ordinance. Okay. We're not eliminating private events.
We're not,
Okay, that's
your
what I was-
ability to have a private event right now remains the same. It does not, this
Okay.
does not allow you to have any additional private events. It also does not take away any ability to have a private event that exists right now.
You can go on,
No, you
Steve.
okay?
I'm still thinking, but are you going to move it?
I'll wait till you get your stuff done first.
Okay. But a fee may be charged. So must be open to public, but a fee may be charged. Okay.
Can I just suggest add the word general before public?
General public.
Okay. Events must be open to the general public, but a fee may be charged for entrance.
And you're comfortable that we can do this as an urgency ordinance, as long as we have 4 votes?
I'm not going to say it can't be challenged. You know, the findings are difficult to make for urgency ordinances, but it will be followed by a regular ordinance. So any challenge to it would be limited in time to anything coming in until the regular ordinance is in place.
Okay.
So do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second? I'll second.
And that was the motion as I described it with those changes.
I couldn't have done it better myself.
Thank you, Councilmember Euring. I appreciate that.
Okay, so we need to have a roll call vote on
I
this?
first need to read the title of the ordinance.
Okay,
And
you
then-
ready, Kelsey?
If you let Trev read the title, then I'd recommend a roll call vote.
Okay.
All right, so the first is ordinance number 526U, an urgency ordinance of the City of Malibu approving zoning text amendment number 25-002 to amend Title 17 of the Malibu Municipal Code to modify standards and procedures to stimulate economic recovery for local businesses as a result of impacts from the 2025 Palisades fire, including modification to the provisions related to temporary use permits and sign permits, and finally, the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And very similarly, ordinance number 526, an ordinance of the City of Malibu approving zoning text amendment number 25-002 to amend Title 17 of the Malibu Municipal Code to modify standards and procedures to stimulate economic recovery for local businesses as a result of impacts from the 2025 Palisades fire, including modification to the provisions related to temporary use permits and sign permits. And finally, the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Great job. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, and just as a reminder, as the councilmember noted, urgency ordinances do require a 4/5 vote of the council. A regular ordinance only requires a simple majority. So the roll call, Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Riggins,
Yes.
Councilmember Conrad,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
motion carries.
Great. So I believe we have a request to reorder the remaining portion of the agenda. We do need to vote on whether or not we're going to hear any items. So how should we proceed?
Yes, Mayor, if I could just make a suggestion for the council's consideration as you look at your agenda. The small business micro-stabilization grant program criteria would need to be considered before we can hold the A&F meeting. We were planning to hold that later this month, so I would recommend considering prioritizing that next, and then followed by the fee waiver program.
Okay. And then we'll follow that by item 6C that will facilitate Councilmember Silverstein as he is recused from that item. So we're going to go.
Is 7A time sensitive tonight?
It's not time sensitive. It would take some time to implement, so if you want to delay a meeting or so, that wouldn't have a significant impact on the project
That item is
timeline.
going to require zone text amendment changes and LCP amendments, so we're looking at a long time frame. This is just to get the process started, so that does not need to be heard tonight.
Great. Okay, so.
Okay, well, I still want to hear that so we can get the process started. I think we need to get that going.
Well, to start, I'm going to move that we proceed next with 6D, followed by a discussion of whether to follow it with 6C or 7A.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item 6C. D. 6D.
Yeah, 6D was the next item to be called, right?
Correct.
It's the
6D is in dog,
The micro-stabilization grant.
Yes.
Whoa. The heck's going on? Do we have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'll be presenting this item for your consideration.
Before you start, sorry, get your speaker slips in now. Get your speaker slips in now. Please proceed, thank you.
All right. In April of this year, following the disaster, the council decided to create a new small business micro stabilization grant program to assist local businesses impacted by the devastation of the fires, storms, and prolonged PCH closure. The budget that was allocated is $300,000, and the application window was May 1st to May 31st. Staff received 157 applications totaling just over $2.8 million. Applicants included a variety of retailers, restaurants, and service-oriented businesses. On July 7th, the City Council Administration and Finance Subcommittee met to review the applications with staff. And upon review, the subcommittee recommended updating the guidelines for grant approval, denial, and determination of grant size. In summary, the changes are as follows. The subcommittee recommended the inclusion of additional criteria to address their understanding of the council's priorities for grant awards. They included the requirement for there to be a brick and mortar location within city limits, for the funds to be directed towards assistance of ongoing operations, not investments in businesses to enhance a business. In order to prioritize small businesses over, say, national chains or businesses with multiple locations, they thought it was prudent to specify that the businesses awarded needed to have 3 or fewer similar locations. The businesses still needed to be in operation through the award period, and where there was more than one owner of a business location, they thought it was best to award the owner of potentially multiple business locations so as to provide benefit to the greatest number of businesses as possible. So therefore, it is staff's recommendation to approve the use of the proposed updated criteria for the grant stabilization program as proposed by the A&F subcommittee. This concludes staff's presentation.
Any clarifying questions before public comment? Okay, so how many speakers do we have online?
Just one.
Okay, if we can hold that one. Our first one will be Eduardo, followed by Ann Kay.
Good evening, everyone. Eduardo Del Signore, I'm the president of the A Call to Peace Foundation. We are a non-profit organization registered in Malibu since 2019. But before that, we were a for-profit business from 2002 until we acquired the tax exempt. So that's a little bit of the history of. And I just wanted to. I met Candace Bond at the Pasadena event last week, and we were talking, and I mentioned that we are a nonprofit based in Malibu, and she said, "Oh, really?" So I just felt the need to come and introduce a little bit of the history of what we have been doing since our foundation started. Why is it called the A Call to Peace? I was watching a friend giving an event in 2002 about peace being the responsibility of each individual, and that resonated with me deeply. And at the end of his speech, he said, "What can you do?" So I decided to start something that I can do which is music, and bring forth the message of peace being the responsibility of the individual, and at the same time organize events which will benefit other organizations like-minded, which we're still doing. We have benefited a lot of organizations since our start, During the pandemic, we created the food recovery program. We distributed 4 million pounds of food in volunteer basis for people in need. After that, we had an artist initiative when we created a concert series that distributed about $45,000 to $50,000 between artists that couldn't work during the pandemic. Then we, in association with the Climate Music Project, we were invited to perform at the World Economic Forum in 2022 for an estimated audience of 25 million people. And then at the New York Times event in San Francisco, and then last year at the United Nations Climate Week. So we have several things going on. Right now, we're working with Habitat for Humanity and FEMA in order to raise funds for helping people that don't have the funds to rebuild. And the other thing is, we just need support so we don't have to use money that is collected during these events. So that's the proposal for the grant. It's just to have a little bit of support to keep going and keep doing these events. So thank you.
Thank you. Ann? Okay. That concludes our in-person and our one speaker online.
They lowered their hand.
Okay, great. So public comment is closed. Doug or Bruce, do you want to lead us off, or should we have other council members ask questions? I don't know how you want to.
I'll just make the quick comment. I think we were overwhelmed by the number of applications and the amount requested, which was indicative of the kind of need that the city sees and is experiencing. And what we wanted to do was to get the council's consensus on changing the criteria somewhat to try and limit it to something more manageable, that we could come away with using the $300,000 for the best purposes possible.
And I'll just add that it wasn't simply a matter of being overwhelmed by the number of applications. As we began to review them in painstaking detail, we came to realize that a number of them, although they met the initial criteria that we had set, which was just basically you're a business and you're having trouble as a result of the fire, a lot of them didn't seem to us to be the types of businesses that we intended public funds to be using to promote and support. So we came up with additional criteria that we thought made sense. And Doug and I actually, we can't speak to each other under the Brown Act because we're a two-person committee until we have a meeting, but we actually came into the meeting with the same ideas. So we're hoping that the council will agree with this. It'll make our decisions a lot easier. And an example was, just to point it out, it says criteria for denial. The business shouldn't be in the rehab business because as a matter of public policy, Malibu residents don't really like having rehabs here. We can't prevent them under state law, but we shouldn't be facilitating them. So that was the kind of concept that came up as we were reviewing these. Another was some people that own short-term rentals were asking for assistance in their short-term rental business, a type of business that we don't really particularly want in Malibu. So that's not the kind of business we want to rehabilitate.
And the last comment we'll make is this is to facilitate us being able to meet, I believe, a week from today to get these grants out. We wanted to move quickly on this, but we didn't feel comfortable trying to make these decisions without passing it by the council one more time.
Okay. Any other?
Well, thank you for doing all this work, because it's, a lot, it's an undertaking and heartbreaking all the same. So you're looking for us to give direction for the criterias listed. Is that right?
It's to approve the criteria.
Okay. And then you have a deadline of hopefully this week, which means you announce it or you give out the money?
We're hoping to meet next week at an A&F meeting and make the decision as to who to grant to and how much. We can't do that until we meet as a committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also at the last meeting, Candace and Richard were very helpful to us. They also went through the applications and they made some suggestions to us, many of which made a lot of sense, but we wanted to get the criteria approved by the council before we sit down and approve or reject those proposals.
Yeah, I mean, one of them was that they needed to be based in Malibu, right?
We had some
Located and
applications from
operating.
businesses that weren't even in Malibu.
Yeah, so, I mean, just doing a quick scan here, I've got like 20 that aren't even in Malibu, so that should help to get that trimmed a little bit right there.
It looks like a lot of criteria designed to ensure there's a public benefit to Malibu.
Right, exactly. I guess the one comment I have, Cholada, wherever you are, at least reach out to the city. Maybe we can find another location for you, so.
I second that. I would love
I
to
know
talk to them.
everybody would love to have you back, so let us know and see if we can help you maybe.
Love that.
So, yeah, if nobody else has any questions, I think you guys have done a tremendous job, and if this is what you recommend, then, yeah, I'll make a motion to
I second.
give direction. What is it that you
I think it
need to
looks,
do?
I read all of this.
The staff's recommended action is to approve the use of the proposed updated criteria.
I will move the staff's recommendation.
And I will second that. Unless Steve?
No, you got it.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. And none opposed? All right. So do we want to hear item 7A?
Yes. I mean, I would like to just
I vote to hear item
keep
7A.
moving.
Anyone?
It's only 11. Come on, guys.
It's a tow yard. Come on, this is something we've been trying to get for a while.
Yeah, I'll second the motion to hear 7A. Let's get it done quickly, though.
We need 4 votes, correct, Kelsey?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, do we have 4? I'm a yes.
We had a motion, a second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None, yay, okay. Item 7A.
Let's just keep it going.
Get your speaker slips in.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Riggins.
Sorry to keep
Council,
you late.
we'll make this pretty brief, but before us today, we have the temporary year-round day use impound site, which is a recommendation that comes forth based off the Public Safety Commission. So essentially, we have a big illegal parking problem here in the city, and really to facilitate towing and address some of these public safety concerns, every year we run a day use temporary impound yard at Malibu High School. This operates from Memorial Day to Labor Day every year for the last few years. But obviously these needs exist year round, beyond just the summertime. And really our current towing capabilities are currently limited by the extensive time it takes for a tow truck to come in from out of town and then take the vehicle to an out of town location. So it does facilitate towing for us during the summer when we have this day use impound yard at the high school. So this is what it looks like currently at Malibu High. So we use that upper quadrant, the upper section of the lot. We privacy screen and fence it, and we essentially coordinate operations in partnership with the school district and the high school to make sure that it runs effectively. And so per the Public Safety Commission assignments for fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25, the commission took a good look at some possible locations, and they decided upon the Aoki lot, or the chili cook-off lot, right beneath City Hall, to be used for a temporary year-round day use impound site. And so this space is not to exceed 20,000 square feet. It's a 9.5 acre site, and shortly on the next slide, I'll have a photo of kind of what this area would look like, potentially if we were to move forward to allow for operations to be, to proceed essentially. But it's temporary in that, obviously there's a lot of plans for the lot moving forward, but no permanent structures are going to be installed upon the site. But it's going to look a little something like this if it does move forward. So it's a small section of the lot. It's, again, not to exceed 20,000 square feet, so it's essentially 100 by 200. It's an approximate location here on the overhead view, and I'll give it a few more seconds and have a closer view of the lot here for your review. And then on site, it would look very close to what we currently have at the high school. So it would be privacy screen fenced. It would have a marked entry, marked exit. Folks are going to be looking out for any oil spills, so we're going to have some floor plans, and it's going to be staffed at all times to prevent any theft or criminal activities. So it's still within the means of accommodating the existing public works operations that are currently there in the lower half of the lot. And as mentioned, it's going to be privacy screened to ensure that the vehicles on the premises are being, within that privacy screen. So should the council not decide to not move forward at this time, the following alternatives do exist. So we could always, obviously take no action and simply continue to use just the summer impound site that we currently run at Malibu High School, or we can also direct staff to identify a different location for a year-round impound site, which of course will be brought back to the commission for another recommendation. But that concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Just to clarify too, this proposal has not been vetted by the Community Development Department. So this was something that's going to need to be examined in terms of what needs to be done for changing the, to allow this under the current zoning. It looks like there's a conflict with that, so it'll likely require a zone text amendment and a local coastal program amendment, but that's to be vetted. So the direction is that you want to move forward with this, then it would need to be vetted by that department and a report brought back here, likely to initiate those amendments would be the process. Just not to set expectations that this will be implemented immediately.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any clarifying questions?
I do. What, if any, what are the other locations that you guys looked at? Your mic.
Sure. I mean, they looked at most of the city properties. I know they looked at Heathercliff. We did have the impound yard there one summer. Obviously there had some opinions on both sides of the coin. They looked at essentially most of the city properties that could potentially be available, but this just as a central location to where, obviously the Aoki lot is and how it would facilitate towing on the eastern part of town, central Malibu, of course. And then, the summer impound yard would run in conjunction to this one every summer, which would cover the westernmost part of town. So this was really the location that they felt was the most ideal at this time. But of course, it's all based off of your, however you all want to move forward.
Thank you. And what is going to happen to the current parking lot once the Malibu High School opens? That blacktop that you're using right now, is that remaining?
Yeah, it runs through Labor Day, so it's only used on weekends. It's only used on weekends and holidays, and so once the weekend ends, the fence gates are left open and staff uses the full parking lot, so it doesn't impede with any operations with summer school or with the regular school year. So once Labor Day concludes, the fences come down and the school resumes back to normal.
But once the school is actually, isn't the school closing over there? Meaning they're moving?
No, this is the new parking lot that was built for the middle school. It's at the very, this is at the lower part.
This is the lower one that I thought was, they're still going to use that.
Yeah, that one's, yeah.
Oh, there goes my idea. And then behind Santa Monica College, we don't own that. That's county land. We can't use that. All right. Thank you.
Okay, no more clarifying questions. We'll go to public comment.
Go to public comment, please.
Okay, so do we have any, you said no speakers online? Sorry.
One moment, sorry, juggling a couple of things.
Yep, take your time.
But no, we don't have any raised hands for this item, but you
Okay,
do have
so-
in-person speakers.
So we'll just do our in-person. So Ryan Embry, followed by Ann Kay.
I believe the question is really institutional zoning. I think if Yolanda's here, but the area that's unused behind the courthouse is not behind the college. That's also available, and there's no reason why the county should not collect rent from a profitable private tow company or franchise. We don't issue a franchise in our city, but we seem to be very much involved with subsidizing a particular operator's tow operations. That's a bit troublesome. The agreement that exists even at the high school, the city's in between the school district under either a master lease, and either we're paying the rent and looking the other way and letting a tow company go in and operate there. If you look at the agreement from over a year ago, the 2024 agreement, or 2023 agreement for 2024, it says there will be 3 affidavits filed. One is by the school district, and one's by the city, and the other's by the tow operator. And these would be recorded against the 2 parcels that it takes to pull that operation off. So I don't mean to get technical on this, but what the bigger issue is are we in bed with a tow company? Are we subsidizing a tow company? Because we shouldn't be commingling the standard city fee, which is the private impound fee, which we only get on a private impound on city property. When we had the tow, I think the orange BMW that was going 120, I think by the time he was pulled over, he was outside the city limits at Mulholland. And yes, that went to the high school, and then eventually it was towed to Santa Monica. But I don't think we got the tow impound fee on that one, which is, I don't know, it's $125 or $150, which is like what everybody gets. All the cities get it. And they put it into their general fund, and they run their parks and their other programs with it. But we don't seem to do this mental accounting that we're getting a piece of the action, so we're going to subsidize. It's only $6,000 or something, and we're going to make special zoning exception for them because we like them. Nowhere in this report have you identified who's the private tow company that's reaping the benefits of all these fee waivers. I mean, this is troubling. It's a fee waiver. And are we paying the school district? Are we exchanging credits we get to use their pool? We're paying a bunch of money, and we're going to have to pay for a school resource officer. But Santa Monica School District, they'll pay for it in their city, but not out here. Are we getting a $1-for-$1 exchange for this? I can understand why everybody's for it. It's because we're always getting caught holding the bag. Thanks.
Thank you. Ann?
Unfortunately, I have too much information on this subject because on, June 28th, I had a little run-in with the sheriff, Santa Monica PD, Santa Monica Unified School District, City of Malibu on this whole subject. And the tow operator was Tip Top Tow, so out of Santa Monica. And it was kind of an interesting experience because apparently it was the first day of operation. I had no idea, but it was pretty negative. You guys have a tow lot in a residential neighborhood on a high school where teachers or whoever was there were attending the Van Dyke event at the same time. We're trying to attend that while this tow operation is happening. So it was kind of weird. And the whole thing didn't go down very well. I made a little bit of an agreement with the Sheriff's Department today, and I want to thank Santa Monica PD for handling the situation professionally. The school district, you guys have to do something with this. Malibu should have nothing to do with Santa Monica. And that's all there is to it. And we've seen the emails. You guys have been working behind the scenes, and that's good. You need to make it happen. Any deal you do with Santa Monica has to be, you just have to get out of this whole deal, this whole tow operation. This Tip Top Tow's out of Santa Monica. And the school district, when I spoke to them about this whole subject, they didn't like it. They said you guys kind of came up with this idea. So I'm for it to do it immediately, move it to city property immediately, despite other people's objection that it has to go through review or something like that. It's going to help out, get it out of the residential area and off a high school, and let the high school be a high school, a school, and a place that has a theater, apparently. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude public comment. Who wants to start?
Just one quick one. There are houses right above where you're putting the tow yard. And the problem was when it gets sunny and hot, stuff shines up and it's tough on the house. Figure out some way to put some kind of canopy or just something over it to prevent those people from getting annoyed when the sun's shining and all these cars. I think they would appreciate that.
Noted, Dan.
Next.
Quick question. Is this just going to be dirt, or is it going to be gravel, or what's going to be there? Because when it rains year round, we don't want a muddy lot.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's to be discussed and figured out. I don't believe when we did it at Heathercliff, they did any grading or any of that sort of stuff. I mean, they just operated the lot the way it was. I'm likely going to be the same here. I don't know if they're going to make any serious accommodations to the lot, but those are details that are to be discussed once we begin moving forward with the project.
Yeah, I was familiar with Heathercliff. That was, once again, when I was on Public Safety Commission. And there's a area there that had hard surface. It was either asphalt or concrete. I do think you are going to need to have some kind of a hut or house. You can't just have the attendant sitting out there in the sun day in and day out. And as far as the financial impact, I believe the city does get a percentage of all the tow. It's, what, $150, $135, something like that. And, yeah, it's not a money maker, but it's designed for public safety to get these cars off the road. I'm ready to make a motion to approve it if anybody else is ready to go along.
Bruce or
I
Haley, do
still
you have
have
comments?
questions.
I'm opposed to this, so I'm not seconding it.
I have questions still. So what about behind the courthouse? Because I said the college, but courthouse is maybe what I was thinking. Could that be used?
That could be proposed. I mean, the commission didn't look at that particularly. Their recommendation was that, but that's something, we'd have to work with the LA County's team to determine.
So prior to the college being built, the tow yard was temporarily housed there. And then when the college got proposed, it was moved off of there, but I don't know.
No,
if
he's
anybody's-
behind the courthouse.
It's the same parcel.
Yeah, but that's the same.
It's the same parcel.
It was towed behind the college before, and this is on the other side, so
It's one parcel.
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe we could look into that. But to that end, I'm still thinking, who owns, there's this strange little few acres of land behind Free People where there's some storage units. It's behind Free People across from Tony's. There's a parking lot. Then you go around the corner to the parking, and then there's another parking lot where sometimes the sheriffs hang.
It's a private parcel.
Private, okay. And are we thinking of trying to pay rent to somebody for this? If, like, I was also thinking the wine travel lot that's been cleared, that we don't quite have an answer to how that is cleared, but now it's cleared. Could that be a possibility of a location? Because I do think we have to have a tow yard. It's just I'm trying to get it out of the center of Malibu, even if you do cover it up. And if we were going to go to Aoki, we'd have to protect that tree or all of those trees in there. So I don't know if that's where we're going, but that would be my stipulation. I would like to try to find an alternate site, if possible, even if it's temporary and we already have a lot of equipment on the Aoki lot. There's got to be something else that we're not thinking of.
Do you have anything more?
No.
Well, this is the second time, if not the third time, that this has been proposed since I've been on city council. And it's been rejected at least once, if not twice before. I'm going to not support it either the second time or third time. I'm not sure which it is. The school, I think, is adequate. I don't believe we need a permanent tow yard. Last time we did it, it was an experiment. I'm not sure how well it worked out, but I'm just not supportive of this. And I don't know that there's any alternative location that makes sense, but we have one already. Let's just use that one that we have.
Doug, do you want to take that, or do you
Well,
want me to
just
take
at
it?
the high school, it's only during the summer, and the issue that they're having is what do they do about improperly parked cars and cars that need to be towed during the off-season?
The answer is, if anything, there's less cars to be towed in the off-season now than there have been in the past 5-10 years, and we've done without one for the past 5-10 years. We can do without it again.
Do we have a report or a study on, not that I want to study something, but how many cars over the fall and the winter seasons there is to justify this?
Not quite. I mean, that's something we can definitely work with the sheriffs to dig up. I think the big issue is really just how long it can take for a tow truck to come in from out of town, tow a vehicle and come out, because that puts out a deputy or a parking enforcement officer out of duty for whatever period of time that is. And since we've had the tow yard, basically from Memorial Day to up until this weekend, we've towed about a little over 150 cars, if I'm not mistaken, over to the impound yard over at the high school. So, you know, if the consistent enforcement over the weekend that they've been operating with the beach team has been real effective. But yeah, as far as the fall numbers, that's definitely something we can, you know, work with the sheriff's department to report back on if you'd like. Yeah.
The other thing I want to add is, as I said earlier, I'd like us to look into ways to clean up that lot, not further clutter it. Aoki.
I mean, you mentioned that it would be staffed. Who's going to staff it?
Whatever tow company that is designated. Currently, the two companies that are contracted with the two sheriff-sanctioned tow companies are Tip Top Tow and Platinum Towing. They're the ones who've been operating our impound yard over at the high school. So whoever would run this one, it would be either a sheriff-sanctioned company or someone that the city would have to enter into a contract with.
So, okay, that'll come out more going to the future.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very much of the belief that this is a necessary item that a city needs to provide in the community. Other communities are fortunate that they maybe have a neighboring community that this is able to be facilitated in, but given our remote location and our unique amount of visitors that come here and residents that, you know, have for some reason need a tow temporarily or more long-lasting. You know, we used to have a tow yard over on Malibu Road. That property was rezoned to residential, and we lost the tow yard, and it has been homeless since that time. I think we were even doing temporary at that point just because of the volume that was happening out on the west side. So, I know that the Public Safety Commission has studied this. They have looked at every parcel in the city of Malibu as a possible location for this. And if we're ending up on this lot, it's because we've really exhausted all other possibilities. So, did somebody make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
And Councilor, if we could just clarify that, because the recommended action was to provide direction to staff. You're making a motion to direct staff to further explore citing a tow yard on the Aoki parcel.
That's correct.
And that's correct on my second.
Has anybody looked into possible burn lots? Is that terrible? Maybe somebody wants to.
Well, the zoning would still need to be addressed, and so.
Gotcha.
I mean, that's certainly.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, so are you going to look to rezone something that's probably currently residential?
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe a couple of the things that burn, but I don't know that they're necessarily large enough.
Right.
The only other place you may want to take a look is over, you know where Surf Canyon is? Off of Cross Creek Road? Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
If behind where the units are, we currently store, I think Burns is back there. There's some room back there. You may want to take a peek and see if that works for you.
Well, they'd have to be willing to.
They're willing to do it for us now, so.
Yeah, I don't want to suggest where it might be other than this right now, because I don't think that's our responsibility to just shoot from the hip. But look, if it weren't for the fire, the Aoki lot would not be filled with public works vehicles, and we were on target to try to build ball fields or other sporting fields. I'd like to think that we're still on target to try to do that, and that we should be getting the other stuff off that lot as soon as we can, and putting a permanent, even albeit temporary, full-time tow yard to me is inconsistent with moving towards that objective. That's why I'm opposed to this. I think we should be continuing to move towards that objective, not away from it.
I agree, but we also need to solve this problem, and this has been a problem for over 20 years in our community.
My point is that
It's
this
not
would,
getting easier.
my point is that this would not be the solution if we didn't have the fire and the public works vehicles were not there. And they're going to be gone at some point in the not too distant future. And then we're going to be stuck with this tow yard, and that's going to be another impediment to developing that property properly.
I disagree. This would have been a possibility of a use on this particular lot because of the exhaustive search. We're just out of the possible lots within our city to find this, and it may end up having to be on a city lot, and it may have to co-locate with other uses on something. So I think we need to start this process, whether it ultimately finds a permanent home here. You know, maybe something else will come up in that time frame. Maybe Steve's suggestion will, you know, come to fruition. But honestly, the Public Safety Commission has been looking at this for years, and they have not been able to find a solution to this problem. And it's not just the fire that's bringing this up. That's exacerbating the need for it, not the cause of the need for it.
So just to be clear, you're saying that you would support this even co-extensive with ball fields or other
It's
things for the
possible.
youth?
I don't want to eliminate it at this point. I think we need this. And it is possible that, you know, it just may be one of those things that we just have to put up with as a community, because it's something that is incredibly important that our community have this, and it's been lacking. It has been a problem for decades, and we need to find a solution. Yes, Doug?
I will say that when I was on Public Safety Commission, we were doing exactly what Mary Ann said, going to try to find a spot for this. And I know that three of us, for various times, looked at every property that was zoned in the city. And what's zoned in the city for storage of cars like this are churches, schools, and commercial space. And the only spots that we could find are, as Mary Ann said, we ended up at Heathercliff for a temporary lot during the summer, and we did that on a one-year time, and we got the school district to take it. But there are cars that are parked in front of fire hydrants, driveways, blocking access on the road. And if there's no way to, no place to tow them to quickly, it can take an hour and a half to 2 hours for a tow truck to get out here, and you got a deputy on call. It is a terrible waste of resources, not to mention the fact it's dangerous. So we need to have a spot to do this. And let's keep in mind, these are not damaged cars. These are cars that it's just a parking lot. It's just cars parked, and they just need to be in a secure area until somebody can pick them up. And if they're not picked up by the end of the night, they're towed back to the central lot. So it's not any worse than just some cars parked there. So let's keep that in mind. And look, we're not saying it's going to be there. We're asking the staff to do the work to get a tow yard in place there on a temporary basis. And as soon as there's a better use for the school, for the park, it'll be used for that, whether that's a ball field or some other purpose that the city decides.
I'm good with exploring other lots and giving direction to look for, the Ioki is just temporary, so we could say as long as the public works vehicles are all there, we could keep looking and exploring other options. So am I right to hear that schools are zoned okay for this type of use? Okay, that's interesting. As long as those trees are protected is my.
You know, Doug made the comment before, which I agree, that when you start out with something temporary, it tends to become permanent.
Right.
I just don't see this going away once we allow it to start.
And I just think it's the responsibility of government to make sure that things that our community and that we're responsible for providing are provided for. And you can go back and look through council after council after council, and they have been trying to solve this issue. So this is where we're at on this. The only other thing I would say is that I would suggest that you move it east because that gate, it's used for the rest of the lot. So I would suggest making sure that there's an in and out for access to the remainder of the lot, and if we move this east a bit. And I agree that there should be some type of cover to prevent a canopy of some type to make sure that the reflections are taken care of and shades provided and such.
Noted, yeah. So what Tip Top Toe currently does, they have a mobile trailer where they have their staff, do the processing of the documents and so forth. So they do allow for kind of like a shaded temporary structure for their staff to be there, and they roll that back out when operations conclude at the end of the weekend. So,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. So do we want a roll call or an all in favor?
Can I just clarify, this is just an exploration. It comes back to us once we decide, because I'd also like to know how many cars we're talking about, because there are some trees on the property that I really would like to protect.
If you get direction, staff will spend resources to research this and bring back what would need to happen to execute a project.
It would be good to know, yeah, quantity of, on average, during the off-season, what we're talking about.
Will this require a zone text amendment?
Yes.
I believe it will, but it hasn't been explored yet. It was not run by community development before it was brought to the council.
If it does, will that require a CDP?
You would first require a coastal, most likely yes. Most likely it's going to require a local coastal program amendment to change the uses that are allowed. So we're looking very far out before this would be able to be active.
Well, I'll support the exploration so long it's conditioned on the requirement that there be a ZTA in order to do it, not if it might be something the staff might just be able to implement unilaterally at some point.
Well, there's no direction to execute anything unilaterally. It's just to come back with a report is the requested action from staff.
Okay.
I'm fine with an exploration as long as nothing is done and learning more.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain on this one.
Okay, so we have 4 yeses, 1 abstention. Okay, do we have, well, we need to vote whether or not we want to do it.
Since I'm recused, can I vote on whether to do it, or do I just, or am I recused from that as well?
Trevor?
Why did you recruit the fee waivers?
Because it could potentially affect my home.
Okay, sorry, I apologize.
Do we need him for the vote to be able to hear it?
I think it's fine either way. It's an organizational item. He votes to approve the agenda or not approve the agenda. It's included, within there. It's not a substantive, vote on it. But
I just need a yes or no. Do we need him to pass to be able to hear it?
if he's still on the dais, then you need him to vote part of the four fifths.
Okay.
If he
Have
leaves
a
the
good
dais,
night.
then we need 3/4.
Yeah, do we have a vote to hear item 6C?
Is the last one?
Yeah,
I'll make a motion.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? Okay, do we have a staff report for item 6C? And I have two public speakers in-house. Do we have any online?
There's one raised hand.
Okay, if you can lock in that one raised hand.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you tonight is the Broad, Franklin, and Palisades Fire Fee Waiver Program. This is our third meeting to go over this. We thank you for being very diligent and deliberate on the program. What we're looking for you tonight is feedback on the multifamily options that we provided. In the resolution, you'll find that we selected the duplex option. We added provisions for the LLCs and corporations. We updated the deadlines as requested. And I believe we took a really conservative approach. As the person that has implemented the Woolsey Fire Fee Waiver Program, I'm always looking at a practical implementation approach. Also, what you'll find in this program is you may recall maybe in the first meeting, there was some concerns about the city attorney perhaps putting in some language to make sure, people comply, et cetera. So what we wanted to do was to memorialize the application process. With this fee waiver program, unlike Woolsey, We are asking owners to record the affidavits instead of just signing and providing them to staff. And then we also included some enforcement provisions. With all of this, we heavily considered the fiscal impact of the program. So we really tightened it up compared to the Woolsey fire. After speaking to some members of the public and receiving some general questions, we have one change for you for the resolution. Under Section A, eligibility, subsection 4, I'm not going to read it all. This basically says, hey, the city's issued permit fees, building permits, temporary housing fees are eligible. We wanted to add the following statement: fees charged by another agency, including the state and county, we could say and or county, are not eligible to be waived. And that is my very brief presentation for you tonight. Thank you.
Any clarifying questions? Okay, so Ryan and then Ann. Okay, I don't know why we keep getting slips.
Is there a legal opinion report before you take public comment?
We had a staff report.
No, compliance with state constitution.
We had a staff report, Ryan.
Okay.
Please
Well,
continue with your public comment.
The issue is that there isn't a predicted value based on the number of lots and the expected expenses, so you don't know what amount of gift of public funds is being contemplated. And that's what it is. So you have to really get from your legal counsel a written opinion on this so that you know what you're getting into. I realize there's a tradition to waive these fees, as was done in Woolsey Fire. Other agencies have not. And the county, I'm not sure if the county has gone that far yet. They were discussing it. That is a problem of consistency with the state constitution. And your attorney needs to tell you that for his own good. I mean, it's Article 16, Section 6. And there's so many shalls in there that your head will spin. So there also needs to be a nexus as to time, because we said timing. We want people back quick. That would be our basis for pretending all this is okay. So there needs to be time elements or milestones. What happened with Woolsey got out of hand. It's been 6 years and you were still waiving fees. And there's no motivating factor involved. You say, well, you get your permits in, or your application in within 60 days, 90 days, 2 years, maybe you'll meet the deadline. But you want to keep renewing these things in perpetuity because that doesn't achieve your goal. Your goal was, you said, we want to get the properties assessed back to their full value, not from the land value that goes down after your house burns. So what is it that's helping the city operate here? How are we moving people along? Is it that after 2 years, if you don't have your application in, you don't get any waivers? Or you collect the fees now, and then you rebate them later if the same people own the property. When they're done constructing it, they might get all of it back, half of it back, some of it back, none of it back, but something that ties it to the purpose. You need a nexus there, that this is not just we waive the funds, because we're not a charity, we're a incorporated municipal city, and we're not an insurance company. And I understand a lot of people didn't buy enough insurance. That sounds very harsh, but that's the economic reality, because we're wanting to run programs, wanting to construct parks and pools and community centers and art centers. We have a city to run. And this isn't our last fire. We haven't even had an earthquake in 30 years. So we're going to have problems.
Ryan.
So, thank you.
Is our hand still up online?
Danny Smith.
Danny, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just want to say on a night like this, I think it's especially important to thank all of you, council and staff, for all the work that you do. It's really appreciated. I appreciate the council taking the feedback from the community at the last meeting. I do agree with the city presentation that these new requirements are very conservative and extremely restrictive. Recording affidavits against the property is unusual and probably an unnecessary step with all the supporting documentation required. But if that's what the city needs to feel comfortable, I understand. To the last comment, I think the economic benefit of getting these houses rebuilt quicker will outweigh by many factors the revenue lost to the fee waivers. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude public comment. Trevor, do you have something you'd like to add?
If you want me to address, I mean, Ryan's raising the issue, you cannot have a gift of public funds. There must be a public purpose attached to it. In this case, there are a number that could be considered by the council. You know, I mean, a huge portion of the city was wiped out by this, and the rebuilding of that would provide a public benefit to the city. It also increases the city's tax base and provides people that can work in the city, people that pay sales tax, people that invite other people into the city that, you know, stay at the hotels and, you know, proliferate the other businesses. On top of that, the character of the city, and this is really tailored to, you know, keeping the character of the city, the rural nature of it, and the residents that have been living here, rather than turning it over to outside developers to turn over. And if we have a whole bunch of new people move in, it would really change the character of the city. So there's a number of these purposes that, you know, would support this decision if the council wants to do so. If you want to put other restrictions in, you can, but that is the purpose. This is a huge impact on the city, the number of homes that have been impacted. There is a significant cost to going through with this. It's to the council to weigh the benefits that, you know, will come from it.
Okay. Who wants to start?
Got one question. Is it possible for, at some point, I want to go back. I thought when we did this originally, there was some discussion that said you get your full waiver if you did it with a certain amount of time, and then if you don't do it within whatever the outside time was, it gets cut in half. I mean, let's assume that somewhere down the line we decide that, you know, we want to put more pressure on people to sort of get the stuff in. Can we change it at a later date and say, you know, as of this date, we're going to end this program and put a different one in?
My recollection, I don't remember it being a portionality, but I remember there were much more stricter deadlines in the Woolsey fire, but then the council kept extending the deadlines and extending the deadlines. Once you grant this, you couldn't change the terms of it. If you say, you know, we're granting the, you know, we're putting this waiver program through, and if you start construction by that, you know, these are the terms of getting it. You could terminate the program for new people to join if they haven't signed up already, but you can't alter the terms of the people that have qualified for the waiver.
Right. No, I'm just, we can tweet if we have to cancel and start a new one. We can do that later.
You could end the program and stop people from being able to new people joining it.
Okay.
You could extend it out like it has been before, but like I said, if somebody qualifies for the program, changing the terms.
No, you can't change. I agree. You can't do that. All right. Let's see what happens.
Okay, so right now it's set to expire if we adopt this on June 30th. For the planning application, then all building permits would have to be obtained by December. Is it December 30th or December 31st? Is the 30th a workday versus? Did we ever check the calendar on that?
We did not check the calendar. We'll check it right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So whether December 30th is a workday or if it should be December 30th, 31st and 2030.
31st probably is not. It's New Year's Eve.
The 31st is usually a holiday.
Oh, and we're probably closed regardless. We'll be closed that whole week, right? Yeah, because we do that whole thing. Okay. So we'll have to cross that bridge when it comes to it.
I think the issue we really need to decide is, for the most part, we adopt all the provisions that are here, plus the option for multifamily. And I think the recommendation is to allow just duplexes.
And the 30th would be the correct day. That's a Monday. The Tuesday is the 31st, which would be a holiday, so I wouldn't alter that.
Okay. But I think we made the provision, oh yeah, maybe we give them that week off. There's a week in there we give them off.
Well,
so.
the 30th is a Monday. You probably get the Christmas week off, the 23rd to the 27th.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, they'll
It's a
have
long
to,
time.
staff will have to look at that in
5 years.
5 years, yeah.
I was,
Debbie,
so,
you done?
yeah, are you done? Okay. I'd like to learn more about the recording of affidavits since that's new. And yes, so what does that exactly mean?
But the difference is it was recorded against the property. If the property sold to someone else, then that person who bought the property has notice of it that they're going to have to refund the fees before a certificate of occupancy is imposed. Otherwise, it's a signed affidavit from an individual. You'd have to go back after that individual. It makes it more difficult. So by doing this, it just ensures that if someone sells the property, which makes them ineligible for those fee waivers and they'll have to refund them, it lets them know they have that obligation. They'll have to do it.
So to be clear, once the C of O is issued, the property owner at the time of the fire is free and clear to
Yep.
sell the property.
Yep.
It's just prior to the issuance of the C of O that any fees would have to be paid back.
You must maintain it to completion of building the house. Yep.
That was my next question, which is what happens if they start and sell midway?
If they sell it, then they have to refund all the fees, and a certificate of occupancy will not be issued until that refund happens.
Did you see that a lot in Woolsey? There were a few.
Yes, we did. We saw property owners that did construction and at the end they wanted to sell. So we did not issue a certificate of occupancy until those funds were refunded to the city.
And do we have like adequate enforcement for that sort of thing? Meaning, are we keeping track? Yeah.
Yeah, the building inspectors along with the admin staff, we keep information on that info.
And I've been thinking the beachfront properties will be much more expensive. Not saying we should penalize them, it's just they will
Not
be, right?
necessarily. Yeah, once you get into the fee schedule, the caissons are more by size, not by quantity. So, there's a variety of different things. Every property is kind of unique.
And the second new element is that anything outside of the city of Malibu, we are not waiving. And you're just clarifying that part. And we're going to vote on that tonight.
Correct.
Okay. And a part of the milestones and incentives, is that something that we're doing, or it's just, I was unclear about that, but it was interesting. It just seems like a lot of work to have to go out and check any sort of milestones.
So similar to the Woolsey Fire Fee Waiver Program, we believe that the main incentive was to build like for like or like for like plus 10% within the given time frame. So that was the main objective.
Okay. Thank you. And this is no conflict legally with the gift of public funds, sort of.
There are a number of public purposes. There are additional public purposes also. I've never seen a case overturned for not, they have a public purpose. I had that challenged, but it is important that this is not meant to be a gift. This is meant, for a public purpose in rebuilding our town and the benefits that will, spread to the city and to all the residents from it happening.
Because I think how LA County is doing it is they're reimbursing or deferring and then they're refunding at the end. Is that right? I don't know if anybody knows that. They're, instead of upfront waiving, they're doing it on the back end.
I don't believe we have that information.
No problem.
But what I can tell you is that with many of the homeowners, they count on this fee waiver up front so they could get started with the program.
And they can budget more appropriately.
It's probably meant to be, if it's true, would be an enforcement mechanism so that, if someone doesn't qualify, then they don't have to go claw it back. But we've found, and Woolsey's experience, tell me if I'm wrong, is that the CFO is a strong motivation to get people to pay up any fees that they owe if they lost eligibility. So it really allows them to move the project forward and be able to put those funds towards construction and their plans and permitting, rather than having to advance it and then claw it back later. But if you want to do it the other way, there's nothing stopping you.
Thank you.
Okay. The only thing that I really have concern of is the waiving of the fees for the time extensions. I think that kind of gets into keeping people motivated to complete, because the reason for a time extension is they're not moving forward. So that would be my only consideration, is to remove,
To strike.
to strike the time extensions as qualifying for this.
I concur. I did not realize that I missed that. I think that's a good thing to do.
Okay.
Strike that.
I agree.
Okay. Do we have a motion, or should I make a motion?
Where in the resolution does it state that? Let's just read it to the record.
Section A, eligibility, subsection 4, line 3.
Okay, so just eliminating, so in the resolution 25-29, section 2, action, subsection A, eligibility, section 4, it says fee waivers are applicable to city-issued permits for planning approvals, building permits, temporary housing, and fees associated with time extension requests pursuant to municipal code section 17-60020. You would just delete that last clause and would say, and temporary housing, period, right?
And then we would be adding the sentence stating that the fees from the county and state are not eligible after temporary housing.
This is only for city-issued permits. What does it you want to add?
Do we need to add in
We can't
the
waive-
statement? Right, but they,
Because we can't waive a fee that somebody else's, we can only waive our own fees.
so do we need to state that in the ordinance?
Is there a reason that we would need to add it?
It's ambiguous sometimes in the fee waiver program. People don't understand why we're not, so it's not
We could-
required, but
Why don't we just put a period and say waivers only apply to city fees?
Yeah, I can see from when building permits are issued, there are a couple state fees that are collected at that point, and so the permit techs have to explain why the applicant still has to pay those fees, even though their permit is waived.
Even though
it's
not
still calculated.
Okay, so even though not legally required, adding that may just make it easier. Kelsey, can you confirm we're back online? It looks like we are.
No.
No? Okay.
Parker, take off all your shoelaces and start tying things up.
You know where the phrase reboot comes from? It actually used to be.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second.
I think we should just restate it, because let me restate here. I believe the motion is staff's recommendation. Let me make sure that's correct. Yes, staff's recommendation with the following change to the resolution, and this would be in section 2A4. It will now read, fee waivers are applicable to city-issued permits for planning approvals, building permits, temporary housing, and temporary housing, period. And then the added sentence, only city fees are eligible to be waived. And is that the motion? Staff's recommendation with that change to the resolution? That removed the time extension.
Right.
Previously, time extensions were specified. That's deleted and stops after temporary housing permits.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We have a motion. We got a second.
Councilmember Stewart, were you the second?
Yes, I agree with that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And none opposed? Motion passes.
Adios.
We are adjourned.